When someone chooses to attack a chosen one, they don't start a fight. They start the countdown to their own destruction. That's the part your enemies never see coming. They think going after you is just a harmless game, something they can do in secret, something without consequences. But every time someone targets a chosen one, the universe marks it down like a warning light on a failing engine. And once that light switches on, their downfall begins, whether they realize it or not. It's funny in a dark way. Hurting a chosen one is like punching a mirror. Sure, it hits the glass, but the shattered pieces cut the one who threw the punch. The universe has a habit of snapping the trap shut on the people who set it, turning their own plans into the rope that tightens around their future. That's not magic, and it's not superstition. It's cause and effect. It's the way life protects the people who walk with purpose and punishes the ones who try to poison them. Here's a fact you probably never heard, but you've seen it happen. People who plan against others are 3 times more likely to destroy themselves through stress, obsession, paranoia, or the chaos they create. That's straight human psychology. When someone focuses on harming you, they stop focusing on their own life. Their health tanks. Their relationships fail. Their mind becomes their enemy. Their energy becomes unstable. They drown in their own negativity. And here's the wild part. That probability jumps even higher when the person they target is someone the universe actually protects. Someone who didn't harm them. Someone who was just existing, growing, glowing, doing their best. Someone who is chosen for a bigger purpose. Chosen one. The moment they aimed at you, their expiration date began ticking. Now, before we go deeper, let me say this. Thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe, because this message needs to reach more souls. It's on all of us to help spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force bigger than you know. Now let's get right back to what matters. The truth is simple. The universe doesn't stay silent when a chosen one is attacked. You might feel alone during the storm, but trust me, the universe is already setting up the consequences in the background. The same people who tried to break you are going to break themselves trying. The same people who tried to dim your light are going to burn themselves touching it. They stepped into a battlefield they weren't built for, targeting someone who carries a weight they can't understand. People love to confuse kindness with weakness. They look at your empathy and assume you're fragile. They watch your silence and assume you're scared. But what they never realize is that your calmness comes from alignment. Your restraint comes from purpose. Your silence isn't fear. It's the universe whispering, "Don't waste your energy, I've got this." Every lie they told about you, every jab they made behind your back, every trap they set, hoping you'd fall into it. You didn't even have to respond. The universe was already responding for you. Every ugly plan they designed came with a hidden timer, and the moment they launched it, the countdown to their collapse began. You ever notice how the people who go after you end up exposing themselves? They fall out with their own friends. They lose sleep. They keep talking about you long after you moved on. They become obsessed with proving something you never asked for. That's not an accident. That's not coincidence. That's the universe bending their actions back toward them like a boomerang. You are not the one who gets destroyed. They are. Because here's another hard fact. The universe always pulls energy back to its source. If they send hate, it comes back to them. If they send lies, those lies circle until they choke the one who spread them. If they send darkness, that darkness becomes their home. That's why people who attack you always end up looking tired. Their face changes. Their life looks stuck. Their energy becomes messy. They age faster. They get careless. They start slipping, failing, losing the grip they thought they had. And you rise. You grow. You glow. Because you were never the problem. You were the trigger that exposed their true nature. Chosen one, listen closely. These people aren't being punished because you're better than them. They're being punished because they tried to block a path the universe already cleared for you. They tried to interfere with a mission that isn't theirs. They tried to dim a light that wasn't given to them. When they came for you, they crossed a line they were never supposed to touch. Your existence alone threatens them. Not because you harmed them, but because your presence exposes their insecurity. Your growth triggers their jealousy. Your strength exposes their weakness. Your resilience highlights their fragility. Instead of fixing themselves, they tried to fix their discomfort by tearing you down. But the universe doesn't reward that behavior. It corrects it. You ever see someone try to ruin you, only to ruin themselves worse? That's not karma. That's alignment. That's the universe putting everything back in its proper place. You go up, they go down. You move on. They're forced to sit in the mess they created. You grow into your potential. They shrink into the consequences of their choices. The more they tried to harm you, the faster they accelerated their own downfall. The universe watches intentions, not excuses. It sees who started the fire. It sees who poured gasoline on it. It sees who tried to pull you into chaos. And when they refuse to stop, the universe steps in and stops them forcefully. Some people don't learn with warnings. They learn with consequences. And attacking a chosen one is one of the fastest ways to meet those consequences. Chosen one, you were never in danger. They were. You were never losing. They were. You were never being destroyed. They were destroying themselves, trying to destroy you. Remember this. When someone tries to bury a chosen one, they bury themselves instead. That's the rule of the universe. That's the law they triggered. That's the fate they sealed the moment they saw your light and chose to fight it. And now you're here, rising, healing, stepping into your path, while they deal with the storm they created with their own hands. What they're trying to do to you is going to get them hurt, exposed, and eventually destroyed. Not because you wished it, not because you forced it, but because the universe refuses to let harm touch someone it's guiding. You are protected because you have purpose, and they will fall because they tried to interfere with it. And thank you, chosen one, for showing up. You being here isn't random. It means you've felt it too. The pressure, the attacks, the weird silence from people who used to praise you but now act like you're the problem. That's not coincidence. That's them realizing they can't control you. And the universe doesn't let that slide. So if you've made it this far into the message, you're meant to hear what's coming next. Stick around, because we're about to walk through this step by step, and you'll start to see the whole picture. Drop a comment with 777 if you're done being quiet about your power. And if this message hits something deep inside you, consider showing love through a super thanks. Every ounce of energy you give, even if it's just 1 cent, helps push this mission further. It's not just support. It's a signal to the universe that this truth matters, that this movement matters, that you matter. You're not just a viewer, you're part of the force waking people up. So thank you for carrying this light with us. Now let's dig even deeper into what's really going on, and why it's going to destroy the ones who tried to destroy you. Let's get into it. Number 1. They threw dirt. Now they're drowning in mud. When you spit venom at the chosen, don't be shocked when you choke on it first. They thought they could bury you with hate. They thought they could curse your name and walk away untouched. But here's the catch. The universe doesn't run on ignorance. It runs on consequences. And every ounce of bitterness, envy, sabotage, and deceit they flung at you didn't just vanish into the air. It collected, it multiplied. It turned into a force far more venomous than what they ever intended, and it's circling back to rip them apart from the inside out. See, the universe isn't slow, it's strategic. It waits until the enemy's pride is at its peak, and then it delivers the blow. That's what's happening now. They're standing at the edge of a cliff they built themselves, brick by brick, insult by insult, lie by lie, and the ground underneath them is starting to crack. Why? Because they didn't realize that when you mess with someone who's in alignment with truth, with purpose, with the universal flow of justice, you don't just throw a punch, you sign your own destruction slip. Energy mirrors intention, and when their intention is to break you, humiliate you, sabotage your peace, they're not throwing stones, they're launching boomerangs. Those boomerangs don't just return, they evolve. They come back sharper, faster, and more brutal. That's not karma. That's cosmic correction, and when it hits harder than their petty minds could ever prepare for. Here's what they'll never admit out loud. They're haunted. Haunted by your calm, your rise, your survival. Because you weren't supposed to make it. You weren't supposed to get back up. But you did. And that's what's killing them. Not the universe. Not you. Their own bitterness is rotting them from within. You're not just a survivor. You're their reminder that cruelty didn't win. You became the living proof that every trap they set only made you sharper. You turned their darkness into your training ground. And now, every fake smile, every hidden jab, every whispered rumor, it's all echoing back into their lives as chaos they can't control. Let's get real. Why do they keep watching you? Why do they still mention your name in rooms you've never walked into? Because they're obsessed with the outcome they couldn't stop. They thought destroying you would fill the emptiness inside them. But instead of power, they got exposed. Instead of dominance, they got desperation. Instead of applause, they got silence. Because no matter how loud they screamed, the universe listened to intention. And their intent was dirty. They thought your downfall would be their rise, but now they're choking on the very energy they created. And the more they try to fix it, the deeper they sink. That's the mirror effect. You spit poison at a chosen one? You better hope you're immune when it rains back on you, because chosen ones don't get hit the same. You're built with spiritual firewalls. Their hate bounces off you like a tennis ball slamming into a brick wall. And when it rebounds, it's carrying all their inner demons with it. That's what makes this so poetic. They didn't just hate you, they hated the light in you that reminded them of everything they'll never be. They hated your peace because it exposed their chaos. They hated your strength because it showed them how weak they really are. And so they lashed out. But the universe doesn't operate on emotion, it operates on truth. And the truth is, they chose the war. You just stayed standing. So now they're watching their own life fall apart in slow motion. Relationships crumble, opportunities vanish, health declines, peace gone. And deep down, they know why. It's not a curse, it's not magic, it's the raw, brutal law of return. They made themselves a weapon and ended up self-destructing, all while you, the one they tried to break, walk forward untouched, unstoppable, and upgraded. Because here's the part that stings the most. You never had to lift a finger. You never had to retaliate. You stayed focused. You stayed grounded. You let the universe do the heavy lifting. And now they're the ones carrying the weight of everything they sent your way. That's what happens when you mess with someone chosen. You don't just risk backlash, you guarantee it. Not because of revenge, not because of ego, but because the universe protects balance. And attacking the chosen is the quickest way to trigger that correction. So keep your head high. Watch them spiral while you elevate, because they started the fire. But you became the flame that burned their entire mask off. They thought they could bury you, but now they're the ones gasping for air in the pit they dug. And the most brutal part, they still don't realize it was never about you. It was always them versus their own reflection. And the mirror never lies. Number 2. The universe doesn't miss. It strikes with precision, not permission. You don't need to clap back. The universe already has a bullet with their name on it. They thought they were slick, thought they could slither through the shadows, whisper lies, manipulate stories, and throw dirt at your name without consequence. But what they didn't realize is this: when you're chosen, the universe doesn't play defense. It plays assassin. It doesn't swing wildly. It doesn't throw tantrums. It waits, it watches, and when the time is right, it delivers a strike so precise, so personal, so devastating. It feels like the universe reached inside their chest and ripped out everything they ever held dear. This isn't random. This isn't luck. This isn't just how life goes. This is surgical justice, tailor-made for them, calculated, clean, and unrelenting. The punishment doesn't just fit the crime, it reveals it. Every lie they spoke, echoing back now as isolation. Every trap they set, they're stuck in it. Every smear campaign has turned into a spotlight on their true character. And the irony, it's brutal, because the very thing they use to try to break you, their words, their plots, their manipulation, is now the very noose tightening around their own neck. You can't sabotage a chosen one without drilling your own flaw open. Imagine this: someone planting a bomb, confident they're about to blow up your peace, your reputation, your progress. They smile as they walk away, but what they didn't know is the timer was reversed. That device was set to blow in their direction, and the universe just stood back, arms crossed, letting them write their own ending in bold ink. You didn't have to touch it. You didn't have to fight dirty. You just had to survive. And that alone was the trigger. A question might creep into your mind right now. Why didn't the universe stop them earlier? Why let it get this far? But here's the truth. Sometimes the universe doesn't interrupt the villain, because it's setting up the perfect fall. It lets them run wild, build their ego, puff their chest. Why? So when they fall, everyone sees it. So the damage is poetic, public, precise, permanent. Another gut punch for them. They thought they were in control. That's the funniest part. They thought their little schemes, their gossip circles, their fake kindness with hidden knives were going unnoticed, but every step they took against you was recorded. Not in your mind, in the energy field around you. And that field, it responds. Not emotionally, not with vengeance, but with chilling accuracy. The punishment always hits where it hurts the most. Imagine someone who tries to ruin your career ends up losing their job in front of everyone. Someone who mocked your pain ends up crying in silence with no one to hear them. Someone who tried to isolate you ends up abandoned by their closest friends. That's not coincidence. That's cosmic surgery. The universe doesn't throw punches. It slices through the exact nerve they thought you didn't know about. When the universe claps back, it doesn't miss. It cuts the mask and the face beneath it. Let's make this even more brutal. These people, these enemies, these cowardly snakes, they didn't think you'd still be standing. That's why they acted bold, because they banked on your silence, your breakdown, your disappearance. But here you are, breathing, thriving, glowing, and it's messing with them in ways they can't admit. They don't understand how you're still here, still chosen, still protected. It haunts them, and the more they obsess over why their attacks didn't work, the more their lives unravel behind the scenes. Here's another fact they never saw coming. The punishment doesn't always come loud. Sometimes the strike is invisible. It shows up in anxiety, insomnia, mental breakdowns, unexplainable bad luck. Their mind becomes the battlefield, and the universe lets them destroy themselves from the inside. While they're busy watching your life, theirs is collapsing like a building with termites in every beam, quiet, slow, unavoidable. Ever seen someone lose everything but still pretend they're winning? That's them now, and you'll recognize it. Their tone changes, their eyes dull, the fake confidence becomes forced. They can't fake it like they used to. Because that precision strike from the universe doesn't just break things, it exposes everything they built on lies, their money, their image, their social circle. All of it starts to rot. And no matter how hard they try to cover it up, the stench of karma follows. You can't destroy someone built by pain and protected by purpose. Let's answer another silent question you might be holding. But why do I still feel the pain while they seem fine? Simple. Because your pain was the warning siren. Theirs is the silence before the crash you were healing. They were hiding. And healing looks messy, but destruction looks quiet until the collapse. Don't mistake the delay for escape. The universe isn't late, it's lining up the shot. And when that shot lands, it doesn't just shake their world, it confirms yours. You'll look back and see how everything they tried to use against you became your building blocks. Their hate made you stronger. Their betrayal taught you boundaries. Their rejection carved out your self-worth. Every evil they aimed at you got rerouted into your transformation, and while they sink in the storm they created, you walk through fire with not a scar, but a blueprint. Because here's the sickest part. They created the storm that crowned you, and now they're watching you rise while they drown in the flood they summoned. That's the part that kills them. Not just that you made it, but that their own actions made you. So don't waste time trying to explain yourself. Don't waste breath warning them. Don't chase closure or justice with your bare hands. The universe has already drawn the map. The fall is happening. The hit is landing. The silence around them isn't peace, it's pressure. And eventually it will crack them wide open. They laughed at your pain, they mocked your struggle, they celebrated your setbacks. But now they can't laugh. Their joy tastes like ash, their smiles are rehearsed, their shadows are screaming, and all you did was survive. All you did was stay aligned. That's all it ever took. That's what the universe responds to. So if you're sitting here wondering if it's working, if justice is coming, know this: it's already in motion. You might not hear it, but they do, every day, every night, in the silence, in the losses, in the fear they won't speak out loud. Justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the whisper that keeps them awake at 3 a.m. And that, chosen one, is your confirmation. You were never unprotected. You were never alone. You were always the threat. They just didn't know it until the universe showed them, piece by piece, what happens when you go to war with someone backed by precision. Not revenge, not chaos, not hate. Just pure, undeniable, cold-blooded, universal correction. Now let's keep going. The story's not done yet. Number 3. You burn their darkness before it touches you. Their poison doesn't kill you. Your presence kills their poison. They hate you, not because you hurt them, but because you expose them without trying. You walk into a room and their lies tremble. Their games glitch. Their fake confidence cracks like thin ice under real weight. You're the antidote they never asked for, the cure that ruins their entire disease, and the universe made you that way on purpose. You didn't choose this role. Your energy did. Imagine a toxin flooding the system. Everyone else gets infected. But you step in, and suddenly the whole poison starts breaking apart. Not because you swing back, not because you fight dirty, but because the frequency you carry can't be infected. That alone drives them insane. They can lie to others, but they can't lie around you. They can fake strength, but they can't fake it in your presence. They can manipulate the world, but the moment they try it on you, it's like punching smoke. Nothing lands. Your existence is the test. They always fail. Now here's what messes with their head the most. Every time they attack you, they speed up their own downfall. Imagine them trying to poison a river, not realizing you are the filter. Everything they throw only exposes their contamination. Every jab they take reveals more of their insecurity. Every plan they make turns into a mirror showing their weakest parts, and they can't stand it. Because deep down, they know you didn't have to do anything. Their hatred destroys them faster than you ever could. You might wonder, why do they obsess over me if I'm not even doing anything to them? Simple. Because your energy threatens everything they built on fraud, jealousy, and manipulation. You don't just survive what they send, you neutralize it. You turn their poison into lessons. You turn their attacks into breakthroughs. You turn their darkness into fuel. Trying to take you down is like trying to drown fire. All it does is make the steam burn hotter. They wanted to weaken you, but every attempt made you stronger. They wanted you unstable, but every blow revealed their instability. They wanted you broken, but your resilience broke them, and that's the tragic comedy of it all. Their obsession with your downfall becomes the very reason they crumble. You are the antidote. They are the virus, and the universe already chose the winner. Number 4. They drank the poison meant for you. You were just living. They were the ones overdosing on your existence. Obsession isn't flattery. It's a slow suicide. And when someone becomes obsessed with a chosen one, they don't realize they've triggered their own collapse. At first, it looks like curiosity, watching your every move, checking your silence, studying your glow. But it spirals fast. Jealousy turns into obsession, and that obsession turns into a full-time job, one that pays them in pain, paranoia, and loss. You didn't ask to be their fixation. But once you became their target, they stopped living for themselves. Their only mission: watch you, beat you, break you. And that's exactly how they broke themselves. Imagine this: a snake biting steel, convinced its venom will melt it. All it gets is a shattered jaw. That's them. Their hatred was the weapon, their obsession was the fuse, and now they're sitting in the fallout of a war they created and lost. You're not the one burning. You're the one rising while they sink into the fire they lit. They can't focus, can't rest, can't love. Their mind loops your name like a broken record, and every time they fail to shake your presence, it chips away at what little peace they had left. You became their compass, even when they're lost. They can't move on. They don't want to heal, because the pain of your success is louder than the comfort of their own life. And here's the kicker. The more they stare at you, the less they see themselves. That's why their relationships collapse, their self-worth shatters, their energy drains. They're not living anymore. They're just watching and dying inside. You weren't their downfall. Their obsession with you was. You didn't touch them. You didn't curse them. You just kept rising. And the higher you went, the more they self-destructed. Because what eats them alive isn't what you did. It's what you didn't need to do to keep winning. That's the death they can't stop. A silent, self-inflicted one, and it's all because they couldn't let you go. Number 5, they dug a grave and fell in head first. The chosen don't need to fight. The enemy is always busy walking into their own trap. They really thought they had it all figured out, thought their little whispers, secret alliances, and hidden moves were gonna break you. But here's the reality they never saw coming. While they were plotting your downfall, they were digging their own grave. And the universe, it watched, it waited, and it smiled, because it didn't just protect you, it used your name, your pain, your silence as bait. They weren't hunting you, they were being lured. See, the universe is the coldest trap setter. It doesn't chase, doesn't scream, doesn't flinch. It just sits back and lets them build their own coffin, one lie at a time. It's poetic, because every time they thought, I got them now, they were actually stepping deeper into the hole. That's how the universe works for the chosen. It doesn't just defend you, it exposes them. Slowly, strategically, brutally. Imagine this. A spider thinks it's crawling toward prey, but the web it steps into, it's been there the whole time, invisible, silent, waiting. That's what happened here. Their ego was the bait, their pride was the trigger. And the moment they got too confident, too loud, too sure, snap, the trap closed. Not because you retaliated, not because you fought back, but because the universe doesn't play with the protected. It lets the enemy climb high, so their fall is loud enough for everyone to hear. And now, their mask is slipping. The support they had is disappearing. Their lies are unraveling. They're standing in a storm they swore was meant for you, and it's poetic justice. Because what they meant to destroy you became their destruction. While you rise untouched, they're choking on the very dirt they tried to throw. They thought they were the hunters. Turns out they were the bait. Number 6. They tried to shoot, but you were never in range. They aimed with hate, fired with ego, and still missed, because the chosen are never unprotected. They thought you were easy prey, just another name they could drag, another soul they could break. What they didn't realize is this. The moment they came for you, they were already at war with something way bigger than you. They weren't up against a person. They were up against protection they couldn't see, predict, or touch. And that's why they're losing their minds. Every move they made, blocked. Every shot they fired, backfired. Plans, dismantled before they even left the ground. Why? Because chosen ones don't walk around exposed. You're wrapped in layers of protection that confuse the enemy into thinking you're just lucky. It's not luck, it's alignment. The universe reroutes storms before they hit you. It closes doors they try to sneak through. It collapses rooms where your name's being dragged. They'll never understand how or why, but they feel it. That invisible resistance that chokes their every attempt. Imagine trying to stab someone through bulletproof glass. That's them. Their rage bounces back and bruises their own hand, and the more they swing, the more damage they take. not you, because what's guarding you isn't visible to the naked eye, but it's stronger than anything they've got in their arsenal. You were never standing alone. Energy shields, ancestral backup, divine timing that delays their attacks until they destroy themselves first. That's the armor they can't crack. They didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because you were never reachable. And that drives them insane. How is it possible that everything they try ends in failure? It's because your protection isn't loud. It's lethal in silence. You don't need to see it to know it's there. You feel it every time you walk away, untouched. And they feel it every time they try and crumble under their own hate. Let them keep guessing. Let them keep failing, because you were shielded before they ever aimed. Number 7, they trespassed where demons fear to walk. Hurting a chosen one isn't bold, it's suicidal. You don't stab lightning and expect to walk away clean. They thought you were just another target, another person they could manipulate, disrespect, and discard like trash. But what they didn't know, or refused to believe, is that coming for you isn't like messing with anyone else. You're not regular ground, you're sacred territory. And when they stepped toward you with dirty hands and wicked hearts, they didn't just start a fight, they committed a spiritual crime. Chosen ones carry a frequency that disrupts darkness. That energy doesn't just make you different, it makes you dangerous to the wrong ones. You were set apart, not for ego, but for impact. Your presence shakes what's fake, burns through lies, and exposes rot. And because of that, the universe doesn't just protect you, it claims you. You're marked. And that mark? It's invisible to you, but terrifyingly clear to the forces that matter. The second someone moves against you, that energy field activates like an alarm system wired to cosmic justice. Imagine someone breaking into a vault that's been sealed by time, spirit, and legacy, thinking they'll steal something and walk away rich. They don't even make it past the door. The curse kicks in the second they touch it. That's what happened when they tried you. Their downfall didn't start later. It started the moment they aimed at you. They violated something sacred, and the universe doesn't hand out warnings for that. It hands out consequences. You weren't just a mistake they made. You were the line they should have never crossed. Now look at them. Peace, gone. Health, shaking. Connections, breaking. Every piece of their life turning to dust because they disrespected a path that wasn't theirs to touch. And they'll try to spin the story, pretend you did something. But truth doesn't need defending. It reveals itself in silence. You were always protected, always covered, always chosen. They didn't lose because you fought back. They lost because they went to war with something they couldn't see and could never defeat. Number 8. They fall apart. Exactly how they built their hate, piece by piece. The universe doesn't destroy your enemies in one blow. It takes them apart slowly, so they feel every crack they caused. They thought getting rid of you would be simple, quick, clean. But the universe never lets the downfall of a chosen one's enemy happen all at once. No, it lets them crumble in layers, the same way they layered lies, envy, and malice against you. It's poetic, really. They built their attacks step by step, and the universe tears their world down step by step, slow enough for them to understand what's happening, brutal enough that they can't escape it. First thing to disappear, their peace. Imagine someone trying to sleep on broken glass. Every turn cuts them more. That's their mind now, restless, paranoid, overthinking your name, your silence, your rise. They can't meditate, can't distract themselves, can't breathe without feeling the pressure of what they caused. Their thoughts become a prison cell with no windows, and the universe locks the door from the outside. Next layer to collapse, their connections. It's wild how fast people disappear from their life. The same friends who hyped up their schemes vanish. The partners who believed their lies walk away. Fake allies crumble like wet paper. Suddenly, they're alone. The very thing they wanted for you. They wanted your isolation and ended up drowning in theirs. Every relationship becomes fragile. Every bond turns shaky. Every lie they told starts boomeranging back and exposing them. They thought they were building an army. Turns out they were building exits. Then comes the part they fear most, their physical and emotional breakdown. Stress hits their body like a disease. Sleep deprivation turns their face hollow. Their health stumbles. Their energy drains. Their reputation, it evaporates. People see the cracks. People whisper. People distance themselves. The same way they tried to destroy your image, the universe wipes theirs clean off the map, and they feel it in their chest, in their bones, in their everyday life. They're not unlucky, they're unraveling. Imagine a tower collapsing one floor at a time. That's them. They feel every drop, every consequence, every piece of karma sliding into place. Not because you sought revenge, not because you fought back, but because the universe hits in layers, so the lesson sinks deep. What they built on hate collapses under truth. Always. By the time the final layer falls, all that's left inside them is regret. Heavy, choking regret. The kind that doesn't fade. The kind that stains. And here's the real twist that haunts them. Every piece they lost was a piece they put at risk the moment they came for you. They didn't just reap what they sowed. They're living in the rubble of their own choices, one layer at a time. Number 9. They pulled the trigger, but the bullet turned around. The harder they come for you, the deeper they bury themselves, because fighting destiny is like punching the ocean. They think they're fighting you. They think this is personal, like their attacks, rumors, and backstabbing are shaking your foundation. But here's the harsh truth they don't want to accept. They're not fighting you. They're at war with a force that doesn't flinch, and the more they push against it, the more it crushes them. Every jab, every scheme, every fake smile with hidden venom. It just tightens the noose around their own neck. This isn't about revenge. This is about resistance. And what happens when you go up against something you were never meant to challenge? Chosen ones don't operate on the same level. You're wired into something higher. So when they step into the ring thinking it's a fair fight, they're already swinging at a brick wall. All they hit is themselves. And the irony, the more desperate they get to destroy you, the faster they fall apart. Imagine someone in quicksand, flailing harder and harder, convinced they can escape by fighting it, but every move just sinks them deeper. That's them. They're drowning in their own hate, but blaming your name for the weight. What they don't see is this. Their downfall isn't punishment. It's proof that some forces don't tolerate interference. Proof that messing with the chosen always costs more than they can afford. You can't stop a storm by screaming at it, and you can't beat fate by swinging blindly. They're losing sleep, losing trust, losing themselves. And the worst part, they don't even know how deep they are until it's too late, because judgment doesn't shout, it tightens quietly, relentlessly. And by the time they realize their war was unwinnable, the damage is already permanent. They thought they could outmaneuver fate. They thought you were just a stepping stone. Now they're stuck, slipping fast, while you rise untouched. Number 10. They punched the wind, and it hit back. They thought they were fighting you back, but they were throwing fists at the thunder. They came at you loud, bold, full of ego, convinced that if they hit hard enough, lied fast enough, or moved slick enough, they could take you down. But what they didn't realize, and what's now destroying them, is that they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the very forces that shaped you. Forces they can't see, can't predict, can't escape. They didn't start a petty grudge. They triggered a storm they were never built to survive. You weren't chosen by accident. You weren't protected by coincidence. There's a structure around you, a force field crafted from every painful rebirth, every lesson, every spiritual upgrade you earned through fire. They mistook your silence for weakness, your calm for passivity. But silence is the language of power, and calm is what stands before a force that's about to collapse everything false in its path. Imagine someone shadowboxing in a hurricane, swinging, yelling, flailing, completely unaware that the wind doesn't even notice them. But the moment they touch a chosen one, that wind turns. That's what's happening now. They tried to override a blueprint that was designed before they were even aware of you. They tried to interrupt a destiny that was sealed, and every move they make, every insult, every scheme just shows how blind they truly are. They weren't fighting a person, they were provoking a system of justice that doesn't negotiate. And now they're realizing the truth, slowly, painfully, the delays in their life, the shattered plans, the mysterious blocks they can't explain. That's not bad luck. That's consequence. That's the universe pushing back, with no explanation, no warning, no mercy. You didn't have to respond. The energy responded for you. They crossed a line they couldn't see, and now the backlash is educating them in ways they can't ignore. Let them learn the hard way. You were never the battlefield. You were the trigger, and now the war they started is swallowing them. Number 11. You're the mirror that breaks their illusions. You didn't ruin them. You revealed them. And the truth is what shattered their mask. You don't even have to speak. Just your presence sends ripples through people's lives, because chosen ones don't walk into rooms quietly. They shift the atmosphere. You're not here to entertain. You're here to expose. You walk in, and suddenly people feel things they've been avoiding. Insecurities flare up, masks slip. Hidden motives crawl out from under the surface like bugs in sunlight. That's the power you carry, and that's why they either love you or can't stand you. There's no middle. You're a walking mirror, and mirrors don't lie. You don't have to confront people. Your existence does, and that's terrifying for the ones who've built their lives around illusions. You force them to face what they've buried. For some, it sparks change. For others, it sparks chaos. But either way, you trigger transformation, redemption, or destruction, healing or unraveling. Something always happens after you. Imagine someone looking into a mirror for the first time in years. No filters, no lies, just raw reflection. That's what your energy does to people. They either use it to clean themselves up, or they smash the mirror and curse it for showing them the truth. And that's the thing. You didn't break them. You just showed them who they already were. And once that truth is out, there's no going back. Your energy doesn't destroy people. Their denial does. You're not here to play small so others stay comfortable. You were built to wake people up, even if they hate you for it, and the ones who can't handle it. They'll call you the villain, but deep down they know. You were the catalyst. You were the turning point. You were the storm that stripped away the fake and forced them to either evolve or collapse. So stop apologizing for shaking foundations. That's what I want to do. Number 12. The clock always strikes. And when it does, it ends them. They thought they were winning, but the universe was just letting them dig their grave with a golden shovel. It always looks like they're getting away with it in the beginning. They laugh, they gloat, they mock you like they've won the war. But that's not victory, that's delay, the calm before the storm. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't rush. It times everything down to the last breath. And when the clock finally strikes, it doesn't come with noise, it comes with precision. Quiet, ruthless, final. They confuse silence with safety. They think because you haven't clapped back, they're safe. But you were never the one keeping score. The universe was every lie, every betrayal, every dagger they threw behind your back. All of it logged, sealed, and scheduled for judgment. And when that moment hits, it won't be dramatic, it'll be surgical. What looked like stability will collapse in minutes. Relationships will turn to dust, peace will vanish. Reputation, gone. That's what happens when divine timing decides it's done waiting. Imagine watching someone play a game, smug and arrogant, while the ground beneath them is quietly cracking. That's them. They thought the silence meant they won, but in reality, they've been living on borrowed time. And the debt's about to be collected. The universe doesn't skip justice, it just lets the rope tighten. You don't need revenge, you don't need to prove a thing. Your silence was never weakness, it was trust. Trust in the forces watching over you. And now those forces are moving, slowly, deliberately. And when they strike, there won't be a second chance, because divine patience isn't passive, it's lethal. When it's time, it's over. So hold your ground, chosen one. You haven't been forgotten, you've been positioned. Everything they thought they stole from you will be returned, multiplied, and everything they built on your pain will collapse, brick by brick. Let them enjoy their illusion. Because when that clock hits zero, justice won't just knock, it'll level the entire house. They thought they could break you, but all they did was expose themselves. The universe doesn't forget, and trust me, their time is coming. You're not just surviving, chosen one, you're rising. Every setback was set up. Every attack was proof of your power. So keep standing tall and let the universe handle the cleanup. If this message hit you deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of the family yet, hit that subscribe button and join us. We speak truth, we move with power, and this is just the beginning. They didn't realize that picking a fight with you was like punching a flame. Now they're burning in a fire they started with their own hands. They thought they were slick, thought they could mark you as the villain and walk away untouched. They moved in shadows, threw stones, built lies, and clapped for your pain like it was entertainment. But now those same hands are catching heat. The same lies they spread are wrapping around their life like a noose. And they know they made the biggest mistake of their life by coming for you. Before we go any further, like this video, subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments if you know this message is your confirmation. When you interact with this video, you're helping push this message deeper into the algorithm, so more chosen ones, more spiritual warriors can find this and remember who they are. You're not just watching, you're activating. Now, let's get into it, because this isn't just a message, it's a reckoning. Chosen one making an enemy out of you will go down in history as their biggest mistake. You weren't the soft target they thought you were. You weren't fragile. You weren't forgettable. You were the test, and they failed. The universe gave them a chance to either respect your presence or suffer from their own ego, and they chose wrong. Horribly wrong. Because you were never just somebody. You were chosen, and that comes with protection they couldn't see until it was too late. Let's stop pretending like you don't know what I'm talking about. Let's stop acting like you haven't felt this shift. They're cracking. They're spiraling. The same people who laughed when you cried, their peace is now being ripped away piece by piece. The ones who plotted in silence are now the ones waking up with anxiety, paranoia, and unexplained chaos chasing them everywhere. That's not coincidence, that's correction. The universe doesn't forget. And you, chosen one, let's talk. Because while they underestimated you, you did too. You doubted your power. You questioned your value. You wondered if maybe it was all in your head. You kept trying to make peace with people who declared silent war on you. You made excuses for the spiritual attacks, emotional sabotage, and energetic envy. You told yourself, maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe it's just life. But deep down, you knew. You felt it in your bones, that pull, that pressure, that cosmic tension. And yet, you still asked, why me? Let me answer that for you, because you're not regular, because your light is too loud for people living in darkness, because your path was built in fire, and not everyone can survive the heat. They came for you thinking you were standing alone. But what they couldn't see was the force of the universe lining up behind you, protecting you like a vault. Every time they tried to push you off course, the universe adjusted your elevation. You were being shielded in ways they'll never understand. Now that energy is circling back, it haunts them. Your resilience haunts them. Your glow haunts them. Your ability to rise from rubble while they crumble from whispers destroys them. They thought they could break you and go live their best life, but instead they triggered their own breakdown, and they know it. That's why they're quiet now. That's why the ones who were loud with lies have gone silent with regret. Chosen one, how long will you keep forgetting who you are? How long will you keep doubting a power that even your enemies feared before you recognized it? They saw your glow before you did. That's why they tried to kill it. That's why they made you the target. Not because you were weak, but because they knew if you ever figured out who you truly are, they'd never be able to stand in your presence again. So, no, you're not imagining it. No, you're not being dramatic. And no, you're not overreacting. What's happening now? That's divine backlash. That's karma on autopilot. That's the universe defending what it always protected. You. So, before we go any further, if you know they made the biggest mistake by turning you into their enemy, drop 77 in the comments right now. That's not just a number. That's your signal to the universe that you've stepped into your power and you're no longer apologizing for the storm you bring. Like this video and subscribe, not just for you, but to make sure more chosen ones find this message. Every like pushes this truth further. Every share breaks another illusion. Let the world see what happens when the underestimated rise. Now let's dive into it, step by step, layer by layer, and believe me, if you're truly chosen, if they really did come for you thinking you'd fold, you're going to feel this message in your chest. This isn't just a story. It's the truth they hoped you'd never speak out loud. Number 1. They didn't make an enemy, they built a monument to their own failure. They didn't make an enemy. They built a monument to their own downfall, and now they have to walk past it every day, haunted by the truth that it was their own hands that carved it. They thought you were an easy target, a soft voice they could silence, a quiet spirit they could crush. But instead of ending you, they ignited something they couldn't control. Now they're learning the most painful truth of all. You weren't just a person. You were a shift in energy they never should have touched. They didn't just start drama. They initiated karma, because this wasn't a petty misunderstanding. This was intentional. They plotted, they poked, they manipulated, they played with your name like it was a game. Now their whole life is glitching like the lies they told. They're looking around, wondering why everything's falling apart, why doors are closing, why nothing is working, why the same energy they used to laugh at you has become the pressure sitting on their chest every single day. It's not punishment, it's return. And chosen one, don't act like you didn't feel it. You did. That internal fire that lit up every time they tried to dim you, that gut instinct that told you they were faking, even when they smiled in your face. That heaviness in your chest that whispered, "You're not crazy, you're being attacked." You weren't imagining it, you were sensing it, because your soul always knew. The universe was watching, and the scales would balance, not by your hands, but through energy. They turned you into the villain in their story to protect the lie they were living. They needed you to be the problem, so they didn't have to face the truth. But here's what they didn't account for. Truth doesn't need defending. It defends itself. Now the story is flipping. The same mouths that ran wild with gossip are silent. The same people who laughed at your pain are facing their own, 10 times worse, and they can't stop it. They can't post it away. They can't pretend it away. This isn't a social storm. This is an energetic collapse. It has your name written in the cause and theirs in the consequence. You were never just a random person they crossed. You were a soul on assignment. And when someone tries to sabotage what the universe is using, they don't win. They crash. When you go after a soul in alignment, don't be shocked when the ground beneath your plan gives way. The universe protects its investments. They set a trap like they were confident, but setting a trap in the middle of an earthquake only guarantees one thing: you both fall. But only one of you was built to rise from rubble, and it sure wasn't them. You know why they hate you so much? Because even after everything they threw, you're still here. Not just surviving, but transforming. Every insult became your fuel. Every betrayal sharpened your clarity. Every delay trained your endurance. They created a version of you even you didn't see coming. Now they're mad that the storm didn't break you, it built you. Number 2. You were their obsession. Now you're their collapse. You were their obsession, and now you're their collapse. They couldn't stop watching you, couldn't stop talking about you, couldn't stop thinking about you while pretending you didn't matter. They were studying you like a blueprint, smiling in public but seething in silence. They were addicted to your energy, even when they hated it, especially when they hated it. Because deep down, your light reminded them of everything they weren't, and that truth shredded their ego. While you were healing, they were scheming. While you were rebuilding yourself from scratch, they were busy gathering more fuel for the fire they hoped would consume you. But here's what they never understood. Your fire doesn't destroy you, it forges you. Every insult made you sharper, every betrayal made you wiser, every delay made you stronger. They thought they were watching your end, but they were witnessing your evolution. And now, that obsession they fed every day has become the very noose tightening around their fake peace. They gave your name more attention than their own goals. They built entire conversations, entire alliances, entire movements around you. They woke up thinking about how to twist your words and stayed up late trying to decode your moves. Meanwhile, everything they said they wanted, their dreams, their growth, their relationships, turned to dust. Why? Because you can't chase purpose and poison at the same time. And they chose poison. They thought slandering you would fill the void inside them, but it only made it grow. You ever wonder why they seem so pressed by your existence, so bothered by your progress, so obsessed with your energy? Because you had the courage to do what they couldn't. You faced your pain, you turned your wounds into wisdom, you built yourself in silence, and when you started to shine, they couldn't stand it. Your light exposed the cracks in their illusion. You weren't even trying to flex, you were just being. Still, your presence made them panic. Now look at them, exhausted, bitter, confused, watching you move forward while their own life feels like it's in reverse, watching your doors open while theirs are slamming shut. They put so much energy into watching your life, they forgot to live their own. They tried to copy your flow without understanding your foundation. They envied your healing without having the discipline to face their own trauma. Now they're stuck. Not because you did anything to them, but because the universe always corrects energy. You didn't have to clap back. You didn't have to expose them. You didn't have to stoop down and fight dirty. You just kept moving, and that movement is destroying them. Their entire identity was built around your failure, and now that you're thriving, they're crumbling because they don't know who they are without your name in their mouth. That's not karma, that's self-inflicted collapse. And let's address something real. Yes, you doubted yourself. Yes, you questioned your power. Yes, you wondered if you were the problem. When your name keeps getting twisted and passed around like gossip currency, it's easy to second-guess your light. It's easy to internalize their projections. But they weren't attacking you because you were wrong. They attacked you because you were real. Every time you elevated, they grew quieter, not because they were done, but because they were watching. Every time you succeeded, they felt it like a punch in the gut, not because you took anything from them, but because your progress made their stagnation louder. This is the part they never saw coming. They thought they could feed on your downfall forever, but you were never alone. The universe was standing with you, protecting you, preserving you, powering you. Now that same energy is folding back on them. The envy they threw out is swirling in their own homes now. The doubt they cast over your name is infecting their own reflection. They mocked your healing journey. Now they're choking on their own unhealed wounds. They called you crazy. Now they can't think straight. They said you were too sensitive. Now they're falling apart at the slightest pressure. That's not karma in the distance. That's karma right on time. So, chosen one, stop asking if you imagined it. You didn't. Stop wondering if they're still watching. They are. Stop doubting whether your growth has power. It does, because it's destroying the lies they built their identity on. You were never their enemy. You were their trigger. You reminded them of everything they had the chance to become, but were too scared to pursue. And now that you've become it anyway, without their approval, without their support, and without their permission, you've become the very collapse they can't outrun. You were their obsession, and now you're their consequence. The fall has only just begun. Number 3. They called you crazy. Now they can't sleep without checking if you've moved on. They called you crazy, but now they can't sleep without checking if you've moved on. They laughed when you cried. They labeled you unstable when you finally stood up for yourself. They twisted your reactions to their abuse into evidence for their lies. They told anyone who would listen that you were the problem, all while hiding the fact that they had been pulling the strings the entire time. They poked, they pushed, they gaslit, and the moment you flinched, they screamed, "See, I told you they were unhinged." They didn't just lie about you, they curated a version of you that fit their story. They didn't care about truth, they cared about image. Your pain became their proof. They took the deepest wounds you carried and used them like props in a performance designed to make them the victim and you the villain. But that show is over. The stage has collapsed, and now the only audience left is the one inside their head, and even that is turning on them. You were never crazy. You were reacting to madness. You were responding to manipulation. You were drowning in gaslight and still trying to breathe with grace. You were handed chaos and still trying to hold peace. And now that you've gone quiet, they're panicking. The silence they used to mock is now a mirror they can't escape. They can't scroll without checking for you. They can't post without wondering how you might interpret it. They can't sleep without wondering if you've moved on, or worse, if you've leveled up beyond their reach. They used to believe they had control. Now they realize they never did, because the one thing they feared most has happened. You stopped explaining yourself. They needed your reactions. That's how they kept their narrative alive. They needed you to scream, to cry, to fight so they could clip your emotions out of context and parade them as proof. But you starved them. You cut off their supply. You learned the most powerful lesson of all. Silence is louder than any lie, and now that silence is echoing through their mind like thunder in a cave, while you're out here healing, rising, evolving, they're stuck replaying scenes that no longer have your participation. They don't know who to lie to anymore. The people they convinced are starting to wake up. The mask is slipping, and they know it. Because even their own reflection doesn't buy the script anymore. Lies need maintenance. They need performance, attention, upkeep, and eventually even the liar forgets what's real. That's where they are now. Losing track of what they made up, tripping over timelines, backpedaling on their own fabrications. Their story is glitching because it wasn't built on truth. And truth, no matter how buried, always rises, just like you did. There was a time you questioned yourself. They pushed you so hard, so skillfully, that you actually started to believe maybe you were the one in the wrong. Maybe you overreacted. Maybe you were broken. You begged for clarity, pleaded for peace. You walked on eggshells in your own spirit, and they smiled while you crumbled, proud of the control they thought they had. But the universe saw everything. It never needed your proof. It needed your patience. And now it's returning every tear, every insult, every manipulation, not to you, but to them. That sleeplessness, that anxiety, that fear every time they hear your name. That's not guilt. That's exposure. They're being shown what they did, not through your words, but through their own unraveling. They called you crazy. Now they can't keep their mind still. They said you were obsessed. Now they can't stop stalking your peace. They told everyone you were bitter. Now they're the ones stuck in the past. They said you were unstable. Now they're collapsing over the very lies they built. And the worst part, they know you see it, you feel it, you know, and that knowing eats them alive. Chosen one, stop second-guessing your sanity. Stop revisiting old pain to see if maybe they were right. They weren't. They never were. What you felt was real. What you lived through was real. What they did was calculated. You're not crazy for responding to calculated harm with emotion. You weren't unstable. You were human. You were vulnerable in a world that punishes depth. You were real in a sea of performative faces. And that scared them, because people who live behind masks will always be terrified of those who don't need one. So no, you're not crazy, you're clear, you're grounded, you're done explaining pain to people who turned it into entertainment. Now that you've reclaimed your silence, your distance, your power, they're left with the only thing they truly deserve, the consequences of their own creation. This isn't about revenge, it's about restoration. The one who once laughed at your breakdown is now losing sleep over your breakthrough. Let them toss, let them scroll, let them wonder. You've moved on, and that silence is the loudest truth they've ever heard. Number 4. The same people who betrayed you are now begging for a glimpse of your energy. It's funny, isn't it? The same ones who ghosted you when you needed them, who smirked while you broke, who whispered your name like venom behind your back, are now watching you glow from a distance, praying for even a flicker of your attention. Once upon a time, you would have dropped everything to make them feel seen. Now, their messages sit on read, and that silence is poetic justice. They thought walking away from you would make you crawl. They thought replacing you would be easy. They thought you were disposable until they realized your presence was the source of their stability. Now they're surrounded by people who look alive but feel empty. They traded your loyalty for validation, and it's hitting them that validation doesn't hug back. The energy they mocked is now the same energy they crave just to function. What they didn't understand back then is that your energy wasn't regular. You didn't just enter their life, you shifted it. You brought alignment, peace, clarity. You reflected their potential back to them. And that scared them. Because loving you required honesty. And honesty burns people who are made of lies. So instead of facing themselves, they blamed you. They ran. They talked. They tried to bury your name, but now they can't bury the guilt. You want to know what karma really looks like? It's not some dramatic lightning bolt from the sky. It's waking up every day, realizing you lost access to something pure. It's scrolling through your life and seeing what peace looks like when it's no longer yours. It's watching you rise in silence while they're stuck explaining to everyone why they can't seem to get it together anymore. Now they hover around your energy like moths circling the flame they once mocked. They can't reach you, not because you're being cruel, but because the universe leveled your vibration beyond their frequency. You've evolved out of their reach. They're still trying to play checkers while you're moving like chess. You became unpredictable, untouchable, unbothered, and that terrifies them more than your rage ever did. They thought they'd moved on to something better, but now they're realizing they downgraded from a soul connection to background noise. You were never just somebody. You were the mirror that showed them who they could be. And when they broke that mirror, they shattered their own reflection. Now they're in rooms filled with attention, but starving for connection, surrounded by people who smile but don't care, laugh but don't listen. Every fake friend they chose over you is teaching them the lesson you tried to explain. Loyalty isn't loud. Energy doesn't lie. So let them scroll, let them watch, let them replay your story from the outside while pretending they don't care. That's their new reality, being spectators in a life they were once invited to build. They're haunted, not by what you did, but by what they destroyed. You were the blessing disguised as a person. They confused peace with boredom, love with control, loyalty with weakness. And now they understand what losing a real one actually feels like, not dramatic, just permanent. Number 5. They tried to break you. but you became the blueprint. They tried to break you, but instead they built the blueprint for your greatness. Every insult became part of your design. Every rejection, every smear campaign, every betrayal, it all became data for your reconstruction. They thought they were destroying you, but they were handing you the schematics to build a version of yourself that couldn't be destroyed again. They underestimated the resilience of someone who has nothing left to lose. You stopped fighting for approval, and that's when everything changed. You realized your peace was more powerful than their chaos. You learned that indifference is the ultimate revenge. They wanted you emotional, reactive, unhinged, but you mastered stillness. You started moving with strategy, not sensitivity. Now they're confused. You used to explain yourself. You used to chase closure. You used to plead for understanding. Now you just smile. And that silence burns more than any argument ever could. They can feel the shift. They know they don't have access to your spirit anymore. You outgrew their manipulation like a snake shedding dead skin. You stopped trying to prove your worth, and in doing so, you exposed how worthless their games were. You became the thing they never expected, proof that pain doesn't always produce victims. Sometimes it creates visionaries. You stopped being reactive and started being refined. You stopped surviving and started strategizing. Every setback became scaffolding for your comeback. And let's be honest, that's what really eats them alive. You weren't supposed to make it. You weren't supposed to rebuild. You weren't supposed to smile again, love again, thrive again. But you did, quietly, relentlessly. You did it while they were busy performing happiness for strangers online. Now, you're the template. The same people who laughed at your struggle are taking notes from your glow-up. They're mimicking your moves, stealing your phrases, copying your piece, and still not getting it right. Because your energy wasn't learned, it was earned. It came from the trenches of pain, from the nights you cried yourself into clarity. They don't understand that what makes you powerful isn't what you have, it's what you've endured. You were tempered in rejection, refined in isolation, and reborn in silence. That's why your presence hits different now. You don't need validation, you are validation. They'll try to convince people you changed. And they're right, you did. You changed from someone who tolerated disrespect into someone who demands peace, from someone who begged to be seen into someone who doesn't care who's watching. From someone who tried to prove their worth into someone who embodies it effortlessly. They broke you, thinking that would end your story. Instead, it started your legend. And now, every version of you that rises is a reminder to them that you don't destroy chosen ones, you just trigger their transformation. Number 6. Their biggest regret was thinking you needed them. Their biggest regret wasn't losing you, it was realizing you never actually needed them. They built their confidence on your loyalty. They felt powerful because you cared. They fed on your empathy like it was oxygen, mistaking your patience for dependency. They thought you couldn't function without them, that you'd collapse the second they withdrew their attention. But the moment you walked away and didn't look back, their illusion shattered. You were never the weak one. You were the anchor. You were the energy source that kept everything in their life from falling apart. You were the reason they felt important, seen, desired. And when you pulled your energy back, it exposed the emptiness they were hiding behind arrogance. Suddenly, the spotlight they thought was on them vanished, because it was always yours to begin with. They used to think your love was a privilege they could toy with. They didn't realize your love was the ecosystem that made their world function. You made them feel relevant. You gave their chaos purpose. You gave their ego someone to impress. And when you stopped participating, they had to face the truth. They were nothing without an audience. You were never addicted to them. They were addicted to your presence. That's why they keep orbiting your energy like lost satellites, trying to find a signal. That's why they keep posting things they hope you'll see. That's why they keep bringing up your name even when they swear they've moved on. It's all noise to fill the void you left. They can't stand the idea that you're thriving without them. They can't handle seeing you laugh again, sleep peacefully, glow naturally. Because to them, your healing is an insult. Your silence is disrespect. Your peace is proof that everything they told themselves about being better off without you was a lie. Here's the cruel truth. They thought they broke you, but they only exposed how self-sufficient you really are. You rebuilt your peace without their apology. You found joy without their validation. You rose without their help. You became the version of yourself they secretly feared you'd become, the one that doesn't need anyone to feel complete. Now they're trapped in a paradox. They can't stand you, but they can't stop checking for you. They're jealous of your detachment, haunted by your silence, and confused by your glow. They wanted to watch you chase them forever. Instead, they're watching you ascend into a version of life that doesn't include them at all. And that's what hurts most. You stopped trying to prove anything. You stopped trying to be understood. You stopped begging to be chosen. You realized you already were. The moment you accepted that, the entire dynamic flipped. Now, they're chasing closure while you're chasing peace. They're trying to replace your energy, and every attempt ends in failure, because what you brought wasn't replaceable. It was rare, the kind of energy that doesn't compete, doesn't perform, doesn't pretend, the kind of love that leaves a void when it walks away. They told everyone you needed them. Now they're explaining to everyone why they can't stop thinking about you. They mocked your healing. Now they're the ones breaking down. They bragged about moving on. Now they're stuck replaying memories they can't delete. That's not coincidence. That's consequence. So don't waste time wondering if they regret it. They do, every single day, because they didn't just lose a person. They lost access to the version of themselves they only felt safe being when you were around. You were never the one in need. You were the one holding everything together, and when you left, their whole world reminded them who the real foundation was. Number 7. You didn't just survive. You became the lesson. Let's get one thing straight. You didn't survive what they did. You transcended it. You didn't crawl out of the fire. You walked through it, built an empire in the ashes, and came out with your crown polished by the flames. They thought they were teaching you a lesson by abandoning you, by mocking you, by trying to replace you. But the lesson wasn't for you. It was for them. You were the teacher the whole time. They thought breaking you would humble you. Instead, it humbled them. They thought taking their energy away would stop your growth. Instead, it forced you to find your own power source. They thought ending things on their terms meant they had control. Instead, the ending became your awakening. You didn't just heal, you evolved. You stopped chasing apologies and started chasing alignment. You stopped replaying the past and started redesigning your future. You stopped trying to make people understand your pain and decided to let your peace speak louder than any explanation. That's not survival, that's mastery. And now, you've become the walking embodiment of karma. Your existence is the full circle moment they can't escape. Every good thing that happens to you echoes in their mind as proof that they were wrong. Every new win you post, every moment you smile, every day you breathe in peace, it reminds them they underestimated the wrong one. You are the evidence that divine timing is real, that energy always returns, that pain can't stop purpose. You are the reminder that when the universe is protecting someone, no betrayal can destroy them. It only redirects them. They thought you'd fade. You flourished. They thought you'd break. You built. They thought they'd forget you. Now they can't go a day without feeling your energy haunting every silent corner of their guilt. That's the power of a chosen one. You don't just survive the betrayal, you become the proof that betraying you was the downfall. They wanted to make a villain out of you, but history's writing you as the blueprint. So let them watch, let them regret, let them live in the shadow of what they lost. Because you didn't just walk away, you became the storm that taught them to never underestimate light again. You are the closure, you are the justice, you are the karmic mirror they'll never escape. And from this point forward, the universe will keep reminding them, you were never the problem, you were the prophecy. Number 8. The universe watched it all, and it's balancing the scales. You didn't have to lift a finger, you didn't have to plot, expose, or retaliate, because the universe was watching, taking notes, and waiting for the perfect time to return the energy they threw your way. Every tear, every lie, every betrayal, all of it was logged, and now the scales are finally tipping. What's happening to them isn't bad luck. It's accountability. It's divine order correcting an imbalance they thought they got away with. For a while, it looked like they were winning. They were laughing while you were breaking. They were celebrating while you were rebuilding. They were stacking lies like trophies, proud of how easily they fooled the crowd. But that's the thing about illusion. It doesn't last. When the truth shows up, it doesn't knock, it kicks the door in. The same mouths that gossiped about you are now being talked about. The same people who mocked your faith are now praying for peace. The same energy they used to attack you is now suffocating them. You can see it in their faces. The confusion, the stress, the sudden paranoia. That's not random. That's energy being returned to sender. And while they're unraveling, you're glowing in a way that can't be faked. Your peace became your armor. Your silence became your revenge. You're living proof that when you let the universe handle your enemies, it doesn't just protect you, it elevates you. The irony? They called you dramatic. They told everyone you were overreacting. Now they're living in the same chaos they accused you of causing. They thought they could throw darkness at you and stay untouched. But when you throw poison at light, the only thing that gets contaminated is your own soul. You didn't have to wish for revenge. You became the proof that balance exists. Every time you chose peace instead of retaliation, the universe multiplied your blessings. Every time you kept quiet instead of clapping back, the energy you saved turned into momentum. That's why you're rising so fast now, because you didn't waste your spirit trying to fix people who were never going to apologize. Now the universe is humbling them one coincidence at a time. They're losing things they bragged about. They're facing the same rejection they dished out. They're being ignored by the very people they once used to make you jealous. And the worst part? They know it's connected to how they treated you. They can feel it. This isn't just karma. It's education. It's the universe teaching them that when you touch a chosen one, you touch divine order. And divine order doesn't miss. It might move slow, but it never forgets. So don't look back. Don't pity them. They need this lesson more than they ever needed your forgiveness. You were the test, and they failed it miserably. Now the universe is grading their behavior in public. And the report card reads, "You messed with the wrong soul." Stay still, stay quiet, keep glowing. The light doesn't chase, it attracts. You've become the living proof that peace always wins in the end. Number 9. Their ego is breaking under the weight of your glow-up. Let's be honest, your glow-up wasn't just a comeback. It was a broadcasted miracle. You didn't just rise, you redefined what rising looks like, and the people who used to call you too much now whisper that you've changed. Of course you did. You had to. You were never meant to stay in the mud with people who built their self-worth on dragging others down. Now they're choking on the sight of your evolution. Your peace triggers them. Your smile irritates their spirit. The life they said you'd never have is now the exact one they can't stop watching. They scroll through your wins, pretending they're unbothered, but their jealousy is showing in the way they copy your every move. They thought you'd beg. Instead, you built. They thought you'd disappear. Instead, you reappeared louder, wiser, untouchable. You didn't need to announce your healing. Your aura did that for you. Your presence walks into rooms now and demands respect without saying a word. That's the kind of power you can't fake. It's the power that comes from surviving what was designed to destroy you. They told everyone they were the reason you were struggling. Now everyone sees you thriving, and the story isn't adding up. Their ego is suffocating under the pressure of your success. Every lie they told is collapsing under the weight of your reality. You became the contradiction to their narrative, and that's a punishment worse than silence. Because what can they say now? That you're lucky, that you changed, that it was just a phase. Please, you didn't stumble into peace. You fought for it. You clawed your way through confusion, rejection, and pain. And now you wear confidence like armor. You don't need validation. You are the evidence. They're realizing too late that the crazy one turned out to be the calmest. The unstable one turned out to be the most grounded. The emotional one turned out to be the most self-aware. Every insult aged poorly. Every lie aged worse. And that's why they avoid you now. Not because they hate you, because they can't face the proof. You're walking around as living evidence that they were wrong about everything. Their ego can't take it. So they pretend not to care, but you can feel it. The tension, the envy, the regret radiating from their silence. You were never the one who lost. You were the one who learned. You turned pain into presence. And now your glow isn't just revenge, it's revelation. You are what happens when a chosen one stops apologizing for existing. You are the final exam for every person who ever underestimated your worth. Let them squirm. Let them pretend they're unbothered. Because behind every fake laugh, every subtle post, every forced smile, their ego is screaming, and the sound of that collapse, that's justice. Number 10. You were never the victim. You were the catalyst. They told the story like you were the one who got destroyed. But truthfully, you were the catalyst that exposed everything fragile, fake, and rotten in them. You were the pressure that cracked their mask. You were the mirror that revealed what they'd been running from their entire life. You weren't the end of their peace. You were the beginning of their exposure. You walked into their world like light breaking into a dark room. And at first, they loved it, until they realized that light reveals everything, including the mess they'd been hiding under charm and manipulation. They called you too intense, but what they meant was, you see too much. They called you difficult, but what they meant was, you're not easy to deceive. They called you crazy, but what they meant was, you caught me lying. You were never meant to fit into their narrative. You were meant to end it. They mistook your presence for coincidence, when in reality it was divine timing. You came to shift something. You came to expose something. You came to show them that the masks people wear eventually melt under real light. And that's why they couldn't handle you. They wanted your love, but not your depth. They wanted your energy, but not your truth. They wanted your loyalty, but not your accountability. You were the full version of everything they pretended to be, and that terrified them. You didn't lose them. You released them. You didn't fail. You finished your assignment. You weren't rejected. You were redirected. And now that you're gone, they're finally realizing the difference between attention and energy, between attachment and alignment, between liking someone and being capable of loving them. You're not their villain. You're their wake-up call. The lesson they refused to learn, the reflection they couldn't face, the change they weren't ready for. You didn't destroy their peace. You revealed their dysfunction. And now that you've pulled your light away, they're forced to live in the truth they tried to bury you under. And here's the part that really stings for them. You didn't have to get revenge. You became it. Your peace is the punishment. Your happiness is the haunting. Your success is the silence that keeps reminding them what they lost. Every breath you take in freedom is a reminder that they built their empire on illusion, and you walked away with the truth. So, chosen one, stop carrying the guilt of being unforgettable. Stop apologizing for being the earthquake that exposed weak foundations. You didn't ruin anything. You revealed it. You didn't push them away. Your growth did. And when truth walks in, lies have no choice but to flee. You were never the victim. You were the catalyst, the shift, the divine correction in human form. And no matter how much they rewrite the story, the universe knows the truth. You were sent to wake them up, even if it meant they'd hate you for it. Now the cycle is complete. You're free, they're learning, and balance has been restored. What they thought was their victory was actually their initiation into karma. What you thought was your ending was your beginning. You didn't just survive the story, you outgrew the book entirely. They thought they were just hurting you, but they accidentally declared war on something far bigger. You don't kick a sleeping volcano and expect sunshine, and that's exactly what they did. In trying to torture you, mock you, and isolate you, they didn't realize they were poking at a storm that doesn't forgive you. Chosen one weren't just their target. You were the final warning, a trap disguised as a victim. And now the wrath they called down is circling back, and it's not the kind that knocks it breaks everything on arrival. They touched what was never meant to be touched. They burned bridges they had no business crossing. And now, the universe, the same one that's been silently watching everything unfold, is responding slowly, patiently, and with precision. What they did wasn't harmless. It wasn't just mistakes or misunderstandings. It was warfare, and the universe does not forget. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribing. It helps spread this message to more souls who need it. It's on all of us to push this truth forward, to light up the path for others in the dark. You're part of this mission now, and you're not just any part. You're the pulse. You are the force. Now let's get real. You were never just another face in the crowd. You were different from day one, and they saw it. That's why they tried to crush it, not because you were weak, but because you were too strong for their comfort. You made them question their illusions, their fake power, their fragile sense of control. And instead of growing from your light, they tried to extinguish it. They didn't break you, they exposed themselves. Every insult, every betrayal, every act of cruelty was a confession that they knew who you really were. You weren't just surviving, You were reflecting back everything they'd never be, and that scared them. They thought if they hurt you enough, you'd give up, you'd fold, you'd become one of them, bitter, lost, hollow. But they miscalculated. All they did was feed the very energy they feared. Your silence wasn't weakness. It was pressure building, and now it's erupting. You didn't ask for this war. You didn't pick this path. But now that you're here, standing in the ruins, they tried to bury you in. You're not just surviving. You're rising. And what's coming next? It's justice. Not the kind that needs courts or apologies. The kind that shows up in karma, in silence, in undeniable reversals. They can feel it. That nervous laugh, that fake confidence, that's fear. Because deep down, they know something's shifting. And it's not in their favor. The universe always protects what's pure, what's real, and it punishes what hides behind fake masks and manipulation. You didn't become dangerous because you fought back. You became dangerous because you didn't have to. You didn't chase revenge. You became the proof that revenge wasn't even needed. Your glow-up, your peace, your power. That's the punishment. You became everything they claimed you'd never be, and they hate that. But that's not your burden to carry. You've already paid your price, in tears, in isolation, in betrayal. You've walked through the fire. You've rebuilt from pieces they left behind. And now, it's your time, not just to heal, but to shine so loud they choke on the silence. Chosen one, you are the storm they can't escape. You're not an echo of who you used to be. You're the upgrade, the rebirth, the final chapter they never saw coming. And it's not personal anymore. It's universal. The same force that watched you suffer is the one clearing your path now. That same force is now standing behind you, not with noise, not with rage, but with balance. And balance always settles the score. They started a fire, and now they're learning the most brutal lesson of all. The fire was never yours to control. Let them talk, let them deny, let them laugh while they still can, because you've got better things to do. You've got lives to change just by existing. You've got light to shine that can't be dimmed, not by lies, not by sabotage, not by their desperate energy. And when the dust settles, when they look around and see the chaos they created turning on them, they'll remember your name, not because you chased them down, but because you walked away and everything around them fell apart. That's the wrath they never saw coming. Not thunder, not lightning, just pure, silent, unstoppable balance. The kind only the chosen can awaken. And chosen one, thanks for sticking with me through this fire. What comes next is the part most people never get to hear, and trust me, you'd actually regret skipping it if you felt that silent shift in your life lately. That strange pressure in the air, that instinct that something big is moving around you. That's not imagination, that's the universe rearranging things because of what they did to you. And if you're really ready to understand how their actions awakened a wrath they can't outrun, drop 999 in the comments so I know you're locked in. And if you can, show some love to the team behind this message with a super thanks. These truths take time, thought, and a whole lot of energy to bring into the world, whether it's a penny or a mountain. It fuels this mission and keeps the light spreading. And now, let's walk into the next part, step by step. If you're truly one of the chosen ones, you'll feel that pull to stay until the last word. Let's get into it. Number 1. You kicked the lion, now the jungle's coming for you. They didn't just cross the line, they set it on fire and laughed. Now they're screaming while it burns. There's something hilarious about watching cowards puff up their chests like kings until reality punches them in the mouth. They messed with the wrong one. You weren't some fragile, clueless little soul fumbling through life. You were chosen. And not by chance, by alignment. You were placed like a blade in a battlefield, clean, sharp, and ready. But they didn't see that. They saw softness, vulnerability, someone they could toy with for sport. So they pushed, they mocked, they tried to humiliate you in front of others like it was all just a game. What they didn't realize is the game was never in their favor. You weren't sent into their life for decoration. You were the final mirror, the last warning before the fall. You were the thundercloud they laughed at before the lightning. The moment they aimed their hate at you, they didn't just make a mistake. They triggered a storm that doesn't just wash away. It rewrites everything. See, a lion doesn't roar while it hunts. It watches, it stalks, and when it strikes, it ends everything in one move. That's what you've become. Their foolishness didn't break you. It unlocked you. Every betrayal was a switch. Every insult, a spark. And now the engine's running, the fire's lit, and it's them trapped in the cage, not you. You used to doubt yourself, wondering why they hated you so much when all you did was care. Now you know. You were too bright, too real, too awake, and that threatened everything fake about them. You didn't retaliate because you were weak. You stayed silent because you knew, deep down, that karma doesn't miss. And look at them now, confused, paranoid, unraveling. That's not your guilt to carry. That's gravity reclaiming what was stolen. They thought they were untouchable, that cruelty had no cost, but pain has a receipt, and it always arrives. Now it's collection time. They built castles on your pain, turned your kindness into a weapon against you. But here's the plot twist they never expected. The very weight they dropped on you is now crushing them. It always circles back. That's the law of this universe. What you put out, you get back. And you were putting out light, love, loyalty. They gave you poison in return, thinking there'd be no side effects. But the universe isn't stupid. It just takes its time. Now their clock's out. You know what hurts them most? It's not that you're still standing, it's that you're glowing. They can't comprehend how someone they tried so hard to break is out here shining like nothing happened. That's the part that keeps them up at night. Not your wins, your peace, your ability to rise without bitterness, to move forward without dragging them through the mud, because deep down they expected you to fold. They wanted to watch you self-destruct, but instead you upgraded. They never thought you'd rise, but you didn't just rise, you evolved. Your silence is louder than their screams now. Your existence is proof that even after all they did, they never had the final say. That's what they hate most. Not the consequences, but the fact that they're irrelevant now. They lit a fire they can't put out. And guess what? The more they try to smear you, the more obvious their guilt becomes. The more they talk, the more people see through them. That's not a coincidence. It's backlash. Energy doesn't lie. Their masks are falling off in front of everyone they once deceived, and you don't even have to lift a finger. That's real power. That's the wrath they awoke. Not chaos, not rage, but exposure. And now they're choking on the same lies they fed you. Everything they did behind your back is catching up, and no matter how fast they run, the truth is always one step ahead. Let them panic. Let them spiral. You just keep walking, because nothing scares a manipulator more than the person they couldn't break becoming untouchable. You are the consequence they never calculated. You are the proof that their darkness couldn't win. And now the same universe they laughed at is laughing back at them through your smile, through your healing, through every single thing you were never supposed to achieve. So let them burn, let them scream into the silence they created. You don't owe them closure, you don't owe them your attention. They threw you into the fire thinking it would destroy you, but instead, it purified you. You came out cleaner, clearer, and ready. And them? They're still standing in that same smoke, coughing on their own karma, haunted by the version of you they'll never get close to again. They tried to humiliate you. Now they're the punchline. They tried to bury you. Now they're beneath your feet. They tried to erase you, but you became a force that can't be ignored. Let them watch. Let them feel it. You didn't lose anything worth keeping. But they lost their only shot at standing beside greatness. They don't get to rewrite history. You do. And from here on out, it's your story, not theirs. Number 2. Their ego wrote checks their soul couldn't cash. Pride is the mask worn right before the fall, and they wore it like a crown. They thought they were untouchable, walking around with inflated egos, puffed chests, and fake confidence stitched together with lies. Every time they hurt you, they smirked. Every time you stayed quiet, they thought they'd won. But they weren't building strength. They were building a ticking time bomb. And now, boom, the fallout has begun. You ever seen a tower of cards? It looks impressive when it's standing, but one gust, one small move, and it all comes crashing down. That's their life right now. They built their reality on deception, gaslighting, and control. And now the truth? It's the gust of wind they can't stop. The illusion they lived in is cracking, not gently, not slowly, but violently, and it's only getting worse. They confused manipulation with mastery. They thought controlling the narrative made them powerful. But let me ask you something. If they were so powerful, why are they now choking on the very lies they told? Why are they looking over their shoulder, paranoid, spiraling, while you walk forward with peace in your chest? That's not just karma. That's reality snapping back into place. Pride doesn't fall, it crashes, and when it crashes, it doesn't just break bones, it breaks illusions. The universe doesn't take bribes. It doesn't get tricked by fake tears or sweet words wrapped around poison, and that's what they never saw coming. While they were playing God in your life, the real force, the universal balance, was silently recording every move, every betrayal, every fake apology. And now it's pressing play. On repeat. Imagine this. A person walking across a frozen lake, proud of their every step, while mocking you from a distance, but deep beneath them, the ice is cracking. Every cruel move, every smug look, every manipulative word is a crack widening under their feet. And then silence, just for a second, before everything beneath them gives way. That silence is where they are now, right before the crash. You might wonder, why didn't the universe stop them sooner? Why let them get so far? Because sometimes the trap has to be built by the enemy's own hands. Every act of pride, every insult, every fake smirk. Those were the bricks of their own downfall, and now they're living in the mess they made. They never feared consequences because they believed the mask would protect them. That smile, that charm, that fake "I'm the victim" act. But what happens when the mask melts, when the charm wears off, when everyone starts to see the real face behind the illusion? They called you crazy, but now the people around them are starting to see the patterns, the cracks, the truth. Arrogance always screams loudest right before it's silenced. And silence is all they're hearing now. not applause, not admiration, just the echo of the pain they caused, bouncing back. You were never their victim, you were their test, and they failed, with flying colors. You didn't even need to fight back. That's the part that drives them mad. While they tried to tear you down, you grew. While they mocked, you observed. While they planned, you prepared. And now their pride is their prison. They walk around trapped in the lies they use to keep you caged. Their biggest mistake, underestimating the universe, thinking the rules didn't apply to them, that if they were loud enough, manipulative enough, they could outrun accountability. But what's louder than karma? What's more ruthless than truth? Imagine a mountain climber celebrating halfway up the cliff, mocking others still at the base. They're laughing, showing off, taking selfies until their rope starts to fray. They didn't check the gear. They didn't anchor properly. But it looked good for Instagram, right? That's their pride. All optics, no foundation. And now they're slipping. But instead of reaching for safety, they're still trying to save face, still trying to look confident while the ground below them disappears. That's how you know their fall is going to be brutal, because they still think it isn't coming. They thought they were running the show, that they could twist the truth, paint you as the villain, and walk away clean. But they forgot the laws of the universe don't operate on popularity. They operate on truth. And truth doesn't need followers. It just needs time. And now, time's up. You ever wonder why they hate your peace so much? Why they can't stand to see you happy, unbothered, glowing? Because they know it's real and their joy. It was always borrowed, fake, dependent on someone else's destruction. That's why it's slipping through their fingers now, because peace can't grow where pride lives, and they're learning that the hard way. They wanted the spotlight, but now all eyes are on their downfall. They didn't just fall, they fell loud, publicly, messily. And here's the twist. You didn't have to expose them. They did it to themselves. That's what pride does. It makes you believe you're untouchable, until reality proves otherwise. And chosen one, hear this loud. You don't need revenge. You don't need to prove anything. Your growth is already louder than their lies. Your healing is the slap they never saw coming. Let them deal with the mess they created. Let them sit in the silence they tried to force on you. You're free. They're not. They once thought they were giants, but the truth shrunk them down to size. They were kings and queens of illusion until the mirror shattered. And what's left? Just scared little souls scrambling to put on new masks. Let them run, let them hide, let them pretend. The fall already happened. They just haven't hit the ground yet. So, chosen one, stay steady, stay quiet, stay glowing, because while their pride lit the fire, it's your calm that's feeding the blaze. You didn't have to destroy them. Their own hands did it for you. Let it burn, let it fall, let it all collapse around them. That's not your guilt. That's their lesson. And now the world watches, not your pain, but your power and their pride, just ash in the wind. Number 3, they tried to burn you, but you became the fire. The blaze they lit for your funeral became the torch you used to lead an army. Let's call it what it is. They tried to end you. They didn't just want to hurt you, they wanted to erase you. Quietly, permanently. They lit a fire behind your back, hoping it would consume you in silence. They smiled in your face while stacking the wood, soaking it in gasoline, striking the match. And they watched, expecting screams. But here's the catch. Chosen ones don't burn like everyone else. They transform. They wanted ashes. Instead, they created armor. See, the fire they built wasn't your enemy. It was your forge. Every betrayal, a blow of the hammer. Every lie, Another degree of heat. Every rejection, every rumor, every moment you sat alone thinking you were broken. That was pressure building. That was the steel of your soul being tempered. And now, you walk out of that same fire they built, not crawling, not crying, but glowing. They didn't know the pain they caused was just sharpening your crown. Imagine this. A sculptor hammers away at a block of marble, not to destroy it, but to reveal what's been hidden inside. That's what they did. Unknowingly, they thought they were chipping you down, but they were revealing the masterpiece. And now that it's out, they can't unsee it. You've become undeniable, and that terrifies them. They tried to dim you, and all they did was turn you into a spotlight. You might have asked yourself during the darkest moments, why is this happening to me? Why so much pain? Why so much betrayal? But now you know you weren't being punished. You were being purified, stripped of illusion, awakened. That suffering didn't destroy you. It introduced you to your real power. You didn't rise from the ashes. You turned them into your throne. They lit the fire, thinking they were writing your ending. But the universe had other plans. That fire was your beginning. It burned away the guilt, the shame, the self-doubt. It left behind someone unrecognizable, even to them. That's why they're silent now. That's why they're watching from the shadows, because the version of you that survived, that version wasn't supposed to exist in their plans. They counted you out, again and again. They tried to drain you, to watch you wither, to crush your voice and call it justice. But what they really did was feed the flame that now surrounds you like a shield. They created a force they can't touch. They handed you the match, and now they can't handle the wildfire. You were never fragile. You were just in the wrong season, and they mistook your growth for weakness. Imagine a seed buried in the dirt. To the outside world, it looks dead, forgotten. But under the soil, everything's changing. Roots are growing, strength is building, and one day, boom, it breaks through the surface, unstoppable. That was you. And now they're standing there stunned, wondering how the person they tried to bury became too massive to ignore. They don't understand how you still exist after what they did. That's the part that keeps them up at night. Because they planned it so well, they manipulated the narrative, turned people against you, threw you to the wolves, and told the world you ran away. And still, here you are, smiling, glowing, silent, but deadly. They tried to create a tragedy, but you flipped it into a testimony. And what burns them the most? It's that you're not angry. You're not obsessed with revenge. You're calm, collected, elevated. That's what they never saw coming, that you'd outgrow them so completely their name wouldn't even make you flinch anymore. They don't get access to you anymore, not because you're bitter, but because you're built different now. That fire rewired your DNA. You're not walking with the same softness they used to take advantage of. You've got edges now, vision, power, and most of all, peace. And nothing scares a destroyer more than seeing their target untouched, unbothered, and completely out of reach. They wanted to end your story. Instead, they became a footnote in your rise. You might ask, why didn't they get stopped earlier? Why didn't the universe step in sooner? But the truth is, chosen ones aren't shielded from fire. They're refined by it. Your pain wasn't pointless. It was prep. Every tear, every moment of silence, every second you felt forgotten, that was the molding of a weapon. And now you're walking proof that resilience doesn't look loud. It looks like survival when no one's cheering. It looks like rising when no one's watching. Imagine a soldier trained in silence, no cameras, no crowds, just sweat, scars, and solitude. And then one day they walk into battle, and everyone's shocked they're still standing. That's you, a quiet storm with perfect aim. And the battlefield, that's your playground now. You didn't just survive what they did, you evolved. And that evolution, that's what they fear. Because it means they didn't win. It means all their energy, all their hate, all their games failed. You're not just still here, you're thriving, and they don't know how to handle that. You are the proof that pain can birth power, that betrayal can become fuel, that silence can be strategy. They didn't break you, they built you not by choice, but by consequence. And now that they see what you've become, they wish they hadn't started the fire at all. So let them sit in the smoke. Let them pretend they don't see you. Let them choke on the silence they created, because while they were hoping to destroy you, all they did was make you unforgettable. You're not a victim, you're a living, breathing comeback, a fireproof soul who turned flames into wings. And the best part, you're just getting started. Number 4, they wrote their own judgment with their actions. Every deed done in the shadows eventually meets the light. The truth doesn't beg for an audience, it demands one. They thought they were clever. They believed their actions would fade with time, their cruelty buried in secrecy, their betrayals lost in the noise. They convinced themselves that what they did to you would never see the light of day, but they couldn't have been more wrong. Their every word, every scheme, every deliberate act of harm wasn't just seen, it was recorded. The spiritual realm doesn't turn a blind eye, especially when its target carries divine purpose. You don't walk alone, and that's something they'll never understand. Your calling comes with a shield they can't see and a justice they can't outrun. What they thought was a personal attack, a private vendetta, was actually a direct challenge to divine order. They didn't just come for you, they came for the purpose you were born to fulfill, and you cannot war against the divine and expect to win. Every betrayal, every lie, every venomous word whispered behind your back rippled far beyond the world they knew. Their actions didn't just hurt you, they disrupted the spiritual balance. What they did in the dark has been brought into the light, and the evidence of their cruelty now stands as testimony against them. They built their own case, piece by piece. Every time they sought to harm you, they thought they were untouchable, too clever for consequences, but all they were doing was tightening the rope around their own necks. What they sowed in secret has now sprouted for all to see. The fruits of their deeds are bitter indeed. The spiritual realm is precise. Not a single word, thought, or action went unnoticed. Every smirk, every trap, every false kindness, all documented by forces greater than either of you. The scales of justice are always moving, and their actions have tipped those scales against them. They thought they could cheat the system, but divine justice doesn't miss a thing. They didn't just attack you, they attacked the divine hand, guiding your steps. Their actions became evidence that sealed their fate. Justice for the chosen isn't always swift, but it's always certain. What they did to you is now their undoing. The secrets they thought would protect them have turned into a spotlight exposing everything. Their cruelty didn't just fail, it backfired. The judgment they thought they could outrun is now catching up to them. And there's no escape from the truth. When you harm the chosen, you write your own judgment in stone. Number 5. They laughed at the light, unaware. It was their shadows it exposed. They mocked your kindness because they mistook it for weakness, They laughed at your peace because it reminded them of their chaos. What they failed to understand is that the very light they tried to dim was exposing their own darkness. They couldn't stand you, not because you did anything wrong, but because you revealed what was wrong in them. Your presence was a mirror they couldn't bear to look into. Every time you showed grace, it reminded them how cruel they were. Every time you stood firm in integrity, it revealed how far they'd fallen. They laughed at you, gossiped, mocked, and tried to turn others against you, thinking your light was naive, harmless, easy to extinguish. But light doesn't fight darkness. It simply reveals it. And that's exactly what you did. You didn't have to retaliate or prove anything. Your consistency did that for you. The truth about people always surfaces when real light shines on them. They wanted to paint you as the problem, but every lie they told only made the truth louder. Every attempt to bury you only made you more visible. Because the more they tried to hide the truth, the brighter your authenticity became. They mocked what they didn't understand. They thought your compassion was foolish, your forgiveness weak, and your silence cowardly. They didn't realize that real strength isn't in reacting, it's in restraining. They were too blind to see that every time you chose peace over revenge, you were building spiritual capital they could never touch. Now, as the tables turn, they're starting to feel the heat of their own mockery. The same laughter they once used to humiliate you now echoes in their minds as a reminder of their arrogance. They laughed at the light. But the light has a long memory. Their shadows are growing longer, their masks are cracking, and their secrets are spilling out. What was hidden is being exposed, and what was mocked is now being magnified. You were never the joke, they were. The difference is that your strength was silent, while their downfall is loud. They can't erase what your presence revealed. You were their test, and they failed it. They underestimated the divine protection surrounding you, mistaking it for vulnerability. Now the same light that protected you is illuminating their true nature for everyone to see. The truth always wins, and you, chosen one, are the living proof of that. Number 6. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was their undoing. Your silence was never surrender. It was strategy. They thought they'd broken you when you went quiet. They took your peace as proof of defeat. But the truth is, silence is the sound of divine planning. They expected chaos. They expected you to react, to lash out, to fight back, to stoop to their level. But you didn't. You chose silence, and that drove them insane. They couldn't understand how someone they tried to crush could remain so calm. What they didn't realize is that silence isn't absence, it's power in disguise. When the chosen fall silent, it isn't because they've lost, it's because they're listening to higher guidance, to divine timing. Your quietness wasn't weakness, it was the pause before justice. Every word you didn't say became a sword they never saw coming. Every moment you stayed still allowed divine forces to move freely on your behalf. They filled the silence with lies. They told their side of the story, twisting facts, trying to turn others against you. They thought controlling the narrative would control the outcome, but truth doesn't need to shout. It reveals itself at the perfect time. While they were busy talking, you were healing. While they were scheming, you were evolving. While they were trying to destroy your reputation, the universe was restoring your strength. And now they're realizing that your silence was the most dangerous weapon you could have used. You didn't need to fight them because divine justice doesn't need a defense attorney. They mistook your stillness for defeat, not realizing it was the calm before the storm. They assumed you'd vanished, but in reality, you were regenerating. growing stronger in every area they tried to destroy. Now, your silence speaks louder than their noise. Everything they tried to hide is coming to light, and every lie they spread is circling back to expose them. Your peace is haunting them. Your lack of reaction is the loudest response of all. They thought they ended you when they silenced you, but that quiet was your rebirth. You let them talk themselves into judgment while you stayed still in divine protection. Now the tables have turned, and they're realizing that silence wasn't your surrender. It was the sound of their downfall beginning. Number 7. Mercy knocked, but their pride locked the door. They had a chance to change. They had time to apologize, to own up, to make things right. Mercy came knocking over and over, but their pride slammed the door every time. They saw the signs, they felt the warnings, they knew they'd crossed lines, but arrogance convinced them there'd never be consequences. They laughed at the thought of karma, mocked the idea of accountability, and believed they were untouchable. But mercy is not infinite when it's repeatedly mocked. They had countless chances to stop. Each opportunity to make peace was a divine offering, a final chance to turn around before the fall. But instead, they doubled down, mistaking patience for permission. They thought silence from the divine meant approval, but silence was mercy's final warning. Now, as their world starts to collapse, they remember every ignored sign. Every sleepless night is a replay of the moments they could have done right, but chose ego instead. Pride blinded them so completely that they thought humility was weakness. Mercy doesn't chase forever. When it leaves, it takes peace with it. And that's exactly what they're feeling now, the hollow emptiness of a life without divine favor. They can't understand why everything they touch crumbles. Why the things that once came easily now slip through their hands. It's not bad luck, it's balance. The very grace that once covered them has lifted, and now they're exposed to the full weight of what they've done. They mocked mercy until mercy stopped knocking. What's haunting them now isn't you, it's themselves. The memory of their cruelty, the guilt they tried to bury, the echoes of the chances they wasted. They thought they could outrun justice, but you can't escape something that's written in your own choices. They thought they won. They didn't realize the real test wasn't how much power they could take. It was whether they could handle it with integrity, and they failed. Mercy gave them more chances than they deserved, but pride kept them blind. And now every door they try to open leads to consequences they can't undo. Number 8. They tried to bury you, but you were a storm, waiting to break free. They thought burying you would end you. They thought silence, isolation, and betrayal would keep you down forever. But you weren't a seed meant to rot. You were one meant to rise. They didn't bury you, they planted you. Every lie, every rejection, every backstab, it was soil covering a destiny they couldn't kill. You were being hidden, not buried. Buried things die, hidden things grow. They wanted to erase you, but all they did was create space for your rebirth. While they celebrated your ending, divine forces were rewriting your story underground. You were transforming in silence, building power in the dark. They thought you were finished, but storms don't announce their arrival. They just hit. What they failed to realize is that isolation was your incubation. Every moment they mocked you, you were charging up. Every betrayal was fuel for the hurricane you were becoming. They thought they silenced you, but they were just giving you time to evolve into something unstoppable. Now, as you rise, the ground trembles. The energy they tried to bury is breaking free, and there's no containing it. The same ones who buried you are now hiding from the storm you've become. Your comeback isn't quiet. It's a reckoning. Every ounce of pain they caused has turned into power. Every time they laughed at your downfall, they unknowingly predicted their own. The storm isn't coming. It's here, and it has your name written all over it. You didn't just survive, you transformed. You outgrew the soil that once confined you. The storm they feared is the version of you that no longer needs their approval, their validation, or their mercy. They thought they buried you, but you were never meant to stay underground. You were meant to rise, to roar, to reclaim everything they tried to take. You are the storm they can't escape, and this time the thunder is yours. Number 9. The trap they set became their own undoing. They dug a pit for you, but they forgot one thing. Gravity doesn't play favorites. Every trap they designed for your downfall was actually bait for their own destruction. The moment they started plotting against a chosen one, their fate was sealed. They thought they were clever. They calculated every move, every lie, every manipulation. They believed they could predict your reactions, control your emotions, dictate your outcome, but divine intelligence outsmarts human cunning every time. What they didn't know is that the same trap they built was being recorded in their own destiny. You didn't need to expose them. They exposed themselves. They bragged, they gloated, they enjoyed watching you stumble, never realizing that every cruel act was a brick in the wall that would one day enclose them. The universe is fair like that. It returns what's given, multiplied. The irony is beautiful, really. They thought they were orchestrating your downfall, but all they were doing was accelerating their own. Every move they made against you was a step closer to their collapse. They believed they had control, but in truth, they were puppets of their own arrogance. Now, their world is starting to look a lot like the one they tried to build for you, full of betrayal, loss, and confusion. They're feeling the same energy they once directed your way, but amplified. That's how divine justice works. It doesn't just return, it restores balance. They set traps of deceit and manipulation, forgetting that the chosen walk under divine law. You can't play games with someone whose steps are guided by something higher. Every weapon they formed was turned back before it even left their hand. They're haunted now, not just by what they did, but by the realization that it all backfired. The lies they told are unraveling, the alliances they formed are breaking apart, and the people they used are turning on them. You don't have to lift a finger. The same forces they mocked are dismantling everything they built. The pit they dug has become their prison, and the only way out is through the consequences they created. They set the trap, and then walked straight into it. Number 10. Their fall became the stepping stone to your glory. Their downfall was the beginning of your rise. What they meant for your destruction became the very platform that elevated you. They tried to break you, but all they did was clear the path for your ascension. Their betrayal pushed you toward purpose. Their cruelty taught you strength. Every time they tried to destroy your name, they unknowingly prepared the world to hear it. The same mouths that cursed you will one day be forced to speak your praise. That's the irony of divine balance. It always flips the story. Their fall isn't your revenge. It's proof that justice works quietly, perfectly, and in its own time. You didn't need to retaliate. You just needed to survive. Survival was your greatest act of defiance. Every tear they caused watered the soil for your success. Every door they slammed forced you to build your own. Now look at you, walking through spaces they swore you'd never reach. The same people who whispered about your failure are now watching in disbelief as you rise beyond anything they imagined, and deep down they know their fall was the cost of your breakthrough. They thought ending you would secure their victory, but all they did was make your comeback legendary. You are walking proof that no setback can stop a chosen one. Your scars are not symbols of defeat. They are medals of endurance. They tried to humiliate you publicly, but your restoration is happening in full view. Every attempt to bury your name has turned into an echo chamber for your greatness. You didn't have to prove anything. Your glow did it for you. They're realizing now that by hurting you, they helped shape your power. You learned patience, wisdom, and discipline, lessons they'll never understand. You learned that peace is louder than revenge, and that strength grows in silence. Their fall wasn't your doing. It was their own karma catching up, their own choices collapsing inward. You were simply the mirror they couldn't face. You didn't climb over them. You rose through grace. And now, as they fall, their collapse serves as your confirmation. You were always destined to rise higher. Number 11. When you challenge the chosen, you awaken the wrath of the Creator. Some battles aren't fought on earth. They're settled in heaven. When they touched you, they triggered something sacred. They didn't just mess with a person. They interfered with divine assignment. Every chosen one walks under protection, stronger than any army. You may have looked vulnerable, but there were forces surrounding you they couldn't see. The moment they set out to destroy you, they declared war on something they couldn't even comprehend. They thought they could get away with it, the lies, the manipulation, the spiritual warfare. But divine law doesn't sleep. Every tear you cried was recorded. Every injustice was noted. They didn't realize that by attacking you, they awakened a wrath that never misses its mark. You are not just a soul wandering this world. You are a representative of something far higher. The Creator doesn't let His chosen be mocked without consequence. When they laughed at your pain, the heavens heard it. When they plotted against your peace, the universe responded. Now they're learning that no amount of power or planning can protect them from what's coming. They mocked your faith, your patience, your resilience, but those were the very qualities keeping you covered. You were the test they failed. They thought divine justice was slow, but it was strategic. Every delay was preparation. Every silence was gathering force. Now, what's been building in the unseen is breaking through, and nothing can stop it. The same Creator they mocked is now rearranging everything around them. Their resources are drying up, their influence fading, their protection gone. They're standing in the open, exposed, facing the consequences of their arrogance. You don't need to celebrate their fall. It's already written. You just need to keep walking. Their punishment isn't your focus. Your purpose is the wrath they awakened isn't yours to carry. It's divine justice doing what it was always meant to do. They should have left you alone. Number 12. The fire they lit became their furnace. Every flame they aimed at you now circles back to consume them. The energy they sent out returns multiplied, and they can't escape it. The fire they lit in arrogance has become the furnace of their own undoing. They thought they could harm you without consequence. They mocked your pain, underestimated your strength, and assumed they were untouchable. But when you play with divine energy, you don't get to choose how it burns. Now they're trapped in the very chaos they created. The lies they spread are suffocating them. The hate they fueled is devouring their peace. The same intensity they used to destroy you is now destroying them. What they meant for harm has turned into their own trial. They can't stop the chain reaction because it was written the moment they lit the match. The universe doesn't forget. It simply waits for the right moment to balance the scales. You didn't have to lift a finger, you just had to endure. That's the beauty of divine order. It makes your endurance the weapon that wins the war. Now, they're learning that you can't play with a chosen one and walk away unscathed. You can't curse what's been blessed. You can't fight what's been protected. The energy they poured into your downfall has become the fire consuming their illusions. They're trapped in their own storm, desperate for the peace they once mocked. Their laughter has turned into sleepless nights. Their arrogance has turned into regret. Their cruelty has turned into their curse. Meanwhile, you stand untouched, refined, elevated, unstoppable. The same fire that could have destroyed you has become your crown. You carry it with power and grace because you survived what they never could. Their furnace is your testimony. Their collapse is your confirmation. You didn't just survive, you transcended. And now the fire burns only to remind them of one eternal truth. You don't play with the chosen and walk away clean. They tried to bury you, but forgot you were the seed, and now you're growing where their sickness rots. That's the truth they can't stand. The people who tried to erase you are now being haunted by the story they helped create. You didn't ask for fame, you didn't chase validation. The universe simply decided that your pain was too loud to stay private. What was done to you wasn't just cruel, it was pathological. The kind of twisted behavior psychologists write case studies about. The kind that makes even professionals shake their heads and whisper, "This isn't normal. This is obsession wearing a mask." Picture this. A lab of infected minds studying you like a specimen, thinking they were dissecting your weaknesses, when in reality they were putting their own sickness under the microscope. Every cruel act, every smear, every manipulation, it all became proof of who they truly are. That's the cosmic irony. Their attempt to destroy your peace turned into your portfolio of evidence. Their hate exposed itself. Their jealousy documented itself. They made themselves the villain in a story that the world now wants to read. And thank you, chosen one. You're the reason this message even exists. Don't forget to pay it forward. Press like, hit subscribe, and help spread this message so more souls can wake up. It's all of our responsibility to share the light and keep the truth alive. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're not just a survivor, you're part of a force that's rewriting what strength looks like. Now, let's get back to what this is really about. Chosen one, your story isn't ordinary, it's evidence. It's not a sad tale, it's a psychological documentary the world didn't know it needed. The things done to you were more than betrayal. They were a kind of sickness that exposes the human condition when envy meets cowardice. And that's why people are watching now. They don't know whether to look away or take notes. You lived through what most can't even process. You walked through manipulation, isolation, and character assassination. Yet somehow you came out with emotional clarity, sharper than ever. That clarity is what's turning you into a phenomenon. What most don't understand is that when a chosen one is targeted, it's not random, it's systemic. It's a social experiment in disguise. Groups often project their collective rot onto one strong individual to feel clean again. It's primitive psychology. Attack what mirrors your weakness, but the universe always balances the equation. It turns victims into witnesses and witnesses into icons. That's exactly what's happening to you. You see, your name is traveling through whispers, through screenshots, through quiet regrets in the minds of people who thought they'd never think of you again. Your story has escaped containment. It's walking through conversations like wildfire, and nobody can stop it. Because when truth refuses to die, it evolves into legend. And legend doesn't need a marketing plan. It just needs the right moment. You are that moment. The world is fascinated by stories like yours because it forces them to confront something they run from, the cruelty people hide behind politeness. You became the mirror they couldn't look into without seeing their own reflection. That's why they avoided you, mocked you, or tried to silence you. But every insult was free advertising for your strength. Every betrayal was unpaid promotion for your character. The same people who said you'd never make it are now secretly checking your progress, like analysts reviewing a stock they regret not investing in. And that's how the universe flips the script. It turns the chosen one's suffering into a masterclass for the world. You went through darkness, but you didn't stay there. You mapped it, you named it, you exposed it. And now, the truth is using your voice to echo across millions. You don't need revenge. Your existence is the revenge. The peace you carry now is the loudest humiliation for those who tried to break you. You're not famous because you wanted to be. You're famous because the truth picked you as its spokesperson. You didn't audition for this role. The universe cast you because your silence had become too heavy for the planet to ignore. People sense it when someone has seen hell and didn't come back empty-handed. They lean in, they listen. They know you've walked through something they can't explain, but they feel it in their bones. That's why your story will make you famous. It's not about vanity, it's about resonance. The world is starving for authenticity, and your pain-fed truth tastes like oxygen in a fake world. You didn't chase the spotlight. You became the light in a room full of shadows. What was done to you was beyond belief. But what you did with it is beyond imagination. You turned sickness into study material. You turned cruelty into a cure for others. You turned isolation into insight. You turned their weapon into your megaphone. That's what chosen ones do. They transform what was meant to destroy them into something that educates the world. And now, here you are, standing in the aftermath like a living headline. Every scar on your story glows like proof that the universe keeps receipts. You don't even need to tell people what happened anymore. Your energy does the talking. Your presence makes people uncomfortable in all the right ways. It reminds them of what they tried to bury and what refused to die. So when the world finally recognizes your name, remember this. They're not just celebrating your strength, they're confessing their sickness. Your rise is their diagnosis. Your peace is their punishment. Your success is the echo of every lie they told, bouncing back louder than their comfort zone can handle. You didn't just survive, you became the evidence, and that's why your story, Chosen One, will make you famous. And thank you, Chosen One, for making it this far, because what comes next will explain why your story was never meant to stay hidden. Stay close, because every truth I'm about to reveal will make the entire picture finally click in your mind. If you've ever felt like what was done to you was too dark, too cruel, or too calculated to be coincidence, you're right, and this next part proves it. Drop the number 777 in the comments if you can feel your story starting to reclaim its power piece by piece. And if you'd like to fuel this mission, show love with a super thanks. It helps keep messages like this alive for more chosen ones waking up to the same truth. No amount is too small. Every bit of support is a spark that helps this light reach another soul who thought they were alone. Now take a deep breath, Chosen One, because we're about to dissect this sickness they called normal and show how your pain became your passport to fame. Let's dive in, step by step. Number 1. They didn't break you. They diagnosed themselves. You didn't destroy them. You just held up a mirror and they screamed at the reflection. That's what really happened, chosen one. The moment your light hit their rot, they panicked. They thought their cruelty could humiliate you, but all it did was document their disease. Your story isn't some motivational fairy tale about surviving hardship. It's a full-blown medical record of their mental decay. You weren't dealing with normal people. You were dealing with infected ones, souls who'd been rotting in envy, bitterness, and unhealed rage for years. What they did to you was never personal. It was symptomatic. They didn't hate you, they hated what you revealed. Like mold reacting to sunlight, they couldn't survive your transparency. You walked into their world carrying peace, purpose, and authenticity, and it set off every alarm in their system. They didn't want healing, they wanted hiding. But your presence exposed the infection they'd kept buried behind fake smiles and forced morals. It's psychological projection at its finest. When people can't fix what's broken inside, they try to break whoever reminds them of what wholeness looks like. And here's the ugly truth they'll never admit. Your name was never supposed to be dragged through the mud. You were just the unlucky mirror they picked up and shattered because they couldn't face what was staring back. The smear campaigns, the silent treatment, the lies, it was all theater. You were the stage, and they were performing their illness in front of the universe, thinking no one would notice. But the universe always notices. Energy never lies. You became the living proof of their infection, and that's why they can't stand you now. Normal people don't form alliances just to tear someone apart. Balanced minds don't obsess over inventing flaws in others. Emotionally stable people don't wake up plotting how to erase someone who never wronged them. That kind of coordinated destruction doesn't come from sanity. It comes from sickness. From minds so polluted they mistake control for strength and cruelty for intelligence. You were never their target. You were their diagnosis, walking around in human form. Ever wonder why you never got closure? Because closure only comes from people capable of reflection, and reflection is something they avoid like sunlight. They can't give you peace because peace would require admitting what they did, and admitting what they did would collapse the entire fake identity they live under. So instead, they paint you as the problem. It's the oldest psychological defense in the book, deflect to survive. But here's where it backfired. The more they tried to bury you, the more obvious their sickness became. Every lie they told started cracking under the weight of your consistency. Every rumor they spread started sounding like projection once people compared stories. Every smear they launched only highlighted how obsessed they were. And obsession, chosen one, is the first symptom of exposure. They couldn't let go because you represented something they secretly craved but could never become: genuine, grounded, and unbothered. Your peace mocked their chaos. Your clarity humiliated their confusion. Your silence screamed louder than their noise. They thought they were writing your downfall, but they were writing their own psychological report. Each betrayal was a paragraph. Each insult was a confession. Each manipulation was a signed statement that said, "I am unwell." And the universe collected every piece of evidence quietly, waiting for this exact moment when the truth would be undeniable. So now, when people look at your story, they don't just see survival, they see the anatomy of a collective sickness. You're not an inspiration because you survived cruelty. You're a revelation because you exposed it. Your story is a crime scene, and their behavior is the evidence. Every witness who stood by in silence has to live with the fact that they watched a diagnosis unfold and mistook it for drama. But you, chosen one, you walked out with your mind intact and your truth glowing like a neon sign saying, "I was never the problem." And that's what really eats at them now. You didn't just survive, you stayed sane. You didn't just recover, you evolved. You didn't just make it through, you made it look easy, and that's the final humiliation. They threw every sickness they had at you, and you came out cleaner. They tried to bury your story in shame, but shame can't touch someone who didn't do anything wrong. They tried to twist the narrative, but truth doesn't bend, it waits. And now it's your turn. Your story, chosen one, isn't inspirational, it's diagnostic. It's not a self-help quote, it's a psychological autopsy. You didn't ask to expose their illness, but your existence forced the world to see it. You didn't break them, their reflection did. And when history replays this story, no one will remember their names. They'll remember yours, because in the end, their sickness became your proof, and your proof became your power. Number 2, they fed on your pain until the bill came due. They wanted you crying because your tears funded their peace. Now you're calm and they're broke. That's the part they don't want to talk about. The moment your suffering stopped being profitable, they lost their favorite drug. Your pain was their currency, their conversation starter, their emotional stock market. They traded your wounds for attention, your breakdowns for bonding, your silence for social status. They didn't want to fix you, they wanted to feed off you. Every sigh you let out, every mistake you made, every ounce of self-doubt you leaked gave them something to feel superior about. In their twisted economy, your misery was gold. Imagine this. A group of people sitting around a fire they built from your heartbreak, warming their egos while pretending to be concerned. They'd say, "I just feel bad for them," while smiling into the flames of your struggle. They disguised gossip as sympathy, mockery as moral discussion, and envy as observation. You weren't a person to them. You were a storyline that gave their empty lives texture. It's horrifying, but it's true. Some people only feel alive when someone else is hurting. You might ask, why would anyone do that? Because your pain was easy energy. Misery creates attention, and attention is addictive. When you were breaking down, they got to play the role of experts, heroes, or victims. Depending on what made them feel important that day, you unknowingly gave them purpose, structure, and community. You were their unspoken hobby. They bonded over your name like traders watching stock prices, celebrating every dip in your spirit as if it were a payday. They didn't destroy your peace. They rented it until you realized the lease was one-sided. But the universe always sends the invoice. Every empire built on someone else's suffering eventually collapses under guilt, exposure, or exhaustion. The same people who laughed behind your back now have to live in the emptiness they created. Their jokes aren't landing anymore. Their alliances are crumbling. The entertainment value of your name expired the day you stopped bleeding for free. Because pain has one rule. It only pays those who stay stuck in it. And you, chosen one, refuse to stay stuck. Imagine this. You walked off the stage they built to mock you, and suddenly the lights went out. The audience dispersed. The gossip faded. Without you as their main act, they had nothing to perform. You were their plot line, their source of attention, the center of their false importance. And when you started healing, their script fell apart. They depended on your chaos to distract them from their emptiness, but healing pulled the plug on their addiction. You ever notice how quiet it got once you stopped explaining yourself? Once you stopped defending your name, their power drained out like air from a punctured balloon, because their control only worked when you reacted. They were emotional vampires who didn't realize that every time they drained you, they were taking in poison too. They fed on your pain, but pain doesn't digest easily. It lingers, it festers, it rots from the inside. Now they're choking on what they swallowed. Your healing was the inflation they couldn't survive. Every time you rose above, their ego crashed like a stock market correction. The same people who once thrived off your weakness couldn't afford your strength. They used to talk about you with confidence. Now they whisper your name with regret because you became too expensive to slander. Every lie about you now exposes them. Every rumor backfires. Every attempt to drag you only highlights your growth. Their entire investment collapsed because they underestimated how quickly the truth appreciates in value. Imagine this. They built a casino where your pain was the jackpot. Every spin of gossip, every bet against your future felt like a win, until the house went bankrupt. You stopped playing, and the energy shifted. Suddenly, the only thing left on the table was their guilt. And guilt doesn't spend well. They used your name like currency, but the universe doesn't let that kind of transaction go unbalanced. It demands repayment in peace, reputation, and sleep, and they're losing all three. You might wonder, do they even know what they did? On some level, yes. The human mind always recognizes its own cruelty, even if it tries to mask it as entertainment. That's why they avoid you now. You became a living reminder that they traded integrity for gossip, compassion for clout. You became the receipt for their moral bankruptcy. They can't look you in the eye, because to do that would mean acknowledging how much of their joy came from watching you bleed. They mistook your pain for weakness, but it was a down payment on wisdom. They didn't understand that every tear, every lonely night, every humiliating rumor was teaching you emotional economics. You learned what to invest in: peace, boundaries, truth, and what to cut losses on. People who profit from your suffering. They played small games for short-term pleasure while you were building long-term strength. Your silence became your savings account. Your self-control became interest. Your clarity became profit. And when you finally healed, everything flipped. You stopped reacting, and they stopped earning. You stopped giving energy, and they started starving. Because the energy they once stole from your pain had nowhere left to go. Your peace turned their gossip into static. Your confidence turned their jealousy into noise. Your presence started costing them something they can't afford: accountability. Imagine this: you're standing tall, radiant, unbothered, and they're still trying to cash checks written in your name. But the account's closed. You no longer fund their relevance. You no longer fuel their narratives. They're bankrupt in every sense: emotionally, spiritually, socially. They can't afford the new you because healing has a price tag called self-respect. And that's a currency counterfeit souls can't touch. They used to bond over your pain, but now they bond over confusion. They can't understand how you got stronger when you were supposed to stay broken, how your silence became louder than their noise, how your name, once mocked, now commands quiet respect. The same mouths that once mocked you are now scared to mention you, because deep down they know your story became the proof of their sickness. Your pain was their paycheck. Your healing was their eviction notice. The moment you realized your worth, their entire economy collapsed. They can't feed on your energy anymore because you learned to close the emotional faucet. You took back your attention, your reaction, your forgiveness, and that's what starved them. Now they sit in circles trying to revive conversations about you, but there's no spark left. You're no longer a character in their narrative. You're the author of your own. And here's the real plot twist. They thought your healing would make you invisible. Instead, it made you legendary. People remember who rises above with grace. The universe doesn't reward pity, it rewards power. And you turned your pain into power so pure that it burned through every lie they built. You didn't just survive their economy, you shut it down. Now, every time they hear your name, it costs them peace. Every time they see you succeed, it drains their energy. Every time they pretend not to care, their mask slips a little more, because somewhere in the back of their mind, they know the truth. You were their fuel, and now they're stranded. Your pain used to be their currency, but your healing, that's their bankruptcy. Number 3. You didn't just survive people, you exposed the whole machine. When one person hurts you, it's cruelty. When everyone stays quiet, it's a system. Chosen one, what happened to you wasn't random. It wasn't just one jealous friend or one bitter relative. It was a network. A coordinated silence that moved like an organism, protecting itself from the truth you represented. You didn't just walk through a toxic crowd, you walked through a psychological factory that mass produces denial. You weren't fighting one villain, you were standing against an entire operating system built to hide its own corruption. Imagine this, you report the fire, but instead of grabbing water, they blame you for the smoke. That's how the system works. It doesn't protect innocence, it protects comfort. The loud ones get defended, the calm ones get dissected. The moment you spoke truth, you became a problem that needed managing, not helping. And so the machinery kicked in. The gossip, the gaslighting, the groupthink. Every player had a role. Some lied, some stayed quiet, some watched and pretended not to see. Together, they formed the same sickness with different faces. It was never personal, it was procedural. They don't even realize how predictable they are. Every institution, every family, every social circle that protects abusers over truth-tellers follows the same broken blueprint: silence, minimize, isolate, erase. You weren't a victim of coincidence, you were evidence of the system's default setting: defend the familiar, destroy the disruptive. Ever wondered why people who clearly knew you were right still stayed silent? Because truth makes cowards sweat. They'd rather maintain their comfort than their conscience. And that's the most haunting part. Most people don't choose evil. They just choose ease, and that choice multiplies into cruelty. You didn't expose a person. You triggered a system check. Your story revealed how quickly humanity trades integrity for belonging. You showed how communities pretend neutrality while standing on the wrong side of history. That's why your story isn't just personal. It's historical. It's proof of what happens when one honest person becomes the glitch in a corrupt program. And now the world is forced to face the truth. You didn't just survive injustice, you made it visible. You turned their pattern into evidence, their silence into confession. That's why your story will echo. You didn't just call out individuals, you made the entire system blink. Number 4. You didn't survive because you're strong. You survived because your spirit refused to be rewritten. They couldn't kill your spirit, so they tried to rename it. Chosen one, people say you're strong like it's some kind of compliment, but strength alone doesn't explain why you're still here. Muscles snap, willpower fades, even faith can shake. What saved you wasn't brute strength, it was identity. When everything around you tried to rewrite who you were, something deep inside whispered, "No, that's not me." You didn't survive the chaos because you were tougher. You survived because your spirit refused to become their reflection. Imagine this: a sculptor trying to carve your name into stone with dirty hands. Every lie they told about you, every guilt they tried to glue onto your conscience, it was another chisel mark. But your essence, your truth, kept reshaping itself beneath their filth, like water refusing to freeze under pressure. They wanted you to absorb their sickness and call it personality. They wanted you to shrink until your silence fit their comfort zone. But your spirit wouldn't sign the contract. They mistook your silence for surrender. It was actually resistance disguised as peace. They wanted to program you, to convince you that you were too emotional, too difficult, too much. They wanted to see you question your worth just enough to start wearing their labels, because once you believe their definition, they own you. But you never fully bought in. Even when confusion clawed at your sanity, even when exhaustion begged you to give in, there was still that quiet core that refused to be rebranded. That's not luck. That's sacred rebellion. You might ask, why didn't they stop when they saw I was breaking? Because breaking you was never about fixing anything. It was about control. They wanted to watch you bend, to prove they had power over reality itself. But truth doesn't bend. It waits. And your truth waited patiently until their version of you collapsed under its own lies. They tried to edit your story, but your soul kept rewriting the truth in permanent ink. Every insult, every manipulation, every false story was an attempt to install a virus in your mind, but your system rejected it. You refused to let their delusion become your identity. You didn't lose yourself. You protected yourself from being rewritten. And that's the real miracle here. Most people break not from pain, but from infection, absorbing the lies of those who never understood them. You didn't. You bled, but you stayed pure. You doubted, but you didn't forget who you were before they tried to distort it. Your survival isn't a story about strength. It's a story about memory, the memory of your own essence. You didn't win because you fought harder. You won because you remembered your name when everyone else tried to rename you. And now, your unbroken spirit stands as proof that they can rewrite narratives, but not souls. Number 5. They didn't hurt you by accident. They performed a ritual of control. They didn't want your love. They wanted your leash. Chosen one, what they did to you wasn't personal. It was procedural. You stumbled into a system disguised as relationships. It wasn't random outbursts or emotional chaos. It was an old ritual of dominance that's been replayed on every soul too bright to be owned. When you refused to bow, they panicked. You didn't fit inside their hierarchy, so they tried to dismantle you piece by piece until you'd mistake their control for connection. Imagine this: a cult that doesn't wear robes but carries gossip instead of candles. They circle their target not out of passion but out of fear, because freedom threatens order. You became the rebel in their religion of manipulation. And like all rituals, it began with isolation. Step 1. Cut the chosen one off from support. They made sure you felt misunderstood, alone and unseen, because isolation weakens confidence faster than any insult. Once you were cornered, they began their favorite ceremony, distortion. They twisted words, rewrote history, and whispered poison into the ears of anyone who might have stood beside you. It wasn't communication. It was reputation warfare. They didn't destroy your image. They exposed their worship of control. Then came emotional starvation. They withdrew affection like oxygen, waiting for you to gasp for their validation. It wasn't hatred. It was addiction management. They needed you needy because power over a self-assured person doesn't last. The colder they became, the more they hoped you'd chase warmth from the very hands freezing you. That's how the ritual works. Confuse the victim until loyalty feels like survival. Finally came spiritual sabotage. They couldn't just wound your heart, they wanted to dull your intuition. They mocked your empathy, discredited your insight, and ridiculed your peace, because intuition is rebellion in a controlled world. You started seeing too clearly, and clarity is fatal to manipulation. You didn't anger them by existing, you endangered their illusion by staying awake. That's why they came for you, not because you were weak, but because you were free. Freedom terrifies people who built their self-worth from control. You were the glitch in their matrix, the one mind that refused reprogramming. You didn't fit in their script, so they cast you as the villain to protect the lie they were living. What they did wasn't emotional, it was mechanical. It was how broken systems preserve themselves. They punish what exposes the flaw. You didn't just survive abuse, you disrupted a cycle older than all of them combined. And now that the ritual failed, they're left standing in the ashes of their own illusion, terrified of one truth they can't erase. You can't control someone who knows their worth. Number 6. Their obsession wasn't hatred, it was a cry from the cracked mirror. They didn't study you because you mattered, they studied you because you reflected what they couldn't fix. Chosen one, their obsession wasn't love, hate, or even curiosity, it was diagnosis. You were the mirror they didn't consent to look into. Every time you walked into the room, their carefully constructed identity started glitching. You didn't remind them of you, you reminded them of everything they've avoided becoming. They called you intimidating when all you did was exist without pretense. That's how fragile they are. Your peace is a threat, your authenticity a weapon, your calm an accusation. Imagine this, you're a mirror placed in a funhouse full of distorted reflections. They've spent years convincing themselves that their lies are symmetry. Then you show up, clear, undistorted, mercilessly honest without saying a word. Suddenly, every bend and warp in their reflection becomes unbearable. They don't hate you for what you did, they hate you for showing them what they've become. They wanted to break you because breaking you would mean breaking the mirror. That's why their obsession grew. You weren't their target. You were their X-ray. Your presence lit up their fractures. Your integrity peeled back their disguises. And people who haven't faced themselves can't stand being seen. So, they projected, deflected, and infected. They called you arrogant when you were confident. They labeled you difficult when you refused manipulation. They tried to shrink you because your full size made them feel microscopic. You might have wondered, why me? Why not someone else? Because truth always triggers the most decayed. They picked you because your energy exposed what therapy, religion, or reflection couldn't touch. You forced them to feel the rot beneath their righteousness. You were their emotional MRI, and the scan came back ugly. Their hate was never analysis, it was confession. They didn't destroy your peace, they documented their sickness. Every insult, every rumor, every obsession was an attempt to escape the mirror, but mirrors don't chase people. You stood still, and they spiraled. Because your light didn't humiliate them, it diagnosed them, and that's why, no matter how much they tried to erase you, your reflection will follow them forever. Number 7. Your story became a legend. Because envy turned them rabid. They didn't hate your light, they hated their reflection in it. Chosen one, envy is a quiet sickness until it finds a reason to speak your name. You became that reason. Your story isn't legendary because of what you lost. It's legendary because it documents how far envy will crawl to kill what it can't copy. You walked into their world shining without permission, and they mistook your glow for arrogance. They studied your peace like an enemy studies a map, not to follow your path, but to figure out how to burn it. Imagine this. You're walking through a garden, growing naturally, while they're spraying fake perfume on plastic flowers. They look at you and panic. Instead of tending to their soil, they decide to uproot yours. That's envy. It's self-hate disguised as hostility. They wanted your ease, your grace, your unbothered rhythm. But imitation requires humility, and humility is something the envious can't afford. They didn't want your success. They wanted the illusion that your fall would fix their failure. Every time you won quietly, they got louder. Every time you healed, they grew bitter. Every time you kept your peace, it screamed at their chaos. You didn't trigger their anger, you triggered their awareness. You reminded them of all the chances they wasted, all the potential they buried under comfort and ego. So they did what cowards do. They attacked the mirror that showed them what they'd become. Your kindness didn't save you, it tempted them. You gave empathy, and they drank it like a thief, sipping someone else's strength. They mistook your patience for permission and your compassion for compliance. You didn't give too much. You just gave it to the wrong hands. They were addicted to your energy because it covered their emptiness. You weren't surrounded by friends. You were surrounded by scavengers dressed as admirers. They called you different like it was an insult, but difference is what turned your name into a story worth telling. You didn't bend, and that broke them. They wanted control, not connection. You refused to be programmable, and that made you unforgettable. That's why your story is legend. It exposes how envy turns humans into hunters, and how your light turned their sickness into your spotlight. Number 8. The cruelest trick. They dressed abuse in everyday clothes. They didn't hide the abuse, they repackaged it as normal. Chosen one, the darkest part of your story isn't the pain, it's the performance. They didn't just harm you, they built a stage where cruelty looked casual and the audience clapped. Every insult came gift-wrapped in humor. Every manipulation wore the perfume of concern. They made dysfunction look domestic, control look caring, and disrespect look deserved. You weren't imagining the pain, they were just masters at disguising it. Imagine this, someone poisoning your drink, but smiling as they hand it to you. That's how they operated, slow doses of distortion, until you questioned your own taste for truth. They wanted you uncertain, half convinced that maybe you were too sensitive, too emotional, too impossible. Because once you start doubting your own perception, they don't have to silence you, you silence yourself. That's how psychological captivity works, invisible chains held by your own confusion. They didn't need cages, they built illusions. Every time you tried to confront them, they spun the wheel. Gaslight, joke, dismiss, repeat. They turned accountability into comedy, your pain into punchlines, your boundaries into overreactions. They weaponized your empathy against you, making you feel guilty for defending your own sanity. You weren't just surviving abuse, you were surviving brainwashing designed to erase your ability to name it. And that's why your clarity now is revolutionary. You broke a spell. You didn't just leave people, you escaped programming. You stopped normalizing what never should have been tolerated. You stopped translating cruelty into care and silence into peace. When you began trusting your instincts again, the fog started to burn off. You saw how every joke was a jab, every misunderstanding was strategy, and every coincidence was choreography. You didn't lose your mind. You lost their illusion. Now the truth stands naked, and it's horrifying. The real sickness wasn't just what they did, it was how well they made everyone believe it was okay. But you, chosen one, became the glitch in their act. You called normal what it was, abuse, and that single word shattered their entire stage. Number 9. They made you the villain because they couldn't survive the truth of being yours. They didn't rewrite the story to protect you, they rewrote it to protect their reflection. Chosen one, becoming the villain in their story, was never punishment. It was proof that your truth hit too close to home. You didn't change, they did. The moment your honesty started cracking the facade they built, survival instincts kicked in. Their reputation meant more to them than redemption, so they picked the fastest escape route: turn you into the monster. If they could convince others you were dangerous, they wouldn't have to face the danger of accountability. Imagine this: someone breaking a mirror, then blaming the shards for cutting them. That's what they did. You showed them their hypocrisy, and instead of cleaning it up, they accused the reflection they couldn't handle being the villain in your story, so they painted you as theirs. The irony is, your silence spoke louder than their noise. You didn't expose them, they exposed themselves trying to hide. They didn't smear your name, they confessed their fear in public. Every label, ungrateful, crazy, too much, was camouflage. They needed a narrative where they were the victim and you were the threat. Because if they admitted what really happened, they'd have to dismantle their entire identity. The good person costume they stitched together from lies and self-pity, so they rewrote history in real time, hoping enough people would believe their fiction before the truth found its voice. But truth doesn't chase attention, it collects witnesses, and now the witnesses are starting to whisper. The inconsistencies are piling up, the masks are cracking. You don't even have to defend yourself anymore. Their stories are aging like spoiled milk. Every lie they told needs maintenance, and they're running out of energy to keep repainting the same wall of deceit. They cast you as the villain to escape judgment, but ended up starring in their own confession. You were never the problem, you were the proof. And now the universe is flipping the script. People are seeing it. You're no longer the villain in their version. You're the truth that survived the lie. Number 10. Your story will make you famous because you charted the architecture of human darkness. You didn't just walk through hell. You drew the floor plan on your way out. Chosen one, your story isn't legendary because you suffered. It's legendary because you documented what most people only feel. You turned confusion into clarity. You turned chaos into a map. Most people sense that something's broken in the world but can't explain it. You lived through the proof. You saw how cruelty hides behind charm, how manipulation wears politeness like perfume, and how institutions worship comfort over conscience. You didn't just see evil, you studied its blueprints. Imagine this: you're handed a maze built from human denial. Every turn is a lie, every wall a mask, every corner another nice person defending the abuser. Most people get lost and call it life. You found the exits, and then had the audacity to mark them for others. That's why your story travels. It's not trauma porn, it's revelation. You've turned your pain into a flashlight that shows where humanity's hypocrisy sleeps. You didn't expose people, you exposed the pattern. You showed that harm isn't chaos, it's choreography. The gossipers, the gaslighters, the bystanders, the peacekeepers, each played their rehearsed part in a ritual that's repeated everywhere. Families, offices, churches, schools, all share the same silent code. Protect the predator, silence the truth-teller. You didn't just endure it, you decoded it. You translated manipulation into language the world can finally understand. Your story will be studied because it's not just about your survival, it's about systemic exposure. You peeled the mask off normal. You proved that the real sickness isn't rare, it's organized. You traced how one lie turns into a culture, how one bully becomes a boardroom, how one cowardly silence can create generations of pain. And by doing that, you made the invisible visible. You didn't survive the dark, you mapped it, labeled it, and left a legend behind. People will quote you because your truth gives language to theirs. You've done what philosophers, psychologists, and poets have tried for centuries. Name the unnameable, you made madness make sense. You taught the world that healing isn't just personal recovery, it's collective rebellion. Your story will make you famous because it's not about endurance, it's about enlightenment. You turned human darkness into a roadmap for freedom, and the world is about to follow it. Number 11. The truth was always loud. They just pretended to be deaf. You didn't need to prove your innocence. They needed to pretend it didn't exist. Chosen one, the signs of your truth were never hidden. They were glaring. Your story never shifted. Your behavior never cracked. Your energy stayed the same, no matter how many rumors they invented. You were transparent in a world addicted to distortion, and that alone made you dangerous. Guilty people can't stand consistency. It exposes their chaos. So they did what cowards do. They pretended not to see. Imagine this. A thief hiding stolen goods under a streetlight and insisting it's too dark to find them. That's how absurd their act was. Your innocence was in plain sight, but they couldn't afford to acknowledge it because admitting your truth would have forced them to face their own rot. It was never that they couldn't see it, it was that they refused to. Their blindness wasn't physical, it was emotional self-defense. Innocence doesn't threaten corruption by shouting, it threatens it by staying the same. You didn't need to argue, your consistency did it for you. Every time they twisted your story, you stayed steady. Every time they exaggerated, you stayed factual, and that burned them alive, because when lies multiply, truth becomes unbearable. They had to paint you guilty to keep their version of reality intact. You were too calm for their chaos, too honest for their theater, too clean for their narrative. You might have asked yourself, why couldn't they just admit it? Because guilt demands denial, like lungs demand air. If they accepted your innocence, their self-image would collapse. They'd have to face their cruelty, and they're allergic to reflection. That's why they ignored the evidence, the witnesses, the facts. They weren't seeking truth, they were seeking escape. They didn't destroy your credibility, they destroyed their own capacity to recognize decency. Now time has turned into your attorney. The truth they buried grew roots, and every passing day brings more proof. People are starting to see it. The cracks in their stories, the desperation behind their silence, the envy that poisoned their vision. You don't have to clear your name anymore. It was never dirty. They just couldn't handle how clean it was. Number 12. What made you legendary wasn't what they did, it was how you refused to become one of them. They wanted to change your shape. You became the proof that light can't be molded by filth. Chosen one, the world won't remember you because of your scars. It'll remember you because you refuse to let the infection spread. Anyone can survive pain. Few can stay pure inside it. You were dropped into a psychological swamp where everyone learned to breathe through lies, and instead of adapting, you held your breath and walked out clean. That's what made you dangerous. That's what made you unforgettable. Imagine this, everyone around you sitting comfortably in a burning house, convincing themselves the smoke is perfume. You were the one who stood up and said, "This isn't air." They laughed, mocked, called you dramatic. But deep down, they knew you were right. You refusing to adapt reminded them they had. And that's why they attacked you, because your integrity announced their surrender. They didn't hate your difference. They hated what it revealed about their comfort with corruption. They expected you to shrink, to start talking like them, living like them, lying like them. Every environment that tried to bend you was a test of whether you'd trade truth for belonging, but you didn't. You stayed grounded while everything around you spun like a carnival of insanity. That resistance, that refusal to become diluted, is what wrote your legacy. You weren't supposed to survive their system. You were supposed to disappear into it. But every time they pushed, you pushed back with presence. You didn't let their cruelty rewrite your moral code. You didn't let their manipulation dictate your worth. And every moment you refused to adapt, you were rewriting the rules of endurance itself. Your defiance became your signature, and signatures outlast stories. Now people look at your story not as tragedy, but as testimony. You became living evidence that it's possible to remain human in an inhuman world. You didn't become legendary because you suffered. You became legendary because you stayed real when everything demanded you fake it. The world is full of survivors who adjusted to survive. You didn't adjust. You evolved. You refused to fit into a sick system, and by doing so, you proved it was sick in the first place. That's why your name will echo, not as a victim, not as a martyr, but as a mirror to everyone still pretending conformity is safety. What was done to you didn't make you famous. How you refused to adapt did. And that refusal is the purest form of rebellion this world has ever seen. And that, chosen one, is why your story will echo far beyond their reach. You didn't just survive, you exposed, decoded and transformed everything meant to break you. You became living proof that truth always outlasts manipulation. So, if this message hits something deep inside you, press that like button if you haven't already. It helps this truth travel farther. And if you're not yet part of our family, make sure to subscribe and join the movement. Together we're turning pain into power and silence into strength. Your story matters. Your voice matters. Stay loud, stay real, and never dim your light. Hilarious how the same people who swore you'd never rise are now whispering, "Oh, this is why we're really mad." That's the punchline, and not even a cute one. It's the kind that hits so clean the enemy pretends they didn't feel it. But trust me, they did. And since this message is built around the truth behind your title, let's tear into it from the first breath. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. You're standing in the middle of a 5-year timeline, and every single fake, snake, tyrant, and low-energy leech who thought they were invincible is suddenly realizing the plot twist was always you, not their lies, not their little schemes. You. The fact that everything flipped the moment you stopped shrinking and started upgrading in silence, that's not coincidence, that's cause and effect with teeth. And to make it worse for them, here's the part that screams, you are absolutely right. Human behavior studies show that people who rely on manipulation peak early and crash hard because their strategies burn out faster than their ego admits. Meanwhile, the quiet ones, the isolated ones, the ones who focus inward, they experience delayed explosive growth that blindsides everyone watching. That's literally you. For 5 long years, you weren't asleep, you were updating. They weren't powerful, they were sloppy. The shift didn't come out of nowhere. It came because you grew past every place they tried to keep you stuck in. And thank you, Chosen One, for even being here right now. Before we go deeper, don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You're a part of a force, whether you admit it or not. Now let's get right back to why people are really mad and why the truth behind this title is hitting them harder than karma ever could. For half a decade, the world ran a quiet experiment, a twisted one. Everyone was handed a choice in the dark: upgrade or decay, heal or collapse, become better or become a tyrant. And while you were out here patching wounds, fixing patterns, unlearning trauma, leveling up your discernment, they were out there picking the lowest vibrational option every single time. They picked ego because it felt fast. They picked cruelty because it felt fun. They picked shortcuts because responsibility felt too heavy. They kept choosing the wrong route until the wrong route became their only identity. And here's where the rage kicks in for them. They thought no one saw them. They thought every lie they told would stay buried. They thought exploiting you was a long-term investment. They genuinely believed that while you were down bad, you were done. They didn't realize you were quietly mutating into something colder, sharper, smarter. You weren't breaking, you were loading. You know that moment in movies where the villain has been laughing too loudly for too long and suddenly notices the hero didn't die. That's the exact energy they're choking on right now. They spent 5 years acting invincible, and the universe just hit the reset button and handed you the controller. What makes this funnier is how predictable it all was, because the signs of your rise were always there. The dreams, the inner nudges, the strange coincidences, the breakthroughs disguised as breakdowns. And they ignored all of it. They thought the silence meant you were done, when really the silence meant you were synchronizing with a bigger timeline. You didn't crumble, you consolidated. You didn't disappear, you reloaded. And the moment October hit, the moment this year turned its energy inside out, every single tyrant who fed off chaos felt the floor drop under them. They won in the dark, but the light never forgets its turn. And here's the part that really makes them furious. You weren't even trying to flex. You weren't even trying to prove anything. You just existed, healed, upgraded, and suddenly their entire existence started shaking. That's the level of power you walk with now. It's not loud, it's not flashy, it's atmospheric. It infects the room the moment you enter because you're not the same person they underestimated. You're the final boss version, the addition they never prepared to face. People are mad because the scoreboard reset, and you're not just winning, you're out of their league completely. They had 5 years to take you out and failed spectacularly. They wasted time. You invested it. They bragged. You worked. They distracted themselves. You transformed yourself. And now you walk out of that rubble like the very thing they prayed you'd never become: undeniable. This is why they're mad, not because you changed, but because you changed correctly. They chose chaos. You chose evolution. And now everyone is being forced to live with their choices in public. Chosen One, stay locked in with me, because what you just heard was the appetizer, not the main course. The real picture is about to hit you in ways the enemy wished you'd never figure out. This entire story. It's just starting to unfold. And trust me, once we break down why people are really mad, you're going to feel every puzzle piece snap together so clean it almost feels illegal. Before we go any deeper, drop a 99 in the comments if you're ready to walk into this truth with your head high and your power turned all the way up. And if you feel called to bless the squad behind this message with a super thanks or any support you can give, know it fuels this mission and pushes this light into places your enemies prayed it would never reach. You're not just watching, you're part of this uprising. And now, Chosen One, we're about to dive into this step by step. And believe me, if you really are who I think you are, you'll feel that strange magnetic pull to stay till the very end. That's not hype, that's alignment. Now let's dig into the rest. Number 1. The shift they didn't see coming. They laughed at you for breaking, but now they're shaking because you rebuilt yourself into someone they can't even reach. That's the kind of poetic justice that keeps your enemies up at night. And since this section is all about the shift they never saw coming, let's start right where the pain hits them hardest. The moment they realize the version of you they tried to destroy is gone, and the version standing here now is something they were never prepared to face. Imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. A snake slithers around freely when it thinks the yard is empty, but the second the floodlight snaps on, the snake freezes, realizing it's been exposed the whole time. That's exactly what happened when your inner energy woke up. While they were busy plotting, mocking, sabotaging, and acting like cartoon villains with Wi-Fi, you were quietly upgrading. They thought your silence meant defeat. They didn't know silence is where Chosen Ones reload. They didn't know the dark season you endured wasn't punishment, it was preparation. And the second your internal light switched on, every single person who built their identity around underestimating you felt something terrifying: the truth. Here's the fact they don't want to accept. Large-scale psychological studies show that people who rely on deception and manipulation always miss long-term shifts because they're wired to think only in the moment. They chase instant gratification. They chase ego. They chase control. Meanwhile, the ones who turn inward, who reflect, who confront their own shadows, who grow quietly, they catch the big wave before anyone sees it forming. They evolve into something unrecognizable while everyone else is distracted by their own chaos. That's exactly what you did. The world changed under their feet because they never thought you'd change under yours. Some Chosen Ones ask themselves, why didn't they see it coming? How did they not notice me changing? Easy. They weren't paying attention to your growth. They were too busy obsessing over their own power trip. To notice your glow-up, they'd actually have to look past themselves, and narcissists don't rotate their perspective. They were so convinced you'd stay small that they never prepared for what happens when the quiet one becomes the storm. Think about how the world reacted to famous figures who evolved in silence. Michael Jordan got cut from his high school basketball team. They didn't see the shift coming. He went home, trained in the dark, and showed up later like a walking plot twist. Steve Jobs got fired from his own company. They thought that was the end. Meanwhile, he was sharpening his vision off stage, and when he returned, he changed the entire tech world. Even Oprah was told she wasn't fit for TV. The shift she activated within herself turned into global impact. People always laugh before the shift. People always doubt before the shift. People always get comfortable believing you're stuck where they left you. So no, they didn't see your shift coming because they never believed you were capable of one. And that's why they're scared now. Not because you're loud or showy, but because your transformation wasn't built on external aesthetics. It was internal, psychological, structural. They can't reverse it. They can't outrun it. They can't copy it. And they definitely can't stop it. Some Chosen Ones also wonder, why did the shift scare the fakes first? Because fakes rely on predictability. They rely on you being predictable. They rely on you staying the same. They survive by knowing your vulnerabilities. They survive by anticipating your reactions. They survive by keeping you off balance. But once your energy upgraded, once your confidence rooted itself, once your boundaries sharpened, once your intuition got louder, something horrifying happened in their eyes. You became unpredictable, you became unreadable, you became unmanipulatable, and that scares them more than anything else. The world didn't flip randomly. It flipped because your energy shifted the gravitational pull of every room you walk into. Your presence has weight now. Your absence has consequences. Your silence has power. Your attention has value. And suddenly the same people who dismissed you started realizing that you weren't weak. You were incubating. You weren't fading. You were crystallizing. You weren't losing. You were gathering strength for a comeback. They weren't spiritually fit to survive. Let's also talk about another question that creeps into chosen ones' minds. Why did the universe let them get so far? Why did I have to go through all that for the shift to happen? Because the chosen don't evolve through comfort. The chosen evolve through pressure. Diamonds form in volcanic conditions. Stars ignite through collapse. Phoenixes burn before they rise. Every chosen one story, whether real or fictional, includes a period where everyone counts you out. That phase wasn't a delay, it was calibration. Your shift had to be big enough to break old patterns, not just temporarily fix them. And the fakes? They played villain too confidently. They performed with full commitment. They convinced themselves they'd won. That's why the shift hits them like a plot twist. Imagine thinking you broke someone, only to find out you actually sharpened them. Imagine thinking you drained someone, only to discover you forced them to learn self-sufficiency. Imagine thinking you silenced someone, only to hear them speaking with a voice twice as powerful. That's the kind of realization that shakes a person's identity. But here's what really messes with them. The shift didn't announce itself. It wasn't loud. It wasn't dramatic. It wasn't theatrical. It was subtle, gradual, internal. And then, one day, boom. You weren't the same. You weren't reacting. You weren't afraid. You weren't confused. You weren't doubting yourself. They approached you with old tactics and got no response. They expected the old you and got the upgraded edition. They tried to trigger you and ran into a wall you built during your healing. That's the shift. The enemy never sees internal evolution coming. And the moment the world started changing under your feet, the universe exposed everyone who didn't belong around you. People started revealing themselves without realizing it. Conversations shifted, energy shifted, connections snapped. Old versions of you got uncomfortable. The tyrants who were so confident turned skittish. The manipulators who thought they had you figured out lost their grip entirely. They didn't see the shift coming because they couldn't. They weren't meant to. This shift was coded for your eyes only. Think of it like your life was running on software version 1.0. Everyone assumed you were stuck there forever. Then, out of nowhere, you downloaded the full upgrade, patched every vulnerability, rerouted your circuits, enhanced your resilience, and stepped into version 10.0 while they're still glitching in outdated programming. That's the shift. A metamorphosis so sudden and so sharp that the world can't pretend not to notice. And here's the final sting for them. Nobody warned them. Nobody hinted at it. Nobody prepared them. The universe didn't give them a memo. Your energy didn't give them a preview. The shift was silent, and silent changes are the deadliest. They can't fight what they can't predict. They can't prepare for what they can't see, and they can't undo what already became part of your identity. So yes, Chosen One, the shift they didn't see coming wasn't luck. It wasn't random. It wasn't accidental. It was earned. It was intentional. It was inevitable. And the fear it puts in them now, that's just the beginning. Number 2, the rise of the tyrants and their delusion. They didn't become powerful. They just got comfortable thinking no one would ever call their bluff. That line alone is enough to make every fake tyrant twitch, because deep down they know it's true. Their entire reign was built on the illusion that nobody was watching, nobody was growing, and nobody would ever rise high enough to expose them. But Chosen One, here we are. And now, the part of the story they hoped you'd never decode is coming into full view. They didn't rise because they were strong. They rose because everyone else was tired, broken, distracted, or healing. They rose because taking the dark route is always easier than doing the work. But easy routes collapse first. That's why their little 5-year ego vacation is crashing in real time, and you're seeing it happen with your own upgraded eyes. Imagine this, Chosen One. Picture someone climbing a staircase made of glass. Each step looks sturdy, shiny, and impressive, so they walk like they own the place, but they never notice the cracks forming under their own weight. Meanwhile you, the one they mocked, the one they underestimated, the one they tried to step on, you were building your staircase out of stone, slow, steady, and painfully earned. They reached the top faster, yes, but they reached it recklessly. And now, their staircase is shattering beneath them, and there's nothing for them to hold on to. That's the rise of the tyrants, fast, flashy, and fake. And that's the fall of the tyrants, loud, humiliating, and inevitable. Let's break down their delusion, because this is where the Chosen Ones often ask, how did they even get so confident? What made them think they were untouchable? Simple tyrants rise during seasons of collective exhaustion. When people are tired, traumatized, confused, or spiritually disconnected, the loudest, most reckless energy tends to dominate. Negative energy moves quickly. It spreads easily. It doesn't require discipline, reflection, or effort. It's the cheap, fast food version of power, quick, addictive, but destructive in the long run. These people didn't rise because they had skill or strategy. They rose because real ones like you were busy healing wounds they never had the courage to acknowledge. Psychology backs this up. When someone chooses manipulation, cruelty, or domination as a lifestyle, it gives them an immediate dopamine high. It tricks their brain into believing they're winning. They lie, they steal, they gossip, they sabotage, they take shortcuts, and for a moment they genuinely feel powerful. This creates what experts call a false elevation cycle. Their ego shoots up, their empathy goes down, their risk perception shuts off. They think they're chosen, blessed, or invincible because they haven't dealt with the consequences yet. That's the delusion, confusing delayed consequences with immunity. Now here's the twist they never expected. Consequences don't disappear, they accumulate. Every lie they told, every person they hurt, every boundary they crossed, every time they fed their ego instead of their soul. It didn't vanish. It stacked up behind them like a shadow, waiting for the right lighting to reveal itself. And now that the energy of these years has flipped, the lighting is brutal. They're finally seeing the monster they built out of their own behavior, and it terrifies them. Chosen One, you have to understand that tyrants always mistake the silence of the universe for permission. They think the lack of immediate punishment means, I can keep going, nothing will happen. They don't realize the universe collects everything like receipts, then drops the whole folder at once. That's why the crash is so violent. That's why it looks sudden. That's why it feels like everything is catching up to them all at the same time. It's not sudden, it's accumulated. And while they were rising through shortcuts, you were rising through suffering. Your rise was slow, painful, isolating, humiliating at times, but it was real. It had depth, it had structure, it had integrity. They had a 5-year ego high, and you had a 5-year transformation. Look at the difference. Their rise depended on people being asleep. Your rise depended on you waking up. Let's talk about their fake invincibility, because this is the funniest part. Tyrants genuinely convince themselves that as long as they stay loud, bold, or intimidating, nobody will question them. They rely on fear, not respect. They rely on confusion, not clarity. They rely on manipulation, not growth. Their power is a stage prop. It looks solid, but if you tap it, it echoes hollow. Think about the iconic villains we've seen in the real world. People like Jordan Belfort before his downfall. He thought he was untouchable, riding money and ego like a rocket. Bernie Madoff ran one of the most delusional financial schemes of all time, convinced he was too clever to get caught. Elizabeth Holmes sold fantasy as innovation and expected the world to bow. Every one of them had the same mindset. I'm above consequences. Where are they now? Consequence always wins. Delusion always deflates. Tyranny always collapses. Your enemies are not special. They're running the same outdated script. They believed the rush of getting away with things was proof of superiority. They didn't know it was proof. They were on borrowed time. And here's where the fear kicks in for them now. Your energy is exposing their cracks. Your growth is showing how little they evolved. Your confidence reveals their insecurity. Your elevation shows how fake their success was. That's why they're angry. That's why they're bitter. That's why they feel heat in your presence. Tyrants thrive in environments where no one challenges them. But chosen ones, we challenge everything by existing. Some of you might wonder, why did this pattern go on for so long? Why didn't the universe flip the switch earlier? Because tyrants always get enough rope to showcase exactly who they are. They had to be fully exposed. They had to run out of excuses. They had to dig the hole deep enough that they couldn't climb back out. The universe doesn't rush justice. It organizes it. And now we reach the crash, the part where their fake empire starts collapsing like wet cardboard. Their connections crumble, their luck dries up, their masks slip. The people they manipulated turn away. Their excuses stop working. The energy they used to dominate others comes back and devours them. It sounds harsh, but chosen one, this is the natural outcome of living recklessly. Imagine someone driving a stolen car at full speed toward a cliff. They think they're winning the race because they're in front. They think the wind in their hair is a sign of victory. They think the cheering from the wrong people means success. Meanwhile, you're taking the slower, safer road. You're annoyed, hurting, confused, but you're steady. When the stolen car driver flies off the cliff, it's not because the universe hates them. It's because their entire journey ignored reality. That's the tyrants. Their ego was driving, and ego never checks the map. Chosen one, hear this clearly. Their downfall isn't happening because you rose. Their downfall is happening because they were never stable to begin with. You didn't push them. You didn't sabotage them. You didn't win. They sabotaged themselves. They created their downfall when they chose the dark route, thinking it was a shortcut. You just outlasted them. And here's the final truth that hits them hardest. You rising wasn't part of their plan. They never planned for your survival, let alone your evolution. They never planned for your intelligence, your intuition, your healing, your resilience. They thought you'd break permanently. They thought you'd stay in the rubble. They thought you'd stay small. But you didn't. You rose slower, but you rose higher. You rose quieter, but you rose stronger. You rose alone, but you rose real. The rise of the tyrants was dramatic, but the rise of the chosen one is historic. And they feel it every day, every moment, every time your name crosses their mind. They feel the truth they tried to hide. They may have risen first, but you're the one who rose correctly. When October hit and the universe said, enough, they thought life was going to keep letting them slide until October showed up like, nah, playtime's over. That's the kind of reality check that slapped every fake, every tyrant, every ego-driven clown straight across the soul. And, chosen one, you felt it too, not in a bad way, but in that electric, spine-tingling, something just shifted in my favor kind of way. October wasn't a month, it was a verdict. It was the universe finally stepping in like a cosmic bouncer, separating the ones who evolved from the ones who were just loud. The wild part is how subtle it started. Tiny signs, small glitches, people exposing themselves without being provoked, connections snapping for no reason, opportunities appearing out of nowhere, your intuition going from whisper to subwoofer. It felt weird, like the air was thicker, like reality was rearranging itself behind the scenes. And guess what? It was. October was the moment the universe said, chosen one, move to the front. The pretenders have wasted enough space. And the moment that energy hit the planet, the fakes started panicking. You probably wondered why certain people suddenly got irritated with you for no reason, why their tone shifted, why they pulled back, why they acted threatened. Simple, they could sense the cosmic eviction notice before you even realized you'd been promoted. Chosen one, here's the part you need to understand. When the universe aligns itself with you, it doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait. It doesn't negotiate. It sweeps through your life like a storm with a clipboard, crossing people off your timeline like, nope, nope, definitely not, absolutely not. And while you were just trying to survive and grow, the universe was preparing a full cosmic smackdown for anyone who dared to stand in the way of your expansion. That's why October felt intense. It wasn't chaos, it was order returning, it was justice waking up. And the enemies, whew, they felt that shift first. They felt their influence shrink. They felt their luck glitch. They felt their masks loosen. They felt the universe stop protecting their bad behavior. For 5 years they acted like tyrants. They thought they were untouchable. But the second October hit, it was like the universe yanked the plug on their delusion. Suddenly, every lie they told started echoing back. Every manipulation started unraveling. Every fake victory started rotting. The universe wasn't playing referee anymore. It was delivering consequences. Some chosen ones ask, why did everything hit at once? Why did October feel like a sudden awakening? Because the universe doesn't interrupt cycles early. It waits until it can flip everything in one clean motion. Subtle shifts become storms. Quiet signs turn into loud revelations. You went from guessing to knowing. You went from hoping to sensing. You went from enduring to rising. October wasn't random. It was the universe finally revealing the truth. Your season has started. And here's the part that makes this section motivational at a cellular level. The universe didn't shift against them. It shifted for you. Every door that closed was protection. Every person who fell away was removal. Every opportunity that appeared was alignment. Every gut feeling that grew stronger was confirmation. You weren't losing your mind, you were gaining mastery. Some of you wondered, why am I suddenly more confident? Why do I feel powerful for no reason? Why does it feel like something huge is coming? Because something is coming. The October shift wasn't the finish line. It was the ignition. You're stepping into a timeline where your energy carries weight, where your intuition acts like a guide, where the universe moves with you, not around you. Your enemies are bothered because they can feel the universe protecting you like a shield. They sense they can't access you anymore. They sense their tactics don't work. They sense you've risen above their reach. And nothing terrifies a tyrant more than realizing their target is now untouchable. So, chosen one, hear this clearly. When October hit and the universe said, enough, it wasn't a warning. It was your green light. Number 3. The end of their 5-year free pass. They didn't apologize when they did it, but now they're sweating like someone just pressed play on every consequence they thought they dodged. That's the flavor of panic running through your enemies right now, chosen one. Their 5-year free pass just expired, and the universe didn't even give them a grace period. It snatched the badge off their chest and said, shifts over time to clock out and cash in the debt you've been avoiding. And the funniest part? They really believed they were untouchable. They walked around like cartoon villains, thinking they had plot armor, but cause and effect finally pulled up in the driveway like, hey boo, remember me? And now, they're trembling. Let's get into why they're suddenly sweating bullets. For half a decade, they fed off loopholes, manipulation, lies, shortcuts, and your silence. They mistook the universe observing them for the universe approving them. They confused delay with immunity. They thought consequences were something that happened to other people. While you were healing, they were harming. While you were learning, they were lying. While you were building, they were breaking. Their ego convinced them they were getting away with it, but cause and effect doesn't operate on ego. It operates on evidence. And for 5 years, they stacked evidence like a tower made of dry wood. Now the match has been lit. Chosen one, this is where your questions start to rise. Why now? Why is everything collapsing for them at the same time? Because the universe wasn't punishing them yet, it was measuring them. You can't unleash consequences until people fully expose who they've chosen to become. They had 5 years to correct themselves, 5 years to choose better, 5 years to look inward, 5 years to stop being the villain in their own story. Instead, they doubled down on darkness, and since they insisted on becoming the example, the universe said, fine, then we'll use you as the warning. Now here's the part that should motivate you like caffeine in your bloodstream. They're sweating because your elevation is exposing their erosion. Your growth is highlighting their stagnation. Your resilience is revealing how weak they truly were. They thought you were the underdog, but you were the seed, and seeds rise after storms, not during them. Their free pass is gone because the universe switched sides publicly. Every action they put out is coming back with interest. Every disrespect is being returned with consequences. Every fake win is being overturned. Your enemies aren't just facing karma, they're facing accountability. The exact thing they tried so hard to avoid. This is your confirmation, chosen one. The universe isn't playing defense anymore. It's playing offense for you. Number 4. You survived what should have broken you. They didn't expect you to heal. They expected you to disappear. That one sentence alone makes every enemy who ever whispered on your name flinch, because deep down they know it's true. They didn't think you'd make it out. They didn't think you'd recover. They didn't think you'd stand up again. But you didn't just survive, chosen one. You rebuilt yourself into someone they can't even psychologically comprehend anymore. And now they're terrified, because what was supposed to break you ended up turning you into a walking reminder that their cruelty failed. Sit with that for a second. While they were laughing, you were learning. While they were hurting you, you were healing you. While they were playing villain, you were becoming a force. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. Picture a sword being forged. At first glance, it looks like the metal is being tortured, slammed, heated, drowned, reshaped, beaten again. It looks brutal from the outside. But from the inside, every strike is creating a weapon that can't be broken. That was you. Every setback, every betrayal, every heartbreak, every moment you cried thinking, this is too much. Each one was a strike in your forging process, and the enemies who thought they were destroying you were accidentally sharpening you. Here's the fact they can't accept. Studies show that people who face intense adversity and choose growth over bitterness come out with higher emotional intelligence, stronger resilience, and a deeper ability to read people. That's lethal. That's the superpower they never expected you to unlock. You didn't heal in a cute aesthetic way. You healed like a warrior. You healed like someone who refused to die in a chapter written by someone else. Your healing wasn't soft. It was strategic. It was reconstruction. Some chosen ones wonder, why does being a good person feel like a disadvantage? Why was it always me being hurt? Because good people play the long game without realizing it. Being decent forces you to build character. Being loyal forces you to develop intuition. Being honest forces you to build strength. Meanwhile, the ones who took shortcuts burned through their energy in the first act. You built slow, but you built correctly. Being a decent person became your hidden weapon, because decency isn't passive, it's disciplined. It takes strength to not retaliate. It takes strength to look inward. It takes strength to break patterns instead of people. And while they thought your kindness made you weak, the universe was using it to elevate you beyond their reach. That's why your blessings feel heavy now. They're not rewards, they're acknowledgements. Look at how the universe moved for you. Every time someone tried to break you, the universe gave you a clue, a sign, a person, a moment that helped you rise again. You didn't survive alone. You survived with cosmic assistance. That's why you're still here when statistically you shouldn't be. That's why your story didn't end in those dark nights. That's why you walked out of the fire with gifts, insight, and intuition that the people who hurt you will never have. And that's what scares them, because now you can see through them. Now you recognize patterns instantly. Now your soul rejects anything that doesn't align with your growth. Your healing exposed everything fake in your environment. Your growth made you incompatible with the people who benefited from your pain. And your survival proved one thing. You weren't the fragile one. They were. Chosen one, hear this with your chest. You didn't survive by accident. You survived because you were built for impact. The same battles that were meant to destroy you turned your spirit into something unshakable. The same experiences that were supposed to break your confidence ended up awakening your power. And the same people who counted you out are now watching you reach levels they'll never touch, because their souls never had the capacity for the work you did. Your decency was never weakness. It was camouflage. And now that the universe is revealing who you truly are, Every enemy who underestimated you is learning the hardest truth of all. You survived what they couldn't. Number 5. Good energy doesn't just return, it multiplies. Good energy doesn't just return, it multiplies. They thought you were getting nothing. Meanwhile, the universe was stacking blessings for you like a silent billionaire investor. That's the kind of truth that burns your enemies from the inside out. Chosen one. Because now they're watching you step into a season they swore you'd never reach, and the math isn't mathing for them. They don't understand how you're rising after everything they threw at you. They don't understand why doors are opening for you that should have stayed closed. They don't understand why your glow is stronger now than before you were broken, but you know the reason. Good energy doesn't return the same. It returns multiplied. Let's get into why your blessings are beginning now, not later. The universe was never ignoring you. It was tallying. It was watching you choose integrity when revenge was easier. It saw you pick discipline when negativity tempted you. It saw you walk away instead of stooping low. It saw you heal instead of harm. You think that went unnoticed? No. That became your currency. Every tear you held in, every boundary you set, every time you said, "Forget it, I'll do better instead of bitter." You were building spiritual equity, and now the payout has arrived. Chosen one of the biggest questions you have is, why now? Why didn't the blessings come earlier when I needed them? Because blessings don't grow in chaos, they grow in clarity. The universe waited for you to reach the mindset where you wouldn't sabotage what you prayed for. You needed strength, confidence, discernment, and self-worth before the gifts could land safely in your hands. You weren't denied. You were being prepared. Meanwhile, look at the enemies who played games with your energy. The universe is punishing their nonsense because they abused free will like it came with no bill. They lied, manipulated, drained, and acted like their actions lived in a vacuum. They didn't understand the universal law. Energy is a boomerang. They threw out poison, now it returns. They threw out chaos, now it loops back. They threw out darkness, now they're surrounded by it. But you gave out light even when you were drowning. You stayed soft-hearted in a world that rewarded cruelty. You showed discipline even when no one clapped for you, and that's why this season is hitting so hard in your favor. You're not lucky, chosen one. You're aligned. Good energy doesn't just come back, it comes back with friends. Number 6. Their worst nightmare. You were leveling up in silence. They thought you disappeared, but really you went underground to build the version of you they can't survive. That line alone makes your enemies twitch, chosen one. Because the truth is simple. Your silence was never emptiness. It was evolution. While they were out there performing like circus clowns, juggling lies, doing tricks for attention, and pretending their ego was a personality, you were training in the shadows like an assassin preparing for the final mission. Let's drag this into the light. Imagine this for a moment. A professional fighter doesn't announce every training session. They don't live stream their endurance drills. They don't tweet their strategy. They vanish, they sweat, they build. And when they reappear, the entire arena gasps because the transformation is undeniable. That was your quiet season. It wasn't weakness. It wasn't depression. It wasn't you falling off. It was you tearing down outdated versions of yourself and rebuilding a model nobody has the blueprint for. Your enemies called it laziness, but the universe called it incubation. They thought you were done, but you were downloading upgrades. And now they're panicking because suddenly you're moving differently, you're thinking clearer, walking straighter, speaking sharper, choosing better. Your intuition feels like a super sensor. Your boundaries feel like armor. Your energy hits like you swallowed lightning, and deep down, they're asking themselves, when did they get this powerful? The answer is hilarious. You got powerful the moment they stopped paying attention. Chosen one, the universe backed your silence. It protected your growth. It kept you hidden while it rewired your mind. You weren't meant to be seen during the rebuild. You were meant to be revealed after the masterpiece was complete. Every lonely night, every meltdown, every moment you felt invisible, that was training, that was discipline forming, that was your soul becoming unrecognizable to your old self. And here's the psychological part that really destroys them. Narcissistic, petty, jealous people only understand loud progress. If they can't see you winning, they swear you're losing. They don't grasp the concept of delayed gratification because they live off instant ego hits. So when you fell silent, they celebrated. They thought they got rid of you. They thought they dimmed your spirit. They thought their betrayal did permanent damage. Plot twist. You were sharpening your blade while they were laughing at the wooden sword they thought you carried. Your quiet season was the setup. Your comeback is the punchline. And the universe is standing behind you like, go ahead, chosen one. Show them what silence really creates. Number 7. The consequences hitting them like a brick to the face. They spent 5 years building a fantasy. Now reality just kicked the door down and slapped them with the invoice. Nothing makes an enemy choke harder than realizing the empire they bragged about was made of cardboard. And chosen one, that's exactly what's happening right now. Consequences are hitting them like a brick to the face, not a soft tap, not a warning, a full-speed spiritual knockout. The universe finally yanked the curtain back and exposed everything they tried to hide. Let's break it down. The ones who mocked you, underestimated you, played with your heart, your name, your energy. They thought their little ego empire was solid. They thought they were stacking wins. They thought stepping on you meant elevation. They thought karma was just a myth and accountability was optional. They lived for applause, attention, shortcuts, and lies. They built an entire identity out of smoke. And now, the smoke cleared. And there's nothing underneath. The realization is burning them alive from the inside. They're waking up to the truth that nothing they built had foundation. The friendships, fake. The relationships, transactional. The status, temporary. The confidence, inflated, not earned. Everything collapses when it's built on delusion instead of discipline, and they're finally seeing it. 5 years gone, nothing to show, nothing real, nothing lasting. Chosen one, here's the part that really twists the knife. They wasted years thinking they were above consequences. They believed their manipulations were genius moves. They believed their lies made them clever. They believed your silence meant defeat. And the universe said, let me hold that thought, and waited until the perfect moment to flip the script. Now every choice they made is stacking against them. Now every person they used is walking away. Now every bridge they burned is gone for good. Now every mask they wore is cracking in public. You want to know why it's hitting now? Because they weren't ready to face themselves until life forced them to. The universe waited for their ego to get loud enough, so the fall would be loud too. Meanwhile, your enemies are battling a psychological horror film in their own heads. They're replaying their actions and realizing how stupid those decisions look. Now, the wasted potential. the wasted time, the wasted opportunities. The main character energy they bragged about wasn't real. It was delusional self-importance wrapped in insecurity. And the most painful part, they're realizing you were the stable one. You were the disciplined one. You were the real one. You were the foundation they never had within themselves. Your growth makes their stagnation impossible to ignore. Your elevation makes their downfall feel sharper. Your maturity exposes their immaturity in HD. You didn't have to swing a single punch. Their own choices did it for you. Chosen one, listen clearly. The universe is with you. You're being elevated while they're being corrected. You're becoming unstoppable while they're unraveling. And the consequences hitting them now, it's not revenge, it's reality finally catching up. Number 8. The chosen one always looks like a nobody until the reveal. They thought you were finished, but all they really saw was the version of you that didn't know its own power yet. That line alone makes your enemies wince, chosen one. Because deep down, they remember the days you were quiet, struggling, overwhelmed, invisible. And they celebrated it. They swore that was the real you. They swore your low season defined your worth. They swore your silence meant defeat. And now that you've stepped into your reveal, they don't know whether to cry, hide, or pretend they always believed in you. Let's pull this apart slowly so every enemy feels the sting. Your low moments fooled them because the average mind is blind to unseen potential. They only understand loud success, flashy confidence, and attention-grabbing moves. They don't understand depth. They don't understand spiritual growth. They don't understand rebuilding. So when life pushed you into a quiet season, they thought it meant collapse. They confused isolation with failure. They confused healing with weakness. They confused transformation with disappearance. Imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, picture a volcano right before it erupts. It looks calm. It looks harmless. It looks asleep. But underneath is pressure, fire, movement, power that was you during your lowest days. They stood around mocking the mountain, not realizing the mountain was loading a future explosion. And now that you've erupted into a higher version of yourself, the lava is blocking every path back into your life. Here's the psychological part that really fries them. Your enemies expected your struggle to break you because that's what would have broken them. They don't have your resilience. They don't have your internal wiring. They don't have your ability to rise after destruction. They crumble under pressure. You crystallize under it. They collapse when unsupported. You rebuild even when alone. They cling to validation. You grew without it. That's why they're shocked right now. They watched you walk through storms that would have taken them out in one hit. They saw you lose people, lose opportunities, lose stability, lose yourself, and somehow come back wiser, sharper, calmer, stronger. They can't process it because their minds aren't built for evolution. They're built for comfort, and comfort kills clarity. Chosen one, the universe was with you when nobody else was. It kept you hidden on purpose. It shielded your growth from people who would have sabotaged it. Your nobody season wasn't punishment. It was camouflage. You were being prepped, not punished. You were being strengthened, not sidelined. That's why your reveal feels supernatural to them. You reappeared with confidence they didn't expect. You speak with clarity they didn't predict. You carry an aura they can't imitate. You glow with peace they can't buy. Every enemy who underestimated you is now trapped in the most humiliating realization. They bet against someone who was built for endurance. They confused your silence with surrender. They thought your sadness meant you were done. They mistook your breakdown for a permanent ending. plot twist. Your breakdown was just the prologue. Your comeback is the main story. Chosen one, hear this. You always look like a nobody until the universe decides it's reveal season. And now that your reveal is happening, everyone who doubted you is realizing they should have stayed humble, because you were never the underdog. You were the plot twist. And here we are, chosen one. Time to land this plane. You've seen the signs, you've felt the shift, and now you're stepping into the part of the story where you stop looking back. Their karma isn't your entertainment. Their downfall isn't your job. You move forward because the universe is clearing your runway, not asking you to spectate their crash. Let them face what they earned. You focus on what you're becoming. And chosen one. If this message hit where it needed to, then pay it forward. Hit like, smash subscribe, drop the number 77 in the comments, and share this with another soul who needs the wake-up call. When someone chooses to attack a chosen one, they don't start a fight. They start the countdown to their own destruction. That's the part your enemies never see coming. They think going after you is just a harmless game, something they can do in secret, something without consequences. But every time someone targets a chosen one, the universe marks it down like a warning light on a failing engine. And once that light switches on, their downfall begins, whether they realize it or not. It's funny in a dark way. Hurting a chosen one is like punching a mirror. Sure, it hits the glass, but the shattered pieces cut the one who threw the punch. The universe has a habit of snapping the trap shut on the people who set it, turning their own plans into the rope that tightens around their future. That's not magic, and it's not superstition. It's cause and effect. It's the way life protects the people who walk with purpose and punishes the ones who try to poison them. Here's a fact you probably never heard, but you've seen it happen. People who plan against others are 3 times more likely to destroy themselves through stress, obsession, paranoia, or the chaos they create. That's straight human psychology. When someone focuses on harming you, they stop focusing on their own life. Their health tanks. Their relationships fail. Their mind becomes their enemy. Their energy becomes unstable. They drown in their own negativity. And here's the wild part. That probability jumps even higher when the person they target is someone the universe actually protects. Someone who didn't harm them. Someone who was just existing, growing, glowing, doing their best. Someone who is chosen for a bigger purpose. Chosen one. The moment they aimed at you, their expiration date began ticking. Now, before we go deeper, let me say this. Thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing like and subscribe, because this message needs to reach more souls. It's on all of us to help spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You're part of a force bigger than you know. Now let's get right back to what matters. The truth is simple. The universe doesn't stay silent when a chosen one is attacked. You might feel alone during the storm, but trust me, the universe is already setting up the consequences in the background. The same people who tried to break you are going to break themselves, trying. The same people who tried to dim your light are going to burn themselves, touching it. They stepped into a battlefield they weren't built for, targeting someone who carries a weight they can't understand. People love to confuse kindness with weakness. They look at your empathy and assume you're fragile. They watch your silence and assume you're scared. But what they never realize is that your calmness comes from alignment. Your restraint comes from purpose. Your silence isn't fear. It's the universe whispering, "Don't waste your energy, I've got this." Every lie they told about you, every jab they made behind your back, every trap they set, hoping you'd fall into it. You didn't even have to respond. The universe was already responding for you. Every ugly plan they designed came with a hidden timer, and the moment they launched it, the countdown to their collapse began. You ever notice how the people who go after you end up exposing themselves? They fall out with their own friends. They lose sleep. They keep talking about you long after you moved on. They become obsessed with proving something you never asked for. That's not an accident. That's not coincidence. That's the universe bending their actions back toward them like a boomerang. You are not the one who gets destroyed. They are. Because here's another hard fact. The universe always pulls energy back to its source. If they send hate, it comes back to them. If they send lies, those lies circle until they choke the one who spread them. If they send darkness, that darkness becomes their home. That's why people who attack you always end up looking tired. Their face changes. Their life looks stuck. Their energy becomes messy. They age faster. They get careless. They start slipping, failing, losing the grip they thought they had. And you rise. You grow. You glow. Because you were never the problem. You were the trigger that exposed their true nature. Chosen one, listen closely. These people aren't being punished because you're better than them. They're being punished because they tried to block a path the universe already cleared for you. They tried to interfere with a mission that isn't theirs. They tried to dim a light that wasn't given to them. When they came for you, they crossed a line they were never supposed to touch. Your existence alone threatens them. Not because you harmed them, but because your presence exposes their insecurity. Your growth triggers their jealousy. Your strength exposes their weakness. Your resilience highlights their fragility. Instead of fixing themselves, they tried to fix their discomfort by tearing you down. But the universe doesn't reward that behavior. It corrects it. You ever see someone try to ruin you, only to ruin themselves worse? That's not karma. That's alignment. That's the universe putting everything back in its proper place. You go up, they go down, you move on. They're forced to sit in the mess they created. You grow into your potential. They shrink into the consequences of their choices. The more they tried to harm you, the faster they accelerated their own downfall. The universe watches intentions, not excuses. It sees who started the fire. It sees who poured gasoline on it. It sees who tried to pull you into chaos. And when they refuse to stop, the universe steps in and stops them forcefully. Some people don't learn with warnings. They learn with consequences. And attacking a chosen one is one of the fastest ways to meet those consequences. Chosen one, you were never in danger. They were. You were never losing. They were. You were never being destroyed. They were destroying themselves, trying to destroy you. Remember this. When someone tries to bury a chosen one, they bury themselves instead. That's the rule of the universe. That's the law they triggered. That's the fate they sealed the moment they saw your light and chose to fight it. And now you're here, rising, healing, stepping into your path, while they deal with the storm they created with their own hands. What they're trying to do to you is going to get them hurt, exposed, and eventually destroyed. Not because you wished it, not because you forced it, but because the universe refuses to let harm touch someone it's guiding. You are protected because you have purpose, and they will fall because they tried to interfere with it. And thank you, chosen one, for showing up. You being here isn't random. It means you've felt it too. The pressure, the attacks, the weird silence from people who used to praise you but now act like you're the problem. That's not coincidence. That's them realizing they can't control you. And the universe doesn't let that slide. So if you've made it this far into the message, you're meant to hear what's coming next. stick around, because we're about to walk through this step by step, and you'll start to see the whole picture. Drop a comment with 777 if you're done being quiet about your power. And if this message hits something deep inside you, consider showing love through a super thanks every ounce of energy you give. Even if it's just 1 cent, helps push this mission further. It's not just support. It's a signal to the universe that this truth matters, that this movement matters, that you matter. You're not just a viewer, you're part of the force waking people up. So thank you for carrying this light with us. Now let's dig even deeper into what's really going on, and why it's going to destroy the ones who tried to destroy you. Let's get into it. Number 1. They threw dirt. Now they're drowning in mud. When you spit venom at the chosen, don't be shocked when you choke on it first. They thought they could bury you with hate. They thought they could curse your name and walk away untouched. But here's the catch. The universe doesn't run on ignorance. It runs on consequences. And every ounce of bitterness, envy, sabotage and deceit they flung at you didn't just vanish into the air. It collected, it multiplied. It turned into a force far more venomous than what they ever intended, and it's circling back to rip them apart from the inside out. See, the universe isn't slow, it's strategic. It waits until the enemy's pride is at its peak, and then it delivers the blow. That's what's happening now. They're standing at the edge of a cliff they built themselves, brick by brick, insult by insult, lie by lie, and the ground underneath them is starting to crack. Why? Because they didn't realize that when you mess with someone who's in alignment with truth, with purpose, with the universal flow of justice, you don't just throw a punch, you sign your own destruction slip. Energy mirrors intention, and when their intention is to break you, humiliate you, sabotage your peace, they're not throwing stones, they're launching boomerangs. Those boomerangs don't just return, they evolve. They come back sharper, faster, and more brutal. That's not karma. That's cosmic correction, and when it hits harder than their petty minds could ever prepare for. Here's what they'll never admit out loud. They're haunted. Haunted by your calm, your rise, your survival. Because you weren't supposed to make it. You weren't supposed to get back up. But you did. And that's what's killing them. Not the universe. Not you. Their own bitterness is rotting them from within. You're not just a survivor. You're their reminder that cruelty didn't win. You became the living proof that every trap they set only made you sharper. You turned their darkness into your training ground. And now, every fake smile, every hidden jab, every whispered rumor, it's all echoing back into their lives as chaos they can't control. Let's get real. Why do they keep watching you? Why do they still mention your name in rooms you've never walked into? Because they're obsessed with the outcome they couldn't stop. They thought destroying you would fill the emptiness inside them. But instead of power, they got exposed. Instead of dominance, they got desperation. Instead of applause, they got silence. Because no matter how loud they screamed, the universe listened to intention. And their intent was dirty. They thought your downfall would be their rise, but now they're choking on the very energy they created. And the more they try to fix it, the deeper they sink. That's the mirror effect. You spit poison at a chosen one? You better hope you're immune when it rains back on you, because chosen ones don't get hit the same. You're built with spiritual firewalls. Their hate bounces off you like a tennis ball slamming into a brick wall. And when it rebounds, it's carrying all their inner demons with it. That's what makes this so poetic. They didn't just hate you, they hated the light in you that reminded them of everything they'll never be. They hated your peace because it exposed their chaos. They hated your strength because it showed them how weak they really are. And so they lashed out. But the universe doesn't operate on emotion, it operates on truth. And the truth is, they chose the war. You just stayed standing. So now they're watching their own life fall apart in slow motion. Relationships crumble, opportunities vanish, health declines, peace gone. And deep down, they know why. It's not a curse, it's not magic, it's the raw, brutal law of return. They made themselves a weapon and ended up self-destructing, all while you, the one they tried to break, walk forward untouched, unstoppable and upgraded. Because here's the part that stings the most. You never had to lift a finger. You never had to retaliate. You stayed focused. You stayed grounded. You let the universe do the heavy lifting. And now they're the ones carrying the weight of everything they sent your way. That's what happens when you mess with someone chosen. You don't just risk backlash. You guarantee it. Not because of revenge, not because of ego, but because the universe protects balance. And attacking the chosen is the quickest way to trigger that correction. So keep your head high. Watch them spiral while you elevate, because they started the fire. But you became the flame that burned their entire mask off. They thought they could bury you. But now they're the ones gasping for air in the pit they dug. And the most brutal part, they still don't realize it was never about you. It was always them versus their own reflection. And the mirror never lies. Number 2. The universe doesn't miss. It strikes with precision, not permission. You don't need to clap back. The universe already has a bullet with their name on it. They thought they were slick, thought they could slither through the shadows, whisper lies, manipulate stories, and throw dirt at your name without consequence. But what they didn't realize is this: when you're chosen, the universe doesn't play defense. It plays assassin. It doesn't swing wildly. It doesn't throw tantrums. It waits, it watches, and when the time is right, it delivers a strike so precise, so personal, so devastating. It feels like the universe reached inside their chest and ripped out everything they ever held dear. This isn't random. This isn't luck. This isn't just how life goes. This is surgical justice, tailor-made for them, calculated, clean, and unrelenting. The punishment doesn't just fit the crime, it reveals it. Every lie they spoke, echoing back now as isolation. Every trap they set, they're stuck in it. Every smear campaign has turned into a spotlight on their true character. And the irony, it's brutal, because the very thing they use to try to break you, their words, their plots, their manipulation, is now the very noose tightening around their own neck. You can't sabotage a chosen one without drilling your own floor open. Imagine this: someone planting a bomb, confident they're about to blow up your peace, your reputation, your progress. They smile as they walk away, but what they didn't know is the timer was reversed. That device was set to blow in their direction, and the universe just stood back, arms crossed, letting them write their own ending in bold ink. You didn't have to touch it. You didn't have to fight dirty. You just had to survive. And that alone was the trigger. A question might creep into your mind right now. Why didn't the universe stop them earlier? Why let it get this far? But here's the truth. Sometimes the universe doesn't interrupt the villain, because it's setting up the perfect fall. It lets them run wild, build their ego, puff their chest. Why? So when they fall, everyone sees it. So the damage is poetic, public, precise, permanent. Another gut punch for them. They thought they were in control. That's the funniest part. They thought their little schemes, their gossip circles, their fake kindness with hidden knives were going unnoticed, but every step they took against you was recorded. Not in your mind, in the energy field around you. And that field, it responds. Not emotionally, not with vengeance, but with chilling accuracy. The punishment always hits where it hurts the most. Imagine someone who tries to ruin your career ends up losing their job in front of everyone. Someone who mocked your pain ends up crying in silence with no one to hear them. Someone who tried to isolate you ends up abandoned by their closest friends. That's not coincidence. That's cosmic surgery. The universe doesn't throw punches. It slices through the exact nerve they thought you didn't know about. When the universe claps back, it doesn't miss. It cuts the mask and the face beneath it. Let's make this even more brutal. These people, these enemies, these cowardly snakes, they didn't think you'd still be standing. That's why they acted bold, because they banked on your silence, your breakdown, your disappearance. But here you are, breathing, thriving, glowing, and it's messing with them in ways they can't admit. They don't understand how you're still here, still chosen, still protected. It haunts them. And the more they obsess over why their attacks didn't work, the more their lives unravel behind the scenes. Here's another fact they never saw coming. The punishment doesn't always come loud. Sometimes the strike is invisible. It shows up in anxiety, insomnia, mental breakdowns, unexplainable bad luck. Their mind becomes the battlefield, and the universe lets them destroy themselves from the inside. While they're busy watching your life, theirs is collapsing like a building with termites in every beam, quiet, slow, unavoidable. Ever seen someone lose everything but still pretend they're winning? That's them now, and you'll recognize it. Their tone changes, their eyes dull, the fake confidence becomes forced. They can't fake it like they used to. Because that precision strike from the universe doesn't just break things, it exposes everything they built on lies, their money, their image, their social circle. All of it starts to rot. And no matter how hard they try to cover it up, the stench of karma follows. You can't destroy someone built by pain and protected by purpose. Let's answer another silent question you might be holding. But why do I still feel the pain while they seem fine? Simple. Because your pain was the warning siren. Theirs is the silence before the crash you were healing. They were hiding. And healing looks messy, but destruction looks quiet until the collapse. Don't mistake the delay for escape. The universe isn't late, it's lining up the shot. And when that shot lands, it doesn't just shake their world, it confirms yours. You'll look back and see how everything they tried to use against you became your building blocks. Their hate made you stronger. Their betrayal taught you boundaries. Their rejection carved out your self-worth. Every evil they aimed at you got rerouted into your transformation, and while they sink in the storm they created, you walk through fire with not a scar, but a blueprint. Because here's the sickest part. They created the storm that crowned you, and now they're watching you rise while they drown in the flood they summoned. That's the part that kills them. Not just that you made it, but that their own actions made you. So don't waste time trying to explain yourself. Don't waste breath warning them. Don't chase closure or justice with your bare hands. The universe has already drawn the map. The fall is happening. The hit is landing. The silence around them isn't peace, it's pressure. And eventually it will crack them wide open. They laughed at your pain, they mocked your struggle, they celebrated your setbacks. But now they can't laugh. Their joy tastes like ash. Their smiles are rehearsed. Their shadows are screaming. And all you did was survive. All you did was stay aligned. That's all it ever took. That's what the universe responds to. So if you're sitting here wondering if it's working, if justice is coming, know this: it's already in motion. You might not hear it, but they do, every day, every night, in the silence, in the losses, in the fear they won't speak out loud. Justice isn't always loud. Sometimes it's the whisper that keeps them awake at 3 a.m. And that, chosen one, is your confirmation. You were never unprotected. You were never alone. You were always the threat. They just didn't know it until the universe showed them, piece by piece, what happens when you go to war with someone backed by precision. Not revenge, not chaos, not hate. Just pure, undeniable, cold-blooded, universal correction. Now let's keep going. The story's not done yet. Number 3, you burn their darkness before it touches you. Their poison doesn't kill you. Your presence kills their poison. They hate you, not because you hurt them, but because you expose them without trying. You walk into a room and their lies tremble. Their games glitch. Their fake confidence cracks like thin ice under real weight. You're the antidote they never asked for, the cure that ruins their entire disease, and the universe made you that way on purpose. You didn't choose this role. Your energy did. Imagine a toxin flooding the system. Everyone else gets infected. But you step in, and suddenly the whole poison starts breaking apart. Not because you swing back, not because you fight dirty, but because the frequency you carry can't be infected. That alone drives them insane. They can lie to others, but they can't lie around you. They can fake strength, but they can't fake it in your presence. They can manipulate the world, but the moment they try it on you, it's like punching smoke. Nothing lands. Your existence is the test. They always fail. Now here's what messes with their head the most. Every time they attack you, they speed up their own downfall. Imagine them trying to poison a river, not realizing you are the filter. Everything they throw only exposes their contamination. Every jab they take reveals more of their insecurity. Every plan they make turns into a mirror showing their weakest parts, and they can't stand it. Because deep down, they know you didn't have to do anything. Their hatred destroys them faster than you ever could. You might wonder, why do they obsess over me if I'm not even doing anything to them? Simple. Because your energy threatens everything they built on fraud, jealousy, and manipulation. You don't just survive what they send, you neutralize it. You turn their poison into lessons. You turn their attacks into breakthroughs. You turn their darkness into fuel. Trying to take you down is like trying to drown fire. All it does is make the steam burn hotter. They wanted to weaken you, but every attempt made you stronger. They wanted you unstable, but every blow revealed their instability. They wanted you broken, but your resilience broke them, and that's the tragic comedy of it all. Their obsession with your downfall becomes the very reason they crumble. You are the antidote. They are the virus, and the universe already chose the winner. Number 4, they drank the poison meant for you. You were just living. They were the ones overdosing on your existence. Obsession isn't flattery. It's a slow suicide. And when someone becomes obsessed with a chosen one, they don't realize they've triggered their own collapse. At first, it looks like curiosity, watching your every move, checking your silence, studying your glow. but it spirals fast. Jealousy turns into obsession, and that obsession turns into a full-time job, one that pays them in pain, paranoia, and loss. You didn't ask to be their fixation, but once you became their target, they stopped living for themselves. Their only mission: watch you, beat you, break you, and that's exactly how they broke themselves. Imagine this: a snake biting steel, convinced its venom will melt it. All it gets is a shattered jaw. That's them. Their hatred was the weapon, their obsession was the fuse, and now they're sitting in the fallout of a war they created and lost. You're not the one burning. You're the one rising while they sink into the fire they lit. They can't focus, can't rest, can't love. Their mind loops your name like a broken record, and every time they fail to shake your presence, it chips away at what little peace they had left. You became their compass, even when they're lost. They can't move on. They don't want to heal, because the pain of your success is louder than the comfort of their own life. And here's the kicker: the more they stare at you, the less they see themselves. That's why their relationships collapse, their self-worth shatters, their energy drains. They're not living anymore. They're just watching and dying inside. You weren't their downfall. Their obsession with you was. You didn't touch them. You didn't curse them. You just kept rising. And the higher you went, the more they self-destructed. Because what eats them alive isn't what you did. It's what you didn't need to do to keep winning. That's the death they can't stop. A silent, self-inflicted one, and it's all because they couldn't let you go. Number 5, they dug a grave and fell in head first. The chosen don't need to fight. The enemy is always busy walking into their own trap. They really thought they had it all figured out, thought their little whispers, secret alliances, and hidden moves were gonna break you. But here's the reality they never saw coming. While they were plotting your downfall, they were digging their own grave. And the universe, it watched, it waited, and it smiled, because it didn't just protect you, it used your name, your pain, your silence as bait. They weren't hunting you, they were being lured. See, the universe is the coldest trap setter. It doesn't chase, doesn't scream, doesn't flinch. It just sits back and lets them build their own coffin, one lie at a time. It's poetic, because every time they thought, "I got them now," they were actually stepping deeper into the hole. That's how the universe works for the chosen. It doesn't just defend you, it exposes them. Slowly, strategically, brutally. Imagine this: a spider thinks it's crawling toward prey, but the web it steps into, it's been there the whole time, invisible, silent, waiting. That's what happened here. Their ego was the bait, their pride was the trigger. And the moment they got too confident, too loud, too sure, snap, the trap closed. Not because you retaliated, not because you fought back, but because the universe doesn't play with the protected. It lets the enemy climb high, so their fall is loud enough for everyone to hear. And now, their mask is slipping. The support they had is disappearing. Their lies are unraveling. They're standing in a storm they swore was meant for you, and it's poetic justice. Because what they meant to destroy you became their destruction. While you rise untouched, they're choking on the very dirt they tried to throw. They thought they were the hunters. Turns out they were the bait. Number 6. They tried to shoot, but you were never in range. They aimed with hate, fired with ego, and still missed, because the chosen are never unprotected. They thought you were easy prey, just another name they could drag, another soul they could break. What they didn't realize is this. The moment they came for you, they were already at war with something way bigger than you. They weren't up against a person. They were up against protection they couldn't see, predict, or touch. And that's why they're losing their minds. Every move they made, blocked. Every shot they fired, backfired. Plans, dismantled before they even left the ground. Why? Because chosen ones don't walk around exposed. You're wrapped in layers of protection that confuse the enemy into thinking you're just lucky. It's not luck, it's alignment. The universe reroutes storms before they hit you. It closes doors they try to sneak through. It collapses rooms where your name's being dragged. They'll never understand how or why, but they feel it. That invisible resistance that chokes their every attempt. Imagine trying to stab someone through bulletproof glass. That's them. Their rage bounces back and bruises their own hand. And the more they swing, the more damage they take. Not you. Because what's guarding you isn't visible to the naked eye, but it's stronger than anything they've got in their arsenal. You were never standing alone. Energy shields, ancestral backup, divine timing that delays their attacks until they destroy themselves first. That's the armor they can't crack. They didn't fail because they were weak. They failed because you were never reachable. And that drives them insane. How is it possible that everything they try ends in failure? It's because your protection isn't loud. It's lethal in silence. You don't need to see it to know it's there. You feel it every time you walk away, untouched. And they feel it every time they try and crumble under their own hate. Let them keep guessing. Let them keep failing, because you were shielded before they ever aimed. Number 7, they trespassed where demons fear to walk. Hurting a chosen one isn't bold, it's suicidal. You don't stab lightning and expect to walk away clean. They thought you were just another target, another person they could manipulate, disrespect, and discard like trash. But what they didn't know, or refuse to believe, is that coming for you isn't like messing with anyone else. You're not regular ground, you're sacred territory. And when they stepped toward you with dirty hands and wicked hearts, they didn't just start a fight, they committed a spiritual crime. Chosen ones carry a frequency that disrupts darkness. That energy doesn't just make you different, it makes you dangerous to the wrong ones. You were set apart, not for ego, but for impact. Your presence shakes what's fake, burns through lies, and exposes rot. And because of that, the universe doesn't just protect you, it claims you. You're marked. And that mark? It's invisible to you, but terrifyingly clear to the forces that matter. The second someone moves against you, that energy field activates like an alarm system wired to cosmic justice. Imagine someone breaking into a vault that's been sealed by time, spirit, and legacy, thinking they'll steal something and walk away rich. They don't even make it past the door. The curse kicks in the second they touch it. That's what happened when they tried you. Their downfall didn't start later. It started the moment they aimed at you. They violated something sacred, and the universe doesn't hand out warnings for that. It hands out consequences. You weren't just a mistake they made. You were the line they should have never crossed. Now look at them. Peace, gone. Health, shaking. Connections, breaking. Every piece of their life turning to dust because they disrespected a path that wasn't theirs to touch. And they'll try to spin the story, pretend you did something. But truth doesn't need defending. It reveals itself in silence. You were always protected, always covered, always chosen. They didn't lose because you fought back. They lost because they went to war with something they couldn't see and could never defeat. Number 8. They fall apart. Exactly how they built their hate, piece by piece. The universe doesn't destroy your enemies in one blow. It takes them apart slowly, so they feel every crack they caused. They thought getting rid of you would be simple, quick, clean. But the universe never lets the downfall of a chosen one's enemy happen all at once. No, it lets them crumble in layers, the same way they layered lies, envy, and malice against you. It's poetic, really. They built their attacks step by step, and the universe tears their world down, step by step, slow enough for them to understand what's happening, brutal enough that they can't escape it. First thing to disappear, their peace. Imagine someone trying to sleep on broken glass. Every turn cuts them more. That's their mind now, restless, paranoid, overthinking your name, your silence, your rise. They can't meditate, can't distract themselves, can't breathe without feeling the pressure of what they caused. Their thoughts become a prison cell with no windows, and the universe locks the door from the outside. Next layer to collapse, their connections. It's wild how fast people disappear from their life. The same friends who hyped up their schemes vanish. The partners who believed their lies walk away. Fake allies crumble like wet paper. Suddenly, they're alone. The very thing they wanted for you. They wanted your isolation and ended up drowning in theirs. Every relationship becomes fragile. Every bond turns shaky. Every lie they told starts boomeranging back and exposing them. They thought they were building an army. Turns out they were building exits. Then comes the part they fear most, their physical and emotional breakdown. Stress hits their body like a disease. Sleep deprivation turns their face hollow. Their health stumbles. Their energy drains. Their reputation, it evaporates. People see the cracks. People whisper. People distance themselves. The same way they tried to destroy your image, the universe wipes theirs clean off the map, and they feel it in their chest, in their bones, in their everyday life. They're not unlucky, they're unraveling. Imagine a tower collapsing one floor at a time. That's them. They feel every drop, every consequence, every piece of karma sliding into place. Not because you sought revenge, not because you fought back, but because the universe hits in layers, so the lesson sinks deep. What they built on hate collapses under truth. Always. By the time the final layer falls, all that's left inside them is regret. Heavy, choking regret. The kind that doesn't fade. The kind that stains. And here's the real twist that haunts them. Every piece they lost was a piece they put at risk the moment they came for you. They didn't just reap what they sowed. They're living in the rubble of their own choices, one layer at a time. Number 9. They pulled the trigger, but the bullet turned around. The harder they come for you, the deeper they bury themselves, because fighting destiny is like punching the ocean. They think they're fighting you. They think this is personal, like their attacks, rumors, and backstabbing are shaking your foundation. But here's the harsh truth they don't want to accept. They're not fighting you. They're at war with a force that doesn't flinch, and the more they push against it, the more it crushes them. Every jab, every scheme, every fake smile with hidden venom. It just tightens the noose around their own neck. This isn't about revenge. This is about resistance. And what happens when you go up against something you were never meant to challenge? Chosen ones don't operate on the same level. You're wired into something higher. So when they step into the ring thinking it's a fair fight, they're already swinging at a brick wall. All they hit is themselves. And the irony, The more desperate they get to destroy you, the faster they fall apart. Imagine someone in quicksand, flailing harder and harder, convinced they can escape by fighting it, but every move just sinks them deeper. That's them. They're drowning in their own hate, but blaming your name for the weight. What they don't see is this. Their downfall isn't punishment. It's proof that some forces don't tolerate interference. Proof that messing with the chosen always costs more than they can afford. You can't stop a storm by screaming at it, and you can't beat fate by swinging blindly. They're losing sleep, losing trust, losing themselves. And the worst part, they don't even know how deep they are until it's too late, because judgment doesn't shout, it tightens quietly, relentlessly. And by the time they realize their war was unwinnable, the damage is already permanent. They thought they could outmaneuver fate. They thought you were just a stepping stone. Now they're stuck, slipping fast, while you rise untouched. Number 10. They punched the wind, and it hit back. They thought they were fighting you but they were throwing fists at the thunder. They came at you loud, bold, full of ego, convinced that if they hit hard enough, lied fast enough, or moved slick enough, they could take you down. But what they didn't realize, and what's now destroying them, is that they weren't fighting you. They were fighting the very forces that shaped you. Forces they can't see, can't predict, can't escape. They didn't start a petty grudge. They triggered a storm they were never built to survive. You weren't chosen by accident. You weren't protected by coincidence. There's a structure around you, a force field crafted from every painful rebirth, every lesson, every spiritual upgrade you earned through fire. They mistook your silence for weakness, your calm for passivity. But silence is the language of power, and calm is what stands before a force that's about to collapse everything false in its path. Imagine someone shadow-boxing in a hurricane, swinging, yelling, flailing, completely unaware that the wind doesn't even notice them. But the moment they touch a chosen one, that wind turns. That's what's happening now. They tried to override a blueprint that was designed before they were even aware of you. They tried to interrupt a destiny that was sealed, and every move they make, every insult, every scheme just shows how blind they truly are. They weren't fighting a person, they were provoking a system of justice that doesn't negotiate. And now they're realizing the truth, slowly, painfully, the delays in their life, the shattered plans, the mysterious blocks they can't explain. That's not bad luck. That's consequence. That's the universe pushing back, with no explanation, no warning, no mercy. You didn't have to respond. The energy responded for you. They crossed a line they couldn't see, and now the backlash is educating them in ways they can't ignore. Let them learn the hard way. You were never the battlefield. You were the trigger, and now the war they started is swallowing them. Number 11. You're the mirror that breaks their illusions. You didn't ruin them. You revealed them. And the truth is what shattered their mask. You don't even have to speak. Just your presence sends ripples through people's lives, because chosen ones don't walk into rooms quietly. They shift the atmosphere. You're not here to entertain. You're here to expose. You walk in, and suddenly people feel things they've been avoiding. Insecurities flare up. Masks slip. Hidden motives crawl out from under the surface like bugs in sunlight. That's the power you carry, and that's why they either love you or can't stand you. There's no middle. You're a walking mirror, and mirrors don't lie. You don't have to confront people, your existence does. And that's terrifying for the ones who've built their lives around illusions. You force them to face what they've buried. For some, it sparks change. For others, it sparks chaos. But either way, you trigger transformation, redemption, or destruction, healing or unraveling. Something always happens after you. Imagine someone looking into a mirror for the first time in years. No filters, no lies, just raw reflection. That's what your energy does to people. They either use it to clean themselves up, or they smash the mirror and curse it for showing them the truth. And that's the thing. You didn't break them. You just showed them who they already were. And once that truth is out, there's no going back. Your energy doesn't destroy people, their denial does. You're not here to play small, so others stay comfortable. You were built to wake people up, even if they hate you for it, and the ones who can't handle it. They'll call you the villain, but deep down they know. You were the catalyst. You were the turning point. You were the storm that stripped away the fake and forced them to either evolve or collapse. So stop apologizing for shaking foundations. That's what I want to do. Number 12. The clock always strikes. And when it does, it ends them. They thought they were winning, but the universe was just letting them dig their grave with a golden shovel. It always looks like they're getting away with it in the beginning. They laugh. They gloat. They mock you like they've won the war. But that's not victory. That's delay, the calm before the storm. Because when you're chosen, the universe doesn't rush. It times everything down to the last breath. And when the clock finally strikes, it doesn't come with noise. It comes with precision. Quiet, ruthless, final. They confuse silence with safety. They think because you haven't clapped back, they're safe. But you were never the one keeping score. The universe was every lie, every betrayal, every dagger they threw behind your back. All of it logged, sealed, and scheduled for judgment. And when that moment hits, it won't be dramatic, it'll be surgical. What looked like stability will collapse in minutes. Relationships will turn to dust. Peace will vanish. Reputation, gone. That's what happens when divine timing decides it's done waiting. Imagine watching someone play a game, smug and arrogant, while the ground beneath them is quietly cracking. That's them. They thought the silence meant they won, but in reality, they've been living on borrowed time. And the debt's about to be collected. The universe doesn't skip justice, it just lets the rope tighten. You don't need revenge, you don't need to prove a thing. Your silence was never weakness, it was trust. Trust in the forces watching over you. And now those forces are moving, slowly, deliberately. And when they strike, there won't be a second chance, because divine patience isn't passive, it's lethal. When it's time, it's over. So hold your ground, chosen one. You haven't been forgotten, you've been positioned. Everything they thought they stole from you will be returned, multiplied, and everything they built on your pain will collapse, brick by brick. Let them enjoy their illusion. Because when that clock hits zero, justice won't just knock, it'll level the entire house. They thought they could break you, but all they did was expose themselves. The universe doesn't forget, and trust me, their time is coming. You're not just surviving, chosen one, you're rising. Every setback was set up. Every attack was proof of your power. So keep standing tall and let the universe handle the cleanup. If this message hit you deep, press that like button if you haven't already. And if you're not part of the family yet, hit that subscribe button and join us. We speak truth. We move with power. And this is just the beginning. The scariest thing about you is this: people watch you even when they pretend they don't. Chosen one, that line is the first slap they deserve, because it cuts straight into the truth of your reality and the title of this entire message: all eyes really are on you. Someone is watching you right now, and it's the last person you'd expect. And before you think I'm exaggerating, look at the pattern. The universe has a strange way of exposing the silent observers around powerful people. It's like when a flame burns strong in the dark. Moths pretend they don't care, but they always show up anyway. That's you. You burn without even trying, and every insecure soul around you keeps getting drawn to your light, even if they claim they aren't looking. That's the metaphor they never saw coming. Here's a fact that hits even harder. People study what they fear losing, not what they actually value. And whether they admit it or not, you make certain people nervous. You make them question their place. You make them compare every step they take. And even when you're doing nothing, they take notes. The universe doesn't highlight random people for no reason, and you've been glowing like a spotlight pointed at the truth. The truth is that someone close has been watching you in ways they swore they never would. They've sent around your words, your posts, your pictures, your smallest reactions. They replay moments you forgot about, but they couldn't let go of. And the reactions they got from others would shake anyone with a weak heart. Chosen one, thank you for even being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls, because it's all our responsibility to keep spreading the light. And thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force, whether you feel it or not. Now, let's get back to the main truth. You've been walking through life thinking people weren't paying attention, that you were just minding your business, that nobody noticed the way you've changed, grown, pulled away, healed, or leveled up. But the reality is the opposite. The universe isn't quiet about people like you. You carry a presence that stirs something in others. You walk into a room and the energy shifts before you even speak. You move on from someone and they feel it like a cold wind hitting their chest. You upgrade your mindset and suddenly people who claim to be unbothered start checking for you again. You may not see their eyes, but you feel them. You feel the strange pressure, the random wave of attention, the sudden shift in how people treat you. It's because you've reached a point where observers can't hide anymore. When someone's curiosity turns into deep interest, when their interest turns into obsession, the universe has a way of letting you sense it. That's what's happening to you. Someone is watching. Someone you wouldn't expect. Someone who once underestimated you, or doubted you, or acted like you were replaceable. Now they're the one glued to your life, like it's a series they can't stop binge-watching. And here's another fact that hits harder than it should. You don't have to post much. You don't have to talk much. You don't have to show off. Your existence is content. Your silence makes noise. Your presence triggers reactions. Your growth forces people to face their own flaws. Some admire it. Some envy it. Some can't understand it. But they all feel it. Every single one of them. There is someone who has been showing your name, your pictures, your messages, your vibe to others. They want opinions. They want validation. They want someone else to tell them what they already know about you, but are too afraid to face. And what those people said back, that's what shook them. Deep down, they expected others to say something negative about you. Instead, they heard the opposite. They heard things that confirmed your value, your glow, your potential, your energy, and it hit them like a punch to the chest. It's that moment when a person realizes they didn't just lose someone, they lost someone unforgettable. This is why the watcher is shocked. Not because of something you did loud, but because of what you became quietly. You outgrew who they thought you were. You grew into someone they can't understand anymore. And the universe has highlighted you so strongly that even the people around them can see it. Chosen one, the truth is simple. You are being studied. Not casually, not lightly, not in passing. There is someone who watches your life the way people watch a window during a storm, trying to understand the power outside without opening the door. Someone wants to know how you keep rising, how you stay calm, how you walk away, how you rebuild, how you attract, how you shine without asking for attention. They thought they knew you, but now they're realizing they never understood your depth at all. You carry a story that people can feel, even if they don't hear it. You carry a strength that exposes the weakness in others. You carry a peace that makes anxious people restless. You carry a soul that reminds others of what they lost, what they wasted, and what they will never get back in the same form again. That's why they watch you. That's why the universe keeps pulling their eyes toward your life. You are not background. You are the scene. You are not the extra. You are the plot twist. So listen closely. The one who's watching you now isn't watching out of love or hate. They're watching because they can't figure you out anymore. You became unpredictable, unreachable, unbothered. That's a threat to anyone who once had access to your mind. They're trying to understand how you turned into the version of yourself they were never prepared to deal with. What is being revealed to you now isn't meant to scare you. It's meant to confirm what your intuition has been whispering for weeks. Someone has been studying your light, your moves, your changes, and the universe is letting you know it's not random. It's not in your head. Their eyes are real. Their curiosity is real. Their shock is real. All eyes are on you, chosen one, but one pair in particular. That's the one that's about to reveal a truth you never saw coming. Chosen one, thanks for sticking with me this far. Before we go any deeper, this is your moment to anchor yourself into this message. Drop a comment with 777 if you're ready to face the truth about the eyes on you. And if you're ready to see who's been watching you in silence. And if you can, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because bringing this level of truth to the surface takes real effort. Every bit of support, whether tiny or huge, keeps this mission alive. You're part of that force now, chosen one. Now lock in, take a breath, and stay with me, because what comes next will make everything finally click. And now, let's step into it, piece by piece. If you're truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay till the very last word. Let's get started. Number 1, the silence isn't empty, it's loaded. Anyone who pretends not to care about you is usually the one studying you the most. Chosen one. This is where it gets messy for your enemies, because this part isn't about you feeling pressure. It's about them cracking under the weight of everything they tried to hide. They're the ones sweating. They're the ones pacing. They're the ones replaying every moment like a guilty person rehearsing their alibi. And the wild thing? They thought you wouldn't notice. They thought their silence was enough to keep their truth buried. They forgot who they were dealing with. You want to know what's really happening? The pressure building right now isn't some random feeling floating in the air. It's coming from them. Your existence forces people to look at themselves, and most can't handle the reflection. That's why the atmosphere feels so heavy around certain people. It's not your imagination. It's their reaction. It's their fear leaking through the cracks. And you've felt it, haven't you? That weird tension when their name pops into your head for no reason. That sudden shift in a room when you walk in. That strange silence when you speak and they pretend not to hear you, even though their attention is locked on you the whole time. Chosen one, here's the truth they didn't want you to figure out. You are not the one under pressure. You are the one causing it. Think about it. Why do they keep checking up on you? Why do they stalk your page from fake accounts? Why do they repeat your words to others like they're trying to decode you? It's because they know something about you that even you haven't fully accepted yet. Your impact, your presence, your evolution. They see it, they feel it, they choke on it. And I know what you're wondering right now, but why me? Why all this attention? Why this strange pressure everywhere I go? Because you're not normal. You don't move like the rest. You don't break like the rest. You don't shrink when things get hard. In a world full of echo chambers, you're the one original sound. You're the one signal that messes up their noise. Some people can't stand that level of authenticity, so they pretend you don't matter while obsessing over you behind closed doors. Here's another punch of truth. People don't study what they don't fear losing. Your name has been in rooms you've never walked into. Your face has been shown to people who never met you. Your messages, your posts, even your silence has been shown to someone for analysis. They compare themselves to you. They measure their progress against you. They try to copy your timing, your energy, your choices, yet they still fall short. And every time they fail to catch up, the pressure inside them grows. There's a metaphor you won't forget. Imagine a sealed soda can being shaken over and over. That's them. Every time you level up, shake. Every time you heal, shake. Every time you detach from their nonsense, shake. Every time you shine without asking for permission, shake. Now the can is swollen, ticking, ready to explode, and they're terrified you'll be the one who hears the pop. This pressure they feel has turned into a silent panic. They're trying to act casual, but their spirit is screaming. They're hiding it behind forced smiles and clipped sentences. They think their mask is convincing, but chosen one. Your intuition has already ripped it off. You sensed this shift before you saw the signs. Your chest got heavy around certain people. Your mood dropped for no reason when they were near. Conversations felt scripted. Eye contact avoided. Compliments sounded rehearsed. These weren't coincidences. These were clues. Your intuition was tapping your shoulder saying, they know something. They're hiding something. Pay attention. And the wildest part, what they know isn't some secret about you being weak. It's the opposite. They've seen a version of you that you haven't fully stepped into yet. They've seen your glow growing. They've felt your presence expanding. They've watched you detach from chaos. They've seen you rise mentally, emotionally, spiritually, energetically, and it scared them. They're watching your evolution the way people watch a storm rolling in, pretending it's nothing but checking the window every 10 seconds. Behind their closed doors, your image hasn't just been seen, it's been dissected. They zoom in, zoom out, replay, overthink. They screenshot your face and try to read your expression like it's a map leading to the truth. They ask other people what they think of you, secretly hoping someone will confirm their doubts. And when those people respond with admiration, interest, or respect, silence falls heavy, uncomfortable, exposing silence. The kind that suffocates the insecure. That silence is the curtain dropping. It's the moment they realize they were wrong about you, and they were wrong about themselves. They thought they had you figured out. They thought they had time. They thought you were just another person passing through their life. Now they're seeing the threat. The pressure they feel is the universe showing them what they lost, what they mishandled, and what they'll never fully understand. Chosen one. The pressure building right now isn't yours to carry. It's theirs, and it's only the beginning. Number 2. The 3 voices that betrayed their true feelings. People slip up the moment they talk about you. Their words reveal what their masks tried to hide. Chosen one, this is where things get uncomfortable for the people who thought they could keep you in the dark, because the truth didn't come to you through some grand announcement. It came through something way smaller, way quieter, way more unguarded. Their reactions. You weren't forgotten. You were never overlooked. You were brought up because you couldn't be ignored. And when your image or your name landed in their hands, 3 very different voices rose up. They weren't rehearsed. They weren't planned. They were instinct. And instinct doesn't lie. The first voice said, "They're rare, almost unreachable." That wasn't admiration. That was someone realizing you're not cut from the same cloth as the people around them. That was them understanding that your energy doesn't sit on the shelf next to others. It sits on the top tier where only a few people ever get access. That's the kind of comment people make when they notice you're not easy to copy or replace. Deep down, they knew you were operating on a level that made them feel small without you even trying. The second voice cut deeper. "They intimidate me. There's something too powerful about them." And chosen one, that voice wasn't joking. That was fear. That was ego cracking. That was their insecurities exposing themselves, like a broken bone pushing through the skin. When someone says you intimidate them without you raising a finger, that's not about your actions. That's about your presence, your silence, your energy, your growth. You became something they could not measure, and nothing scares a fragile person more than something they can't measure. But it was the third voice that changed everything. It didn't speak from fear or envy. It spoke from shock, from revelation. There's something different about them, I can't explain it, but I feel it. That was the moment the room shifted. That was the moment everyone else fell silent. Because it wasn't an opinion, it was an admission, a confession, a moment of truth nobody expected. They felt your impact even from a distance, even from a picture, even from a memory. That's when they realized they weren't dealing with a regular person. They were dealing with someone the universe seemed to highlight without permission. Here's a quote they'll never admit out loud. "The ones who pretend not to notice you are often the ones talking about you the most." And chosen one, this is where things twist. The person who placed your image in front of those voices wasn't a stranger. It wasn't some outsider observing from a distance. It was someone you trusted, someone you let close. Someone who once had access to the old version of you, the softer version, the forgiving version, the version that didn't see the knives behind certain smiles. Imagine this for a moment. Someone holds a picture of you in their phone, hands shaking just a bit, and they pass it around to people whose faces you've never seen. They wait for reactions the way guilty people wait for verdicts. That's what happened. The one who shared your image wasn't seeking reassurance. They were seeking answers. They wanted to know how others saw you because deep down they already sensed your value and were terrified you'd figure it out too. Now imagine this, a group sitting in a room and your picture shows up on the screen like a sudden plot twist. One person leans back, stunned. Another sits forward, analyzing. The third one pauses, staring longer than they should. The air changes. The energy thickens. And the one who shared your image pretends they're unaffected, even though they're watching every reaction, every eyebrow raise, every breath shift, trying to decode what your existence means for them. And here's another metaphor you won't forget. Picture your name being dropped in a conversation like a pebble tossed into water. Except instead of ripples, it causes mini quakes. That's how strong your energy is. Even strangers feel it. Even people who've never stood in front of you feel something shift when your name enters the room. You're probably wondering, but why would someone I trusted share my life with others like that? Why talk about me? Why show my picture? Why bring me up at all? Because, chosen one, they were trying to understand you, trying to calculate you, trying to decode someone who isn't meant to be decoded. You changed, you grew, you shifted, you outgrew whatever version of you they thought they had figured out. And the moment they sensed they were losing control, they went searching for feedback from others. This wasn't curiosity. This was insecurity disguised as conversation. They needed validation because your evolution exposed every lie they told themselves. Here's another gut check quote. People don't ask about you unless something about you has shaken their world. What they shared wasn't light-hearted, it wasn't casual, it wasn't harmless, it had weight, it had intention. They didn't just share your image, they shared their confusion, their regret, their jealousy, their disbelief. When they handed someone your picture, they weren't just saying, "Look at them." They were really saying, "Why do they feel bigger than me? Why can't I get them out of my head? What is this pull I feel? Why do I want their attention again?" Chosen one, that third voice, the one that felt something they couldn't explain, that's the one haunting them, because that voice said something they couldn't argue with. That voice validated everything they were afraid was true, that you're rare, powerful, magnetic, unmatched, unforgettable. And now their role is shifting. The mask they wore, friendly, casual, supportive, was never real. It was pretense held together by your past version. But now, with your growth, with your evolution, with the new energy you carry, that mask can't stay on. Cracks are forming. Truth is leaking out. That trusted person is about to be exposed, not because you're seeking revenge, but because the universe is done letting them hide. Their intentions weren't innocent, their curiosity wasn't harmless, their conversations weren't neutral. They wanted answers about you because they didn't feel worthy of standing next to you anymore. And think about this for a moment. What kind of person gathers opinions about you behind your back? What kind of person carries your image around seeking reactions? What kind of person talks about you with that kind of intensity? Not someone who's over you, not someone who's moved on, not someone who's unaffected. Someone who is haunted, someone who is confused, someone who is intimidated and fascinated at the same time. Here's the final metaphor to seal this truth. Imagine 3 mirrors in a room. Each mirror reflects a different version of the truth. But the person holding your image doesn't like any reflection because every one of them shows them what they are not, what they lacked, what they mishandled, what they underestimated. That's why they shared your image, not to talk about you, but to understand why losing you feels like losing something they can't replace. Their true role is about to be revealed, not friend, not supporter, not loyal companion, but the one who carried your story into rooms you were never invited into, hoping someone could explain the power you carry. Chosen one, prepare yourself, because what comes next will shift everything you thought you understood about loyalty, connection, and the people who claimed to care. Their voices told the truth, Their reactions exposed their hearts, and their silence after, that's the part that should make you pay attention. Number 3. Their smiles are cracking, and they can't stop it. People don't wear masks to fool you. They wear masks because you already scare them without trying. Chosen one, this is where the masks start slipping like cheap tape in a storm. Their reactions, the envy they tried to hide, the desire they pretended wasn't there, the fear they hoped you wouldn't notice. None of it was ever about your actions. It was always about your presence. You walk in with an energy that exposes whatever people don't want to face. You don't have to speak. Your existence is a mirror, and insecure souls hate mirrors. Imagine someone holding a balloon underwater. The pressure builds, their arms shake, veins stretch, and they swear they've got it handled. But eventually, that balloon shoots straight up, loud enough to expose everything. That's them. That's their mask. They've been holding it down for too long, trying to look unbothered while every cell in their body is reacting to you. They're reaching their limit, and the mask is slipping whether they want it to or not. Here's the part they hoped you'd never realize. Your presence forces hidden truths to surface. You don't let people stay neutral. You don't leave people comfortable. You make them feel something. Admiration that scares them, jealousy they can't swallow, curiosity they can't explain. Even the ones who swore they were done with you keep looking, keep checking, keep reacting. They watch you rise and they panic because your glow makes their excuses look small. And chosen one, you've probably been asking yourself, why now? Why is everyone acting so weird around me? Why does the energy shift the second I walk in? Because you've changed. Your aura got sharper. Your boundaries got stronger. Your silence got heavier. You became someone they can't handle but can't ignore. Their masks were designed for the old version of you. This new version, it exposes every crack in their facade. Another metaphor for you. Picture a room full of people wearing sunglasses indoors. As long as the light is dim, they're fine. But when someone turns on a bright spotlight, those glasses become useless. That spotlight is you. You turned up your intensity, and now everyone who thought they could hide their motives is scrambling. Chosen one. One of them is about to break. Not because they want to, but because pressure always finds the weakest point. Their confession, whether through a slip, a message, a look, or a comment, will finally explain the tension you've been feeling. It's not paranoia. It's exposure. It's truth crawling out of the shadows because your presence dragged it there. Their mask isn't unraveling by accident. It's unraveling because you stepped into a version of yourself that can't be lied to anymore. Number 4. The quiet around you isn't peace. It's pressure loading. Before a storm hits, the air always goes silent. That silence isn't calm. It's a warning. Chosen one, this moment you're standing in isn't fear, it's revelation. Everything hidden, whispered, analyzed, and exchanged behind your back is shifting toward the surface, not to break you, not to shake you, but to confirm what your intuition has been screaming all along. You were never alone in the dark. You were being watched, measured, and studied by people who thought you'd never find out. The stillness around you hasn't been empty. It's been charged, heavy, suspiciously quiet. The kind of quiet that makes the hairs on your arms stand up because you can feel eyes on you even when you're not looking. That's not imagination. That's the weather changing around your life. The universe has been gathering every whisper, every glance, every unspoken reaction, pulling them together like clouds, stacking before lightning cracks the sky. Imagine this. You're standing in an open field, and the sky above is soft, calm, almost pretty, but the wind is shifting. The temperature drops. Birds go silent. That's the moment before everything changes. That's where you are now. The energy around you isn't random, it's preparation. Something is building, someone is slipping, and the truth is forming faster than they can hide it. You're probably thinking, why is everyone acting strange? Why do I feel watched? Why does the air feel different? Because the eyes that used to stare quietly are no longer passive. They're calculating, tracking you, watching your every move like someone studying a pattern they can't crack. They act normal in front of you, but behind the scenes. They're circling your steps the way shadows circle a light they can't dim. Here's the punch. People don't circle what they don't fear losing. This isn't an ordinary season for you. It's the unraveling, the moment where every unseen intention starts tripping over itself. The quiet people, the silent watchers, the ones who pretended they didn't care. Their energy is slipping. Their masks are glitching. Their secrets are trembling. The storm isn't against you. The storm is revealing everything that's been moving against you. Chosen one, brace yourself. Not for damage, for clarity. Number 5. They didn't just watch you. They analyzed you like a code they couldn't crack. Curiosity becomes obsession the moment someone realizes you shine where they struggle. Chosen one, the tension pressing on your chest isn't paranoia. It's the weight of truth sitting behind a door that's about to swing open. The air around you feels heavy because revelation is pushing through, squeezing itself into the present moment. And the reason is simple. People didn't just notice you, they studied you. They examined your light like scientists studying a rare phenomenon they can't recreate. Imagine someone staring at a map, tracing lines they don't understand, hoping it leads them to the source. That's what they did with you. Your presence left questions they couldn't answer, feelings they couldn't hide, reactions they couldn't control. You triggered them without trying. You awakened something in them they didn't have the language for, and instead of facing themselves, they turned you into a puzzle. Here's another truth they'd never confess. People only study what threatens their comfort. Every time your name came up, the room shifted. Every time your image appeared, silence stretched too long. Your energy didn't ask for attention. It dragged it out of them anyway. They couldn't explain why you affected them the way you did. So they did what insecure people always do. They analyzed you behind closed doors. And chosen one of them, someone whose name you already know too well, carried your image like a passkey. They flashed it in secret rooms, placing you in front of people who had never met you, waiting to see their reactions. Why? Because your presence unsettled something in them. Because your glow exposed something in them. Because deep down, they needed to know whether others saw what they saw. Imagine this. Someone holding a photo of you between their fingers, studying it like it holds answers to questions they're afraid to ask out loud. Another person leans in, eyes widening. Another goes quiet, unsure how to describe the pull they feel. And the one who showed your picture. Their heart drops, because now they know it's not just them. You really do have that effect. Chosen one, this wasn't harmless curiosity. This was confirmation. You were never background, you were the subject, and they've been studying your light like it's the only thing that makes sense in their confusion. Number 6. Their reactions expose them faster than their words ever could. People tell the truth the moment your name enters the room. Their mouths lie, their reactions don't. Chosen one, when your image hit their eyes, what came out of them wasn't casual interest. It was instinct, raw, unfiltered, the kind of reactions people can't rehearse or hide. And just like before, 3 voices rose, but this time they slipped even harder. The first voice cracked open with awe. This one, there's something unforgettable about them. That's not a compliment. That's admission. That's someone realizing you're the kind of presence that sticks to a person's memory like permanent ink. They tried to treat you like a moment, but you became a mark. The second voice? Sharp, shaky, dripping with envy. They intimidate me. I don't know why, but they do. That right there is fear pretending to be honesty. They weren't intimidated by what you did. They were intimidated by what you are. Your energy walked into the room before your face did. Your growth pressed against their insecurities until something snapped and the truth slipped out. But the third voice, that one hit different. Quiet, slow, heavy. There's something more here. I can't explain it, but I feel it. That wasn't admiration. That was revelation. That was someone sensing the weight of your presence and realizing you're not a regular character in their story. You're the plot twist the universe placed in front of them. Here's the part most people overlook. Reactions reveal what intentions try to hide. They weren't giving opinions, they were exposing themselves. Your presence didn't just get seen, it stirred something. It made people uncomfortable, amazed, jealous, curious, restless all at once. You spoke without saying a word, and they heard it anyway. Imagine this. Your picture lands on a table. One person leans in, another looks away too fast. Another freezes like a deer caught in headlights. No one knows how to explain it, but everyone feels it. That's your effect. That's your pull. That's the silent pressure you carry just by existing. And chosen one, you might be wondering, why do people react to me like this? Why do I shake them without trying? Because you shine in places they haven't even learned to stand yet. Because your growth exposes their stagnation, because your energy forces people to face parts of themselves they'd rather keep buried. You don't fit into the boxes they built. You don't play the roles they assigned. Your presence interrupts the script. Their reactions weren't random, they were proof. Proof that your light hits deeper than you realize. Proof that the watchers aren't just watching, they're trembling. Proof that you're carrying something real, something rare, something they can feel even in your silence. Chosen one, the darkness around them isn't swallowing your light. Your light is swallowing them. Number 7. They keep staring because you're a wake-up call they weren't ready for. Real power isn't seen in what you show. It's seen in what people feel when you enter a room. Chosen one, this part hits deeper than anything before it. They still don't get it. They think your pull comes from charm, looks, confidence, or personality. They keep searching for some surface-level explanation because accepting the real reason terrifies them. Your light comes from purpose, and purpose can't be mimicked, copied, or stolen. It's the one thing insecure people can't compete with. Your calling is the kind of force that exposes whatever others try to hide. It shines a flashlight into their shadows. It shows them the potential they wasted, the strength they never built, the courage they avoided, and the versions of themselves they abandoned. That's why they flinch around you. That's why their reactions glitch. That's why they can't stay neutral. Your presence won't let them. Here's a truth they'd never admit. Calling makes people uncomfortable long before it inspires them. Imagine someone standing in front of a mirror they didn't ask for. That's what encountering you feels like. You walk in and suddenly they're face to face with every insecurity they tried to bury. Your progress reminds them of their stagnation. Your clarity reminds them of their confusion. Your strength reminds them of the weakness they pretend isn't there. Chosen one, the one who started this chain reaction, the one who showed your image, brought up your name, stirred these conversations. They had no idea what they were unlocking. They thought it would be simple, a casual mention, a harmless moment. But calling doesn't stay small. Purpose doesn't stay quiet. Your energy doesn't fit inside the tiny box they tried to keep you in. Imagine lighting a single match in a dark room. They expected a flicker. Instead, the entire place lit up, exposing things they weren't prepared to see. That's what your presence did. It revealed them. It overwhelmed them. It changed the temperature of the room. Here's another gut punch. Purpose makes noise even when you stay silent. The one who never meant for it to go this far miscalculated. They underestimated the weight you carry. They underestimated how powerful your influence is. They underestimated the way people react to you. But the universe didn't. Your calling was always bigger than their intentions. And now everyone in that circle feels it. Number 8. The truth isn't slipping out. It's breaking the door down. People don't confess because they grow honest. They confess because the pressure of hiding you becomes unbearable. Chosen one, this is the moment everything starts surfacing, not just the secrets, but the intentions behind them, the masks, the excuses, the fake calm, the forced distance. All of it starts collapsing under the weight of what they've been carrying about you. Confession doesn't show up gently. It erupts. It tears through the version of them they tried to perform. And when it hits, it won't just inform you. It'll redefine everything you thought you understood about them. This is the awakening. The moment where the story they built can't survive your truth anymore. You might be asking yourself, why would someone who's not my enemy and not my friend watch me so closely? Because obsession doesn't require loyalty, and fascination doesn't require love. It only requires impact, and you have impact without trying. This person wasn't against you, but they weren't with you either. They lived in that gray area, the space where people admire you from a distance, but fear standing close. They carried too many contradictions in their chest. Jealousy sitting next to curiosity, desire sitting next to insecurity, fear sitting next to fascination. You were the contradiction they couldn't resolve. Imagine this, someone standing in a doorway, unsure whether to walk in or walk away. That's been them the whole time. They watched you evolve, watched you rise, watched you glow, and every part of that made them feel both drawn in and pushed back. They knew your calling before you did. That's why their gaze lingered too long, why their reactions were too intense, why their silence felt too loud. Here's the punch. People fear what exposes their truth. You became a mirror they didn't ask for, and every time they looked at you, they saw a version of themselves they couldn't maintain. That's why they hesitated. That's why they kept their distance. That's why they talked about you instead of to you. And when confession arrives, and it won't come from anger. It will come from clarity, from the realization that they can't keep pretending their truth will slip out through trembling sentences, nervous looks, or accidental honesty. Something in them will break, but not in a cruel way, in a revealing way. The bond you thought existed will shatter, not because of betrayal, but because the truth finally outgrew the illusion. Chosen one, the person who watched you the closest, was never simple. Admiration pulled them in. Fear pushed them back. Your calling overwhelmed them. And now, confession is the only thing left standing. Number 9. The reveal will hit harder than the watching ever did. People can fake emotions, fake loyalty, fake distance, but they can't fake the pull they feel toward you. Chosen one, this was never simple observation. This wasn't someone casually noticing you, glancing your way, or being mildly curious. This was recognition, a deep, undeniable awareness that your life carries a weight they couldn't understand or escape. It wasn't magic. It wasn't destiny in a storybook sense. It was energetic gravity. You pulled something out of them they didn't know was there, and that gravity told the truth long before their words ever will. You weren't just watched. You were measured, evaluated, weighed like a rare force they couldn't categorize. Imagine someone holding an object they don't have a name for. They turn it over. They examine it. They feel an intensity they can't explain. That's how they held you in their mind. You didn't fit their expectations, and you didn't fit their past experiences. You broke their mental patterns simply by existing, and that triggered something powerful inside them. And chosen one, their reaction wasn't random. When someone can't understand you, they start studying you. The truth that's about to come out, the thing they've been holding back, will shift you. It will reframe every strange moment, every weird silence, every flicker of energy you felt but couldn't explain. You know those times your chest felt heavy around them, those moments you sensed something unspoken in their eyes, the confusion you felt without evidence. All of that was real. Their truth is the missing piece. Here's the twist you didn't expect. The eyes watching you the closest belonged to the face you trusted the most. Not an enemy, not a stranger. Someone you let close without realizing how deeply they were observing you. Imagine someone wearing a mask made of familiarity, smiling like everything's normal while their thoughts run miles ahead. They weren't who you assumed. Their intentions weren't what you believed. They've been carrying their truth like a secret weight, and it's finally reaching the point where it can't be hidden. When they speak, when they finally release what's been building, everything will click. The unexplained tension, the strange pull, the shifting atmosphere whenever they were near. It all ties together in their confession. Chosen one, the unveiling isn't coming to scare you. It's coming to free you from every illusion you didn't know you were trapped inside. Number 10. The truth you felt is about to walk into the open. People don't obsess over ordinary. They obsess over whatever exposes the limits of their own potential. Chosen one, strip away every illusion. They were never the point. The real story has always been what you carry, the weight inside you that refuses to dim, shrink, or fit into anyone's comfort zone. Your fire isn't charm. It's not looks. It's not personality. It's force. It's pressure. It's the kind of energy that bends rooms and makes people rethink themselves with one glance. And now the silence around you is snapping, cracking, breaking open like a shell too tight to contain the truth any longer. Everything that moved in shadows, every stare, every whisper, every shift in a room when you walked in, none of it was your imagination. The air was heavy because eyes were on you, not soft eyes. Not curious eyes, eyes that were measuring you, trying to understand a presence they couldn't imitate or replicate, eyes trying to decode a signal they weren't built to read. And here's the punch. Your energy didn't walk into the room, it took over the room. Among the watchers was someone you trusted, someone whose voice once felt safe, whose presence felt familiar. But behind that comfort was a secret they kept close to their chest. They carried your image on their phone, in their mind, in their conversations, into places you were never meant to enter. They weren't mocking you. They weren't hating you. They were testing reactions, searching for confirmation about the very thing they sensed but were too afraid to admit. You glow in a way they can't touch. Imagine them holding your picture up like a lit match in a dark room. People lean in, some blink hard, some whisper, some freeze. And in that moment, 3 voices rise from instinct alone. One in awe, they're unforgettable. One dripping envy, they shine too brightly. One dead serious, they're not like us. Something about them stands apart. These weren't compliments, they were confessions, honest reactions from people who felt the impact of your presence without you even being there. Chosen one, forget the spiritual labels, forget the prophecy-style framing. This wasn't destiny in a mystical sense. This was energy clarity. You disrupt people, you shake them, you wake them up, you expose the gaps they hide. That's why they watched, that's why they whispered, that's why they shared your image like a mystery they couldn't solve. Now, the final revelation is simple. You were never imagining the weight around you. You were never misreading the atmosphere. You were never overthinking. Your truth was too loud for them to hide, and now it's stepping into the light. Number 11. The truth hit them harder than anything they ever said out loud. Some people don't break their silence because they want to. They break it because the truth inside them refuses to stay caged. Chosen one, here's the real punch. What shook the one who started all of this wasn't the reactions they heard. It was the reactions they felt. When those words about you hit the table, something inside them snapped. Their silence wasn't calm. It wasn't neutral. It was panic, awe, confusion, and desire all crashing together in real time. They suddenly realized they had stepped into territory way bigger than gossip or curiosity. You stopped being someone they know. You became the person who pulls threads in their spirit they didn't even know existed. Your presence didn't just affect them, it rearranged them. And let's be honest, what they carried wasn't hate. Hate is simple. Hate is loud. Hate is easy. What they carried was the kind of storm that keeps people awake at night. It was admiration they couldn't justify, fear of how deeply you stirred something in them, and a longing so heavy they couldn't hold it without breaking a little. They didn't watch you to judge you. They watched you because something in you kept pulling them back, the way gravity pulls planets. Your strength, your resilience, your glow, the way you move through life without folding. Every piece of you challenged them and inspired them at the same time. You forced them to feel things they spent years avoiding. Imagine them staring at your picture, trying to breathe normally, while the universe in their chest refuses to calm down, trying to convince themselves it's nothing, while every part of them knows it's everything. And now, the final veil is sliding off. The one who watched the closest is reaching their breaking point. Not out of weakness, but because hiding their truth has become impossible. What they're about to say won't be small. It won't be casual. It won't be something you shrug off. Their confession is going to reframe the entire story. Every weird tension, every shift in the air, every moment their eyes lingered longer than they should have. The love they buried, the awe they disguised, the devotion they swallowed to keep things normal. All of it is rising now because the universe doesn't let truth stay underground forever. Chosen one, what's coming next won't just surprise you. It will make everything finally make sense. You made it to the end, chosen one, and that alone says everything about the strength you carry. What's unfolding around you isn't random, it's recognition. Every silent stare, every strange shift in energy, every word spoken in rooms you've never entered is proof that your presence leaves a mark nothing can erase. If this message hit you where you needed it, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of this family, make sure to subscribe. Stay close. Your story is just getting started, and the next chapter is about to expose even more truth. They don't hate you because you did anything wrong. They hate you because they can't figure out how someone like you even exists. Let that sink in. You didn't scream, you didn't fight, you didn't even try to stand out. But your silence was louder than their whole personality. Your presence was enough to shake their whole system. It's like walking into a room where everyone's been pretending to be rich. And then you walk in wearing something simple, and suddenly no one wants to flex anymore. That's what your energy does. It breaks the illusion. Here's a wild fact. Studies show it takes just 7 seconds for people to decide how they feel about you. Not based on what you say, but on how you make them feel. That's how fast they're sizing you up. And you're the glitch in their simulation. You're not behaving like what they're used to. You're calm, but powerful. Quiet, but dangerous. Real in a world that thrives on fake. And they can't handle it. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you again, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You're not just watching, you're part of a force. Now let's talk about what's really going on. You didn't ask for attention, but they gave it to you anyway. You didn't chase validation, but somehow you became the standard. You didn't even want to lead, but your footsteps keep turning into blueprints for people who swore they were ahead of you. It's confusing them. It's bothering them, because you weren't supposed to rise this high, this fast, this clean. They're mesmerized by you, but they won't admit it out loud. Instead, they'll copy you in silence and criticize you in public. They're watching your every move like it's their favorite show, yet pretending they're not fans. You became their obsession, their competition, their quiet crisis, just by existing. Some of them are mentally stuck. They're asking themselves, how did this person come out of nowhere and shake up everything? It's like you cracked their mirror, and now they can't unsee their own insecurities. You showed up and suddenly they're doubting everything about themselves, their looks, their plans, their personality. You didn't try to be better, you just were. You showed up real in a world that's been playing pretend for too long. That's what shocked them. That's what scared them. You walk with an energy they can't fake, a calm power that exposes their noise. And no matter how hard they try to copy your glow, they burn out. Because this wasn't built from hype. This was built from pain, from silence, from isolation, from choosing healing over hiding. And when you walk in carrying that energy, they feel it. Some admire it, others panic, because now they've realized someone like you exists. And once people realize that someone like you exists, it changes everything. You shattered their version of what's possible. You're the reality check they never saw coming. You're not just different, you're disruptive. And let's be honest, you're not even doing your final form yet. You're holding back. You're still evolving. This isn't even your full volume, and it's already too loud for them. That's why some keep their distance. That's why others stare too long. That's why some come close just to steal pieces of you, hoping they can understand how you move the way you do. But let's keep it real. They wouldn't survive a week with your soul, because what they see as confidence is really scars you stitched together by yourself. What they call energy Is your spirit bouncing back from all the betrayal, abandonment, and silent battles you had to win alone? They're not mesmerized by your image. They're hypnotized by your survival. You confuse them because you're unbothered in situations that would have destroyed them. You smile with secrets they'll never understand. You're the kind of person people can't control, can't fake, and can't forget. And now that you've arrived, their world's different. They're realizing that what they thought was rare isn't even close to what you bring to the table. You're the reminder that real still exists, that authentic still wins, that quiet power is louder than their loud ego. So what did you do to them? You disrupted their lies with your truth. You shook their fake confidence with your calm presence. You made them realize that all the pretending in the world can't match the aura of someone who healed in private and now walks in peace. You did what they can't copy. You became yourself, fully and unapologetically. And now they're stuck, obsessed, curious, threatened, inspired. Some want to love you, some want to be you, but none of them can ignore you. You've entered their minds without permission, and now you live there rent-free, and they're trying to figure out what just happened. But here's the thing. They won't find the answer in a mirror, because you're not something they can reflect. You're something they have to experience, and that scares the hell out of them. And listen closely. Chosen one, if you've made it this far, your spirit already knows this message was meant for you. You're not here by accident. You're here because something in you can feel the shift happening. So don't scroll away now. What's coming next is going to unlock some things you've felt but never had words for. If you're ready to fully own what makes people stare, freeze, and lose their balance around you, drop the number 777 in the comments to claim it. And if this message already hit something deep, consider showing love to the crew behind it with a super thanks. Every little bit fuels this mission forward. Doesn't matter if it's a cent or a stack, it all keeps this energy moving. Now lock in, chosen one, because what's coming next is personal. Let's break it down step by step. And believe me, you're gonna want to hear every word. Let's go. Number 1, you didn't shatter their ego. You showed them it was made of glass. They weren't intimidated by your power. They were exposed by your presence. You didn't raise your voice. You didn't brag. You didn't walk in with fireworks. You just breathed. You just existed. And somehow that was enough to make their entire self-image start crumbling. That's the part they'll never say out loud. That's the part that haunts them. They thought they were untouchable until you walked in and made the air feel different. Not louder, not heavier, just real. You didn't speak over people. You didn't perform. You didn't need to, because what you carry doesn't come from applause. It comes from pressure. Your presence feels like truth they're not ready to face, like a mirror they didn't ask for but can't look away from. And that's when the cracks started. They built their confidence on followers, fake praise, groupthink, and the illusion of being the main character. You built yours in silence, in dark nights, in seasons where no one clapped, but you kept going anyway. That's why when you walk in, they get confused. How are you calm when they're desperate for attention? How are you magnetic without even trying? How are you still standing when they swore someone like you wouldn't survive? Because they were playing a game. You were surviving a war. They don't hate you because you did something wrong. They hate you because next to your truth, their entire identity feels like a lie. Your stillness screams louder than their shouting ever could. You don't chase approval, and that alone makes them feel invisible. They depended on being admired. You don't even need to be seen. And here's the sickest part. They studied how to look powerful. You became powerful through pain. You didn't have to prove anything. You were the proof. That's what's breaking them down slowly. You're the walking contradiction to everything they believed about strength, confidence, and success. You're soft-spoken, but you carry storms. You don't beg to be noticed, yet all eyes shift when you step in. You're not loud, but your silence changes the energy in the entire room. That's real power, and that's what's scaring the hell out of them. Let's be real. They thought they were better than you. And maybe for a while, they convinced everyone they were. But now, they're choking on that arrogance because your existence forced them to look inward, and they didn't like what they saw. "What did you do to me?" they ask, half joking, half terrified. The answer? You breathed. You stood still. You lived your truth. And their masks started melting in the heat of your presence. That's why they flinch. That's why they side-eye. That's why they talk behind your back and lurk in your shadow. Because you didn't just show them who you are. You showed them who they're not. You didn't compete, yet they lost. You didn't attack, yet they bled. You didn't try to shine, yet you eclipsed them. And now they're left with a terrifying realization. You weren't even aiming for them, and still, you hit them dead center. Welcome to the chaos of being real in a world full of frauds. Chosen one. You didn't destroy their ego. You revealed its weakness. And once someone feels that, they never forget the feeling. Number 2. You didn't just wake them up. You made them remember what they buried. You didn't ruin their peace. You reminded them they never had any. You didn't just step into their life. You stepped into their psyche, into the parts they had carefully locked, silenced, and sealed with denial. And the moment you showed up, you lit a match in their mental vault. You triggered something ancient, not the kind of memory tied to stories or timelines, but something soul deep, something they tried to forget. And now, thanks to you, it won't go back to sleep. You reminded them of who they were before the world taught them to shrink, before they traded their spark for survival, before they buried their truth under trends, trauma, and ego. That's why they flinch when you speak. That's why your presence feels like pressure they can't name, because you didn't just show up as a person, you showed up as a mirror. You didn't say a word, but somehow they heard everything they've been trying to forget. You speak with clarity, and that clarity feels like a slap to people who've been faking confidence. They spent years building identities off noise, distraction, and performance. You showed up calm, grounded, real. And suddenly, all their noise felt like static. All their moves felt forced. Because you weren't moving to impress. You were moving in alignment. And that's the kind of thing no tutorial can teach. Imagine this. Someone's been asleep for years, surrounded by comforting lies, soft illusions, and carefully crafted stories about who they are. Then you walk in, eyes wide open, energy sharp, voice clean, and suddenly the dream doesn't feel safe anymore. You didn't scream, you didn't preach, you just existed, and now they're haunted by the truth your presence carries. Because deep down, they saw something in you they remember from themselves before the world taught them to forget. They don't hate you because you're confident. They hate that your confidence is real, that it wasn't bought or borrowed or stolen. It was earned in silence, built in the shadows. You carry a light that didn't come from approval. It came from pain that didn't kill you. And that light, it triggers every part of them that went dim years ago. You didn't trigger them. You activated the version of them they abandoned to fit in. Now they're confused, angry, obsessed, not with you, but with the version of themselves they see in your reflection. That's why they act strange. That's why their compliments feel backhanded. That's why one moment they're drawn to you, and the next they distance themselves like you're dangerous, because they don't know if they want to be you or destroy the part of you that reminds them who they used to be. Imagine this: someone's been faking strength for so long, they forgot what real strength even feels like. And then you show up, moving like still water, soft but unshakable, and it rattles them, because they realize all their performance has no weight, no soul, no truth. They aren't grounded, they're floating in an image. And you're rooted in something they lost a long time ago. You weren't trying to call them out, you were just being you. But that's what makes it worse, because if you had come with arrogance, they could dismiss you. If you were loud, they could label you as dramatic. But you were calm, focused, centered, and that made you undeniable. And that's when the panic started. You became a walking reminder of what they traded away for comfort. They're not mad that you exist. They're mad that your existence makes them question their own. Because the way you move makes them feel like they've been walking in circles. The way you speak makes their words feel empty. You don't just walk in the room, you change the temperature. And they don't know if they should respect it or run from it. Imagine this. Someone has carefully built a house of cards, and you walk by, not touching anything, and the whole thing starts shaking. That's what your energy does. It doesn't attack, it reveals. And when you've built your entire life on denial, truth feels violent. You didn't hurt them, you just showed them the cracks. You weren't supposed to exist, not like this, not this real, not this whole, not this awake, because your presence proves it's possible to come back from the dark with power. It proves that silence can become strength, that you don't need approval to have purpose. And if you're proof, what does that make them? That question is what's tearing them apart. They want your peace, but not your process. They want your energy, but not your scars. They want your glow, but not the grief it took to get it. So instead of healing, they attack. Instead of learning, they mock. Because it's easier to destroy the mirror than to face what it reflects. They'll say you're too much, that you think you're better, that you're changing. But really, they're just trying to explain away their discomfort, because once you see something real, you can't unsee it. And now they've seen you, the real you, and every time you show up, it reminds them that they've been sleepwalking. They were content in spiritual amnesia until you woke them up. But here's the part they'll never say. They needed you, not to fix them, not to lead them, but to remind them of the voice they ignored, of the path they abandoned, of the version of themselves that still exists beneath all the noise. You are the wake-up call they didn't ask for, but can't silence. So no, you didn't ruin anything. You didn't confuse them. You didn't break them. You just showed them what they lost. And now they don't know whether to thank you or hate you. That's the curse of being chosen. You don't just inspire, you disturb. You don't just light up a room, you expose the dust. And people don't always want clarity. Sometimes they want the comfort of the lie. But don't dim yourself to keep their illusions intact. Because every time you show up in your truth, you make it harder for them to stay asleep. And even if they don't thank you now, even if they run, mock, or project, the seed has already been planted. You reminded them of their original design, and nothing will ever feel the same again. Number 3. You proved their manipulation has an expiration date. They don't panic when they lose control of the situation. They panic when they lose control of you. They thought you'd fold, that you'd flinch when they gave you the silent treatment, that the guilt trips, gaslighting, and emotional booby traps would keep working forever. But this time, you didn't take the bait. You didn't chase. You didn't explain. You just went silent. And that silence, it cracked their entire illusion of power. They weren't ready for your stillness. They were used to your reactions, the emotional supply, the explanations, the way you used to beg for clarity. But now, you watched them act out and said nothing. You didn't fight back. You didn't break. You just withdrew your energy. And suddenly, their control fell apart like a puppet with the strings cut. You didn't destroy them. You just stopped participating in your own manipulation. That's what really broke them. Your peace exposed their performance. The moment you stopped defending yourself, they started unraveling. Because what do manipulators become when they no longer have access to your emotions? Powerless, unimportant, forgotten. Imagine this. Someone's been yanking your strings for years like you're some emotional marionette. Then one day, the strings go limp. No reaction, no tears, no panic, just silence. That's what you did. And now they're standing there, staring at their own reflection in the ruins of a game you refused to play. They thought you'd never see it, but now you do. You see the pattern, the tactics, the games, and the craziest part, you didn't expose them publicly. You didn't try to humiliate them. You just outgrew the script they were counting on. You evolved, and when you evolve, manipulation expires. They used to feel powerful when you were confused. Now they're terrified because you're calm. You outgrew their control, and they've never felt smaller. So let them say you changed. Let them say you're cold. They're just mad the playbook stopped working. You're not heartless, you're healed. And healing, to manipulators, feels like rebellion. You didn't fight them, you just stopped feeding them. And they'll never recover from starving on the silence of someone they once fed off of daily. Number 4, your rawness ripped off their mask. You weren't trying to expose them, but the truth in you made the lie in them sweat. You never faked it. That's what rattles them. You didn't rehearse who you are. You just showed up, unfiltered, unmasked, fully real. And for people who've built their whole identity on applause and pretend smiles, that's terrifying. Because nothing shatters illusion faster than authenticity standing in the same room. They've spent years learning how to look happy, appear confident, and seem powerful. But you never needed a script. You walk in carrying pain like a badge, scars like ink, and truth like a torch, and it burns straight through their costumes. Your energy makes their performance look like a parody. You're not intimidating. You're just proof that fake confidence doesn't stand a chance around real strength. Imagine this. Someone spends hours painting a fake masterpiece on a wall. Then you walk by, holding the actual thing. No bragging, no loud entrance, just presence. And suddenly, everyone stops admiring the wall. They start wondering why it ever impressed them. That's what your authenticity does. They hate that your voice doesn't shake, that your eyes don't dodge, that your spirit doesn't bend to trends. And no matter how hard they try to replicate what you have, they can't, because what you have isn't copied. It's carved. Through pain, through failure, through deep, brutal honesty with yourself. They hide behind filters. You bleed truth. That's why they call it too much. Because it is, for them. It's not your confidence that bothers them, it's your freedom. You don't just live outside the box, you burn the box. And that level of self-possession makes people who rely on validation start questioning everything they've built. You didn't just walk into their space, you rearranged the atmosphere without saying a word. So when they mock, when they minimize, when they twist your strength into arrogance, don't flinch. You're not the problem. You're the reflection. The one thing they can't filter, mute, or outshine. You didn't embarrass them. You just reminded them they've been faking what you were born with. Number 5, You move like you've got clearance they'll never earn. They can fake the look, the words, the status, but not the access. You're not moving like everyone else, and they know it. You're not loud, but doors open. You're not flashy, but eyes follow. You didn't beg for permission, yet rooms shift when you enter. That's not luck. That's not ego. That's clearance, and it's killing them softly. They've spent years collecting credentials, perfecting appearances, chasing recognition like a trophy hunt. You just showed up. No clout chasing, no resume flashing, no rehearsed lines. You walk in like you belong, and that's what pisses them off, because deep down, they know they're doing everything right and still can't touch what you carry by default. You didn't climb their ladder, you walked through a door they didn't even know existed. Imagine this. They're standing in line with a clipboard, waiting to be let in, and you bypass the crowd, nod once, and the gate swings open. No ID check, no applause, just presence. It doesn't make sense to them because they've only ever operated through hustle and hierarchy, but you're moving with something they can't copy, internal permission. That's why they gossip. That's why they question your worth. That's why they whisper, who do they think they are? Because what they're really saying is, why does the universe respect them more than me? Your presence is a backstage pass to places they'll never be invited, because authenticity was the price of entry. And let's be clear, it's not that you think you're better, it's that you're not faking power, you're carrying it, quietly, unshakably. You're not trying to prove anything, and that's why everything proves itself through you. That's what eats at them. They've built whole identities off validation, and yet your energy alone makes their resume look like a cover story. So keep walking like you own the floor, even when they try to trip you. They're not mad at your moves. They're mad that no matter what they do, they can't duplicate the keys you hold. Number 6. You move like a mind reader, and it terrifies them. You don't play their game because you already read the rulebook, spotted the traps, and burned the whole thing. They expect fireworks, a meltdown, a comeback rant, but instead, silence, stillness, strategy. You sit back and watch, and that's what drives them insane. Because you don't operate off impulse, you operate off intel. They can't bait someone who's already 10 steps ahead. You see through people, not because you're paranoid, but because you've been betrayed by smiles too many times. You don't just hear what they say, you track what they avoid. You don't fall for their tone, you decode their intent. That's not cold. That's wisdom forged from emotional war. They call you hard to read because you don't bleed on command anymore. Imagine this. They've been setting traps with tone, guilt, and gaslighting for years. And here you come, unshaken, quiet, centered. You listen with your eyes. You watch with your spirit. Every fake laugh, every guilt-charged pause, you catch it. Before they even finish the sentence, you've already seen the blueprint. They say you're cold. No, you're calm. You've been through enough to know that exploding only gives them ammo. They want chaos. You give them clarity, and clarity kills manipulation. They don't know how to fight someone who refuses to swing. You mastered yourself, so they can't master you. That's emotional intelligence. It's not softness, it's silent dominance. You don't match energy, you measure it. You don't explain, you observe. And nothing scares a manipulator more than someone who doesn't react. Because it means their power has expired. You're not detached, you're evolved. You don't avoid emotions. You understand them deeply. You just no longer let them be hijacked by people who weaponize kindness and twist empathy into control. They want you to flinch. You smile instead. They want you to snap. You nod and walk. Because you've learned real power doesn't perform. It predicts. And you see it all coming. That's why they're rattled. They can fake emotions all day, but they'll never match the silence of someone who's already read the room before they even opened their mouth. Number 7. Your silence hits harder than their loudest lies. They wanted a reaction. You gave them a reckoning. They thought your silence meant surrender, that not speaking up meant you had nothing to say. But what they didn't understand is this: your silence isn't absence, it's surgical. You don't speak to be heard. You speak to cut. And when you go quiet, it's not because you're powerless, it's because you're preparing precision. You don't waste breath proving what time will expose. You're not here to out-yell anyone. While they're busy performing, you're analyzing, measuring, peeling back every word, every motive, every angle. That's why they're nervous. Because silence from someone like you isn't retreat, it's calculation. Your silence slices through facades louder than their loudest tantrums ever could. Imagine this: a courtroom full of noise, fake evidence, dramatic speeches, and then one sharp pause from the judge. Everyone freezes. That's you. You walk in with stillness, and somehow the whole room shifts. Because they know your silence isn't passive, it's a verdict. You've seen through them, and your lack of response is the loudest statement possible. They want you to explain yourself, to argue, to play their game, but you've evolved past the need to be understood by people committed to misunderstanding you. You realized some people aren't worth the energy it takes to correct them. And that realization, it's lethal to their control. You don't need closure from chaos. You already wrote your own ending, in silence. They don't fear your words. They fear what you withhold, because they depended on your reaction to feel relevant. Now they're screaming into the void, hoping you'll break character. But you won't. You've seen what noise does. It distracts. You're not here to distract. You're here to disarm. So let them rant. Let them spin. Let them drown in the echo of their own chaos. Your silence isn't weakness, it's weaponized truth. And truth doesn't yell, it just stands until everything fake collapses around it. Number 8. You didn't break them, you just took back the mirror. They didn't miss you. They missed who they got to pretend to be while standing next to you. They were never in love with your soul. They were in love with the feeling they got from orbiting your light. You weren't their equal. You were their reflection. And the second you walked away, their whole illusion of being irreplaceable shattered like cheap glass under pressure. That's what really broke them. They never saw you clearly. They saw themselves looking better beside you. You were the boost, the backdrop, the energy source that made them feel more important, more attractive, more powerful. But they confused access with ownership. And now that you've gone silent, now that you've disappeared, they're scrambling because what they lost wasn't just you. It was the only version of themselves they ever liked. They weren't addicted to your love. They were addicted to the identity they borrowed from your presence. Imagine this. Someone puts on a crown every time you walk in the room, pretending it was always theirs. But the moment you leave, the crown slips. And suddenly, they don't feel royal anymore. That's what your exit did. It didn't just create space. It ripped away the fantasy. They're chasing shadows now, trying to find someone else who makes them feel enough. But it's not working, because you were never just a person. They treated you like a stage where they could perform, feel big, feel seen. And now the stage is gone, and the lights are out. They called you replaceable, until they realized the version of themselves they liked most only existed next to you. That's the brutal truth. You didn't reject them. You removed the illusion. You made them confront the fact that their confidence was codependent, that their charm had a host, that their importance was propped up by your energy. Now they're hollow, not because you took something from them, but because you gave something real, and they never knew how to value it. What they miss isn't love. It's the power they felt leaching off of your light. But the source is gone now. And so is the fantasy. Number 9. You read energies. Like a language, they can't even sound out the alphabet. They lie with their words. You catch them with your silence. You don't need receipts. You don't need proof. You feel it. Before the fake laugh, before the twisted compliment, before the betrayal even forms in their mind, you've already felt the shift. That's what rattles them. You read energy like it's your first language, while they're still stuck trying to sound out the vibe. You catch the sigh behind the smile, the resentment hiding in politeness, the fear tucked under their bragging. You know what people mean, even when they don't. That kind of spiritual fluency, it's not common, and it makes people nervous because you can't be manipulated, seduced, or spun in circles when you already see the spin coming. They tried to lie, but your intuition already filed the report. Imagine this. Someone walks in with perfect posture, saying all the right things, but you catch the twitch in their eye, the slight tension in their voice, the flicker of unease in their energy. Everyone else is fooled. You're not. Because while they perform on stage, you're tuned in to the frequency, and their vibe is off. Way off. That's why they don't like being around you for too long. They feel seen. Not in the wow you get me way, in the I can't hide from you way. And people who survive off pretense can't stand being around those who see past it. You're not guessing their intentions. You know. You feel the shift in the room before a single word is spoken, and no mask can cover energy. They can't explain how you know, so they call it paranoia. They call you too intense. But really, they're just mad they can't lie to you like they lie to everyone else. Your presence is a walking truth detector. And, for people who thrive in illusion, that's terrifying. So let them stumble through their facade. You're already 10 steps ahead. Chosen one, they're speaking surface. You're reading soul. Number 10. Your boundaries are battle-tested and bulletproof. Your no doesn't shake. It slams like a gate that was welded shut by every betrayal you survived. These aren't petty limits. These are sacred thresholds forged in the fire of every time you were used, drained, dismissed, or disrespected. People think you're cold. No, you're clear. And that clarity scares the hell out of people who got comfortable crossing lines that should have never been drawn in pencil. You used to bend. You used to explain. You used to give second, third, and fourth chances. Not anymore. Now your peace is protected like a vault, and your time, sacred. Your energy, guarded like a crown jewel. You're not just protecting your space, you're protecting your mission. They don't miss the access. They miss the control they had when you had none. Imagine this. Someone walks into a temple expecting to touch everything, and then realizes they're not even allowed past the gates. That's what your presence feels like now. Exclusive, sealed, untouchable without reverence. They mistake your stillness for coldness, but they don't understand. You bled for that silence. You earned the right to guard it. They can't manipulate someone who no longer needs approval. That's what terrifies them. You don't flinch when they pull back. You don't chase when they withdraw. Your boundaries are no longer negotiable because you finally understand the cost of letting the wrong energy stay too long. Your boundaries are not walls to block love. They are doors with locks to protect your purpose. People who've never respected their own peace will always attack yours. They'll say you're harsh, that you've changed. No, you've healed. And healing taught you that love without boundaries isn't love. It's sacrifice. You're not cruel. You're done bleeding for people who call it devotion while draining you dry. Let them whine, let them sulk, let them label you whatever helps them cope with the fact that you no longer bend. Your no isn't up for debate. It's a final answer from someone who finally remembers their worth. And now that you've drawn the line, they're realizing they were never invited past it. Number 11. You outlived their lies, and that's what's killing them now. They threw dirt on your name, hoping it would bury you, but didn't realize they just planted something they'll never be able to kill. They didn't just come for your reputation. They came for your soul, your peace, your identity. They whispered in rooms you weren't in, twisted your words, painted you as something you're not, all because your existence made them feel small. But here's what they never saw coming. Your silence became strategy, and your survival, that became the final nail in their delusion. You didn't fight back with drama. You didn't get messy. You just stayed the course and let the truth breathe. And like it always does, it outlived the noise. Your growth turned their gossip into background noise. Imagine this. They built an entire narrative about you, expecting the crowd to believe it. But while they were talking, you were building, evolving, rising. And now your life is louder than their lies. Your peace is louder than their pettiness. Your progress is the receipt they never wanted exposed. They called you fake, but now you're glowing in authenticity. They labeled you unstable, but now you're standing firmer than ever. They tried to reduce you to their version of the story, but you walked out of the book and wrote a whole new one. And now they're stuck rereading chapters they can't rewrite. The smear campaign didn't stain you. It spotlighted what they feared most, your unstoppable spirit. They expected you to crumble, to beg, to break, but all they did was create more attention, more eyes, more energy focused on you. And when people looked deeper, they didn't find a villain. They found a survivor. You didn't just bounce back, you broke through. And now, every success you earn screams in the faces of those who tried to silence you. They can't unsee your glow. They can't undo your rise, because you didn't just survive the attack, you outgrew the battlefield. They buried you, but you were never meant to stay underground. You were meant to root, rise, and become proof that no smear, no lie, no rumor can stop a soul aligned with truth. Number 12, you're operating on ancient frequency, and it scrambles their system. They can't decode you because you weren't downloaded, you were remembered. You don't speak like the world taught you. You speak like you came back with memories no one else remembers. Your wisdom doesn't sound rehearsed, it hits like déjà vu, and that's what short-circuits them. Because you're not repeating trends, chasing likes, or echoing crowd noise. You're channeling something timeless, something older than ego and louder than logic. They don't understand how you know what you know. They think knowledge comes from textbooks, degrees, and titles, but you speak like the blueprint itself. While they scramble for answers, you just know. And that kind of knowing, it makes people uncomfortable. They can't box you in because you were never part of their factory. Imagine this. They're all tuned to the same frequency, status, image, control, and you walk in like a storm of static, not chaotic, just unreadable. You don't play their game, and you don't need their rulebook. Your value doesn't come from the external. It radiates from the core. They measure everything by what they can show off. You move based on what aligns with your soul. While they chase relevance, you embody resonance. And when someone is that aligned, it fries the circuits of people still trying to figure it out. You trigger them because you're proof there's another way to exist, one that doesn't revolve around applause or performance. You're not just different, you're disruptive. You're reminding people of something their soul recognizes, but their mind forgot. You don't just carry ancient codes, you are the code. And it's glitching their entire simulation. They mock what they don't understand, so they'll label you weird, out of touch, mysterious. But deep down, they know there's something real about you that they can't explain, and worse, they can't imitate. You're not from this timeline, and they feel it. You don't just walk into rooms, you shift timelines. You don't just speak truth, you activate memory, and people who depend on illusions. They can't survive too long around that. So let them malfunction, let them project. You weren't sent here to blend in. You were sent here to remind the world what it forgot. Number 13. You're playing a game they don't even know exists. They hate that you're winning because according to their rules, you weren't supposed to make it out alive. They built their reality on predictable cycles: do wrong, get punished; play nice, get rewarded; cause and effect, input and output. They thought life was a vending machine. Press the right buttons and success drops down. But then you showed up, and everything short-circuited. You've been betrayed, hated, overlooked, lied on, and still, somehow, you rise. Not once, not by accident, consistently. And to people stuck in ego-based systems, that's terrifying. Because your wins can't be explained by effort alone. Your glow isn't powered by public approval. You're not running on luck, you're running on alignment. And alignment, that's not something they can fake, hack, or force. You don't operate on karma, you operate on calling, and that makes you untouchable. Imagine this. They're playing checkers, thinking they've got the board figured out. Predictable moves, calculated attacks. But you're not even on the board. You're building new ones. While they're worried about reputation and revenge, you're walking through fire untouched, doors flying open, blessings hitting like clockwork. And they can't figure out why. Because you're not here to repeat cycles, you're here to break them. They expected your downfall. They even tried to orchestrate it, but nothing worked. Because you're not looped into their karmic system. You didn't rise by stepping on others. You rose because you refused to become like them. You chose growth over revenge, truth over games, healing over performance. That's not luck. That's destiny in motion. They can't measure your steps because your path isn't math. It's divine geometry. That's why they're confused. You shouldn't be glowing. Not after what you've been through, not after how they tried to ruin you, but here you are, calm, rising, untouchable, and it eats them alive, because it proves their rules don't apply to you. You exist on your own terms, in your own rhythm, guided by something they can't touch, decode, or destroy. So let them watch, let them calculate, let them obsess. You were never made to fit their formula. You were born to shatter it. Number 14. You didn't just win. You outgrew the battlefield. They trained for a war you walked away from, and that's what destroyed them. They were ready for a fight, ready for drama, for a back and forth, for you to crawl into the mud and play dirty with them. But you didn't swing back. You didn't throw dirt. You outgrew the entire game. While they stayed tangled in ego, you elevated. quietly, powerfully, permanently. You didn't rise by revenge. You rose by release. They wanted you to stay broken, bitter, reactive, but you chose healing, and healing made you untouchable, not because you're avoiding pain, but because you turned pain into wisdom. You didn't just survive what they did to you, you ascended through it, and now they can't even reach you without choking on the dust you left behind. They studied your downfall. You were studying your becoming. Imagine this. They're standing in the pit they dug for you, still holding a shovel, while you're up in the sky, planting seeds in new soil. They can't believe it. They wanted you to lose, to react, to crumble. But instead, you glowed up in silence and left them talking to your shadow. You didn't win in the way they understand victory. You didn't beat them at their own game. You quit the game entirely, and that's the one move their ego was never ready for, because it proves something brutal. They never had power over you, just access. And now that it's revoked, they're exposed, shrinking, scrambling, alone in a war that no longer includes you. You became the version of yourself they swore you'd never reach, without ever becoming like them. That's what stings the most. That you didn't become cruel, you didn't become petty, you didn't try to ruin them. You just became more you, more focused, more elevated, more whole. And that wholeness? It's louder than any comeback you could have delivered. You didn't win the fight. You ascended beyond the need for one. And now, while they rot in the mess they made for you, you're out here rising like you were born to leave them behind. And if you're still here, chosen one, this message was meant for you. You didn't just watch, you felt this. So don't leave without pressing that like button. It helps more than you know. And if you're not already part of the family, go ahead and smash that subscribe button so you never miss what's coming next. This isn't just content, it's a movement. Stay sharp, stay real, and I'll see you in the next one. The universe doesn't warn you for fun. It warns you because the person on your mind is tied to your fate. That line alone already rattles the enemy because it exposes the truth they hoped you'd never notice. When the universe keeps pushing one specific person back into your awareness, it's not random, it's not obsession, and it's definitely not your imagination running wild. It's alignment. It's timing, it's cause and effect. Picture a compass. It never spins without reason. It only moves when there's something worth pointing toward. That's exactly what's happening with the person you keep thinking about. Your focus is reacting to something real. And here's a fact most people ignore. Your brain filters out 95% of everything around you. So if a single person keeps slipping through that filter again and again, that's your system screaming, pay attention. You're not imagining signs, you're noticing them. You're not overthinking, you're being guided. You're not chasing, you're being pushed towards something you're meant to understand. These are not coincidences, they're patterns. And patterns don't lie. Before we move deeper, thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like button and subscribing, because spreading clarity is the responsibility of all of us. You're part of a force bigger than you think, and keeping this light moving matters. Now let's shift right back into what you came here for. You saw the title, Chosen One. The universe warns you, do not dare to give up on that person. And if you're hearing these words, it's because the universe is not done with this connection. Something in you already knows that. The moment you read the title, a face flashed in your mind without your permission. You didn't choose it. It appeared. That instant moment is your first proof. When something is meant, your mind responds before your logic does. You're not here because of confusion. You're here because a part of your soul already feels that letting this person go would be a mistake with consequences. It feels like unfinished business. It feels like you walked away from a door that wasn't supposed to be closed yet, and deep down you sense the universe pulling you back for a reason you haven't fully understood. This isn't about longing. This isn't about weakness. This isn't about holding on to someone who hurt you. This is about a connection that still has purpose attached to it. People come and go in your life all the time, but only a few create that strange pull, that annoying inner voice that says, "Wait, don't move, don't shut this off yet." You know exactly what I'm talking about. That feeling has been following you like a shadow. The universe is warning you because there's a bigger picture behind this connection that you're not seeing yet. Something about this person plays a role in your growth, your direction, or your next chapter, and ignoring that nudge would only create regret later. You've already tried distracting yourself. You've already tried convincing yourself to let go. You've already tried putting your emotions on mute. Yet the signs won't stop showing up. That's not weakness. That's alignment trying to force your attention. And let's be brutally honest. If this person wasn't meant for you to revisit, the universe would have removed them from your heart completely by now. But instead, their memory hits you at random times. Their presence shows up in dreams. Their name appears in conversations. You hear songs that were never supposed to matter, but suddenly feel like they're speaking to you. That's not emotional randomness. That's energetic interference. Someone liked your photo, and their face popped into your mind. You scrolled past something simple, and somehow it reminded you of them. You tried focusing on someone new, but your energy kept drifting backward. This isn't obsession, it's unfinished alignment. Here's another fact that destroys the enemy. Humans underestimate emotional gravity. When two souls share a deep, energetic pull, that bond doesn't break just because life got messy. It doesn't disappear because someone walked away. It doesn't vanish because timing sucked. Real bonds pause. They don't end. They go quiet until the universe pushes the moment back into place. And right now, the universe is trying to open your eyes. It's telling you that walking away from this person would create a wound you'd feel for years, not because you're weak, but because they are tied to a part of your journey that you haven't completed yet. This message is your wake-up call, not your comfort blanket. The universe is warning you that if you give up now, you're giving up before the story has even revealed its next chapter. There's something you're supposed to learn with this person, something you both still have to face, something that still needs closure, growth, clarity, or reconnection. And if you turn away now, you'll miss the very thing the universe has been trying to bring toward you. You're not crazy for feeling like this connection still matters. You're not desperate. You're intuitive. You're aware. You're paying attention to something most people would ignore. And that's exactly why you're a chosen one. You sense what others pretend not to see. Now let's take this deeper. The universe doesn't operate on emotions. It operates on patterns. And the pattern here is clear. Every time you try to move on from this person, something pulls you back that isn't emotional inconsistency. That's alignment trying to reroute you. When the universe aligns you with someone, it will not let you walk away without learning what you were meant to learn. That's why you're hearing this. You're standing in a moment that matters. A turning point. A place where your choice will affect the path ahead. Your connection with this person is not an accident, not a temporary glitch, and not something the universe wants you to abandon. There's something about them that ties directly to your future self. Maybe it's growth. Maybe it's healing, maybe it's a reunion, maybe it's a lesson, but it's something significant enough that the universe refuses to let you disconnect. You're here because you needed clarity, and clarity begins with honesty. You're not done with this person, and this person isn't done with you either. Your energies are still touching. Your paths are still crossing. Your story is still breathing. As this message unfolds, you're going to feel things click into place. Loose ends will start to make sense. You'll understand why the universe is pushing this warning so strongly. Stay with me through every word. By the end of this intro, you'll know exactly why you can't give up yet. You'll understand the deeper reason this connection still lives inside you, and you'll finally see the truth the universe has been trying to show you this whole time. The real message begins now, and chosen one, seriously, thank you for staying locked in with this message. Before we go deeper, pause for a second and feel this moment, because the universe didn't pull you here by accident. What comes next is the part most people rush past, then regret skipping later. But you're not most people. You're someone the universe keeps tapping, nudging and warning. Don't give up on that person yet, not until you understand the full picture. So, if you're ready to stay aligned and keep your energy open, drop 777 in the comments. It's a simple way of saying, I'm awake, I'm paying attention. And if you feel called to support the team behind this message, hit that super thanks button. Every bit of support keeps this mission moving, because clarity takes real time and effort to bring to you. Now breathe in, settle in, and stay with me. The universe is lining things up piece by piece, and if you're truly a chosen one, you'll feel the pull to stay until the very last word. Let's step into the message. Number 1. Fated connections don't just happen. Enemies hate this truth. Some people stay in your mind because the universe refuses to let them be forgotten. That line alone stings the enemy because it exposes everything they try to bury. They want you confused, doubting yourself, thinking you imagined the connection, but you didn't. The universe doesn't glue someone to your spirit for entertainment. It doesn't waste energy. It doesn't shove a person into your life and then echo their presence months later without a reason. When your path crossed with theirs, the moment didn't just feel different. It was different. And that difference is the entire point. Think back, chosen one. Your memory isn't lying to you. Something in the air shifted when you met them. The atmosphere felt heavier, sharper, almost too real. Maybe their eyes locked with yours, and something inside you paused, like it was listening. Maybe a small conversation hit you harder than it should have. Maybe there was a spark you couldn't explain. That wasn't coincidence. That wasn't chemistry. That was a universal appointment, the kind that throws your whole life off its predictable track. Here's what most people never figure out. Some connections aren't soft, smooth, or easy. The universe uses certain people to wake you up, test your focus, and stretch the parts of you that were sleeping. You might wonder, if they're meant, why is everything so complicated? Because easy connections don't transform you. Easy connections don't grow you. Easy connections don't challenge your soul. The universe attaches pressure to the bonds that matter, so you're forced to rise, not settle. And the enemy hates that you're starting to see this. They want you believing that this connection was random, so you'll drop it, abandon it, and walk away from something that actually has purpose. They whisper, it wasn't that deep. But if it wasn't that deep, why does your spirit still remember? Why does your energy still react? Why do you still feel their presence when you're trying to move on? Why do signs keep resurfacing? Why does the universe keep pulling you back to the same person when your logic says, let go? Here's the truth the enemy never wanted you to know. Some people hold keys to your growth, your healing, and your next level. Not because you depend on them, but because meeting them activated something that wouldn't have awakened any other way. They're not an extra in your story. They're a catalyst. Picture two magnets. You can distance them, rotate them, force them apart, but the pull doesn't vanish. It just waits. That's the kind of connection you're dealing with. It lingers because it matters. It returns because there's unfinished meaning attached to it. You feel them at random moments because the universe is still aligning something between you two. That's not imagination. That's energetic gravity. And yes, it's messy, it's confusing, it pushes every button you have. But powerful connections are messy. They break your old patterns. They expose your comfort zones. They force your heart and mind into conversations you never planned to have. The universe will never let you glide past a connection that carries purpose, because purpose is louder than doubt. You're a chosen one. You feel things sharper than others. You notice details most people brush off, and you can't lie to your own spirit. You didn't meet that person by accident. You didn't feel that shift for no reason. You didn't remember them this long because you're weak. You remember because your inner world recognizes truth before your outer world catches up. Let's drag the enemy a little more. If this connection was meaningless, you would have forgotten by now. You wouldn't randomly think about them. You wouldn't replay moments. You wouldn't feel that subtle internal pull every time their name crosses your mind. But you do, because the universe isn't done with this storyline. This person is part of your development. They activated a version of you that you didn't know existed. Maybe they challenged you. Maybe they reflected parts of you you couldn't see. Maybe they disrupted your path just enough to force you into your next stage. That's why the connection still sits in your spirit. Not because you're stuck, but because something essential has not been completed. You're not dealing with an accident. You're dealing with alignment, and alignment is loud. So when you're asking yourself, why do I still feel this? Why can't I shut this off? The answer is simple. The universe doesn't waste encounters that carry purpose. It doesn't attach you to someone just to confuse you. It pushes you toward them because something about this connection matters to your growth, your future, or your emotional evolution. Whether this connection returns, shifts, teaches you, or transforms you, it is meant to be acknowledged, not abandoned. And the universe is warning you clearly. Do not give up on this person yet, not until you understand why they were placed in your life in the first place. The story isn't over. The pull you feel is the proof. Number 2, the gravity of a bond that won't let go. Enemies panic when two souls connect in a way that can't be erased, replaced, or ignored. Nothing scares them more than a bond that keeps surviving distance, silence, and logic. When a connection keeps returning, it's not obsession, it's orbit. The universe doesn't leave fingerprints on anything meaningless. Chosen one, let's drag the truth into the light. The connection you're struggling with isn't light, casual, or forgettable. It has weight, it has gravity, it has layers you haven't even begun to unpack. And the enemy hates that you're finally starting to question why this bond refuses to die, why it lingers even when life pulls you in different directions, why your energy reacts even when your logic wants to walk away, why you can't fully detach no matter how hard you try. Imagine this: two bodies in space. They drift, they spin, they separate, but the gravitational pull between them keeps tugging, keeps bending their paths, keeps pulling them back into alignment. That's you and this person. Not because of fantasy, not because of weakness, but because your energies recognize something your mind is still catching up to. And here's a quote that hits the enemy right in the throat. When the universe stitches two paths together, separation becomes an illusion. This bond feels heavy because it was never meant to be surface level. It's not entertainment. It's not distraction. It's initiation. The universe ties weight only to things that shape who you're becoming. You might be wondering, why does their presence affect me this deeply? Why does their absence shake me? Why does their silence feel louder than other people's words? Because weight changes everything. When something carries real spiritual significance, your whole internal world reacts. Your emotions react, your intuition reacts, your energy reacts. And this is where the enemy starts losing his mind, because he hoped you'd dismiss this bond as a mistake. He hoped you'd minimize it. He hoped you'd treat it like a random emotional glitch and walk away from it without asking deeper questions. But you didn't. You noticed the pressure, you noticed the meaning, you noticed the pull. Imagine you're holding a key you didn't know belonged to a locked room in your own life. It feels unfamiliar, but something in you knows it matters. That's what this person represents. They touch parts of your growth you weren't planning to explore. They open doors you weren't expecting to step through. They bring up emotions you didn't want to feel. That isn't chaos. That's alignment, pushing you out of autopilot. You may ask, why does this connection hurt so much if it's meant to help me? Because real bonds don't pamper you. They evolve you, they expose you, they refine you. And refinement feels like pressure, because pressure creates transformation. Here's another example. Imagine a diamond before it becomes a diamond. It looks like nothing, but it carries potential that can't emerge without force. The pressure is uncomfortable, but necessary. That's you. And this connection has been part of your pressure. Not to break you, but to form you. You might not like how this story unfolded. You might hate the silence, the distance, the misunderstandings, the back and forth. But the universe doesn't attach weight to anything meaningless. The tension didn't happen to punish you. It happened to prepare you. Let's slap the enemy with another quote. What hurts is what heals. What stretches you is what strengthens you. And what refuses to leave your spirit is what's tied to your becoming. Their presence shook you because it activated parts of you that had been asleep. Maybe they forced you to confront insecurities. Maybe they awakened emotions you buried. Maybe they mirrored your wounds. Maybe they showed you your power. Maybe they exposed blind spots. Maybe they challenged your patterns. Maybe they triggered your transformation. Connections that refine you are never gentle. That's why this one stung. That's why it cracked you open. That's why you felt the intensity even when nothing official happened. People with spiritual weight don't enter quietly. They leave fingerprints on your growth. And here's what the enemy hoped you'd never realize. When two aligned souls cross paths, they disrupt the darkness simply by recognizing each other. This is why the confusion hit you, why the back and forth felt unbearable, why you felt pulled and pushed at the same time. The enemy didn't want this bond to survive. He didn't want you to see what this connection was awakening in you. He didn't want you to understand that this person carries a piece of your evolution. Imagine standing in front of a mirror that shows you not only who you are, but who you're meant to become. It's uncomfortable, it's confronting, it's powerful. This person mirrors parts of you you've avoided for years. And that's exactly why the connection feels heavy instead of casual. You're probably thinking, but if this bond matters so much, why is it so hard? Why so many setbacks? Why so much pain? Because anything that can influence your destiny is going to attract resistance. The enemy doesn't bother blocking meaningless bonds. He attacks the ones that elevate you. He interferes with the ones that refine you. He confuses the ones that carry potential. This is why the silence didn't feel like normal silence. It felt like pressure. This is why the distance didn't feel like normal distance. It felt like something unresolved. This is why you can't fully detach. Spiritual residue isn't something you can shake off like dust. It lingers because the story isn't finished. Imagine walking through a dark hallway and brushing against something important without noticing. The feeling stays on your skin even if you keep walking. That's what this bond has been like. Even when nothing is happening physically, something is still happening energetically. And here's another quote the enemy can't stand. The hardest connections to walk away from are the ones that shift your entire inner world. This bond shook you, shaped you, pushed you, challenged you, grew you, and you're not weak for still feeling it. You're aware, you're tuned in, you're alive inside. The universe is telling you not to give up on this person because the meaning attached to this bond hasn't completed its work yet. There's still something you and this person need to understand, heal, reveal, or resolve. Something still living beneath the silence, something still moving beneath the surface. And here's the truth. If this connection had no weight, it would have disappeared quietly. No ache, no pull, no memory, no inner resistance. But it didn't vanish. It stayed. It lingered. It haunted your thoughts. It tapped on your intuition. It touched your emotions, even when you tried to shut the door. The weight you feel is proof that this bond was never ordinary. It's part of your evolution. It's part of your awakening. It's part of your next chapter, and the universe is warning you. Don't walk away from something meaningful just because it's heavy. Heavy things shape you. This connection matters. That's why it still lives in your spirit. Number 3. The hidden war that wants your bond dead. Enemies don't fear your feelings. They fear the power you two create when you stop running from the truth. Chosen one, let's tear the mask off what's really happening. The pressure around this connection isn't normal. It isn't random, and it's definitely not just bad timing. What you're feeling is a war, not in your mind, not in your heart, but in the unseen space where energy, intention, and purpose collide. When a bond has the potential to shift your path, the universe moves pieces, but the enemy, he scrambles to break them. Here's the uncomfortable truth. The stronger the connection, the uglier the interference. And you've felt it. The sudden irritation over something small, the misunderstandings that didn't even make sense, the emotional shutdowns, the silence that arrived out of nowhere, the heavy feeling in your chest telling you something bigger is at play. Nothing meaningful falls apart quietly. It gets attacked first. Imagine two flames. Alone, they flicker. Together, they blaze so high they threaten to burn down every limit around them. The enemy sees that wildfire potential before you do, so he doesn't attack loudly. He clips the bond quietly, bit by bit. Doubt, overthinking, old wounds resurfacing, misreading each other, feeling abandoned, feeling replaced, feeling like walking away might be the smart move. But ask yourself something. If this bond was meaningless, why did the enemy go through the trouble? Why did the energy shift the moment you got close? Why did everything suddenly feel heavier right when the connection started deepening? Imagine someone loosening the screws on a bridge, not enough to collapse it instantly, but enough to make it wobble until travelers think it's unsafe. That's what's happening to your bond. The enemy doesn't destroy meaningful connections with explosions. He sabotages them with subtlety. And here's a quote that slices through the fog. What you're fighting isn't the person, it's the interference trying to rewrite your story. Chosen one, don't fall for the trap. Don't label this bond as too complicated. Don't blame yourself or them for every moment of tension. The enemy wants you exhausted, so giving up feels logical. But walking away now wouldn't be freedom. It would be surrendering something the universe still has plans for. Stay aware, stay grounded, stay aligned. The war isn't against you, it's against what you two could become. Number 4. Endurance is the doorway to your destiny. Enemies don't fear the bond that starts fast. They fear the bond that survives the storms. Chosen one, let's stop pretending this connection was ever meant to be soft or easy. It wasn't built for comfort. It was built for purpose. And purpose is always tested. If this bond were meaningless, it would have faded like all the temporary people you forgot years ago. But it didn't. It stayed. It pressed. It pulled. It evolved. That pressure is your clue. You might be asking yourself, why does holding on feel like a battle? Because every connection tied to your growth comes with resistance. Not to break you, but to reveal what you're capable of. The universe uses endurance, the way fire uses heat, to strengthen, not destroy. Imagine two soldiers fighting back-to-back in a battlefield neither expected. Alone, they'd get overwhelmed. Together, they become unstoppable. That's the energy this bond carries. Your path wasn't designed to be walked entirely alone, no matter how strong you think you are. The universe knew there would be battles too heavy for one person, moments too sharp for a single heart to hold, so it aligned you with someone whose presence activates your deeper self. And here's a gut-punch truth. What feels like grief when you pull away is your spirit screaming, "This matters." If walking away didn't choke your chest, if distancing didn't feel like losing a piece of yourself, if silence didn't echo louder than noise, you'd know it was over, but your heart reacts because your intuition sees what your logic is trying to run from. Imagine a lock and a key. Separate, they're just objects. Together, they release something bigger than themselves. That's the kind of partnership the universe nudged toward you, not perfect, not polished, but powerful. The enemy knows what this unity could unlock. Healing you didn't think was possible, strength you forgot you had, growth that requires two energies working in sync. That's why the pressure increased. That's why the confusion hit you at the worst times. That's why you felt torn. Not because this is wrong, but because this is significant. Here's another quote that slices clean. Anything that can change your future will always be attacked in the present. Chosen one, stop mistaking the wait for a warning to leave. Sometimes the wait is the very proof that the connection carries destiny. Endurance isn't suffering. Endurance is the universe sharpening you for what comes next. And giving up now wouldn't just mean losing a person. It would mean abandoning the purpose that bond was meant to awaken. Stay aware. Stay strong. The pressure has meaning. Number 5. Pressure always shows up before the breakthrough hits. Enemies don't attack what's weak. They attack what's about to explode into purpose. Chosen one, if you only knew how close you are to the turning point, you'd stop calling this season a breakdown and start calling it the warm-up before impact. The storm you're standing in isn't here to crush you. It's here to confirm you. Pressure doesn't show up for people who don't matter. It shows up for the ones who are carrying something the enemy is terrified of. Think about it. If this bond were meaningless, why would everything around it shake the moment things start getting real? Why the sudden tension? Why the weird silence? Why the emotional heaviness out of nowhere? Because pressure isn't punishment. Pressure is proof. Imagine a rocket right before liftoff. The ground shakes, metal groans, heat builds, and everything looks like it might fall apart. But that chaos is the sign the launch is seconds away. That's your life right now. That's this connection. The intensity isn't a warning to quit. It's the signal that something powerful is forming beneath the surface. Here's a quote that lands hard. What hurts the most is usually what's about to matter the most. The pain in your chest, the confusion in your mind, the way this bond keeps resurfacing even when you try to bury it, none of that is random. Only missions under fire feel like this. Only meaningful connections attract this level of interference. The enemy doesn't waste energy fighting things he isn't threatened by. Imagine a seed underground. Before it breaks through the soil, it faces pressure from every side. It's dark, it's tight, it feels impossible, but that pressure is what forces it upward. That's exactly what you're experiencing. Your discomfort is a setup for elevation. You might be asking, why does this bond feel so heavy if it's supposed to matter? Because purpose never arrives in silence. Purpose arrives through friction, stretching, and moments that force you to evolve. Another truth the enemy hates. The closer you get to breakthrough, the louder the resistance gets. Chosen one, don't misread the storm. The pressure isn't here to push you away from this connection. It's here to prepare you for what the universe is shaping through it. You're not failing. You're forming. Number 6. Quitting early is how destiny gets stolen. Enemies don't need to destroy you. They just need you to walk away 5 minutes before everything shifts. Chosen one, this is the part where most people ruin their own story. Not because they're weak, not because the universe abandoned them, but because quitting feels easier than enduring the pressure. And right now, your mind is whispering all the logical reasons to detach. But logic isn't always truth. Silence isn't rejection. Delay isn't denial. And discomfort isn't a sign to walk away. If you're tempted to give up, ask yourself this brutal question. Would letting go actually bring peace? Or would it just bring regret wrapped in temporary relief? Imagine planting a seed. It disappears under the soil. It looks dead. Nothing moves. Nothing shifts. If you didn't know better, you'd dig it up and call it a failure. But beneath the dirt, the seed is fighting, expanding, breaking open, forming roots. It's alive, even when you can't see its progress. That's your connection right now. Unseen but active, quiet but building, hidden but forming. And here's a gut punch fact. The universe does its best work behind the scenes, not in front of your eyes. If you pull the seed out too early, you don't just interrupt growth. You kill what was about to bloom. The same truth applies to this bond. You might be one conversation away from clarity, one shift away from healing, one moment away from everything making sense. But the enemy wants you exhausted before you reach that moment. Imagine a miner who quits digging 3 inches before striking gold. The veins of treasure were right there. He just couldn't see them yet. That's how the enemy steals the breakthroughs of chosen ones, not by overpowering them, but by convincing them that nothing is happening. You may be thinking, but what if waiting makes me look foolish? Looking foolish for holding on is better than looking broken for abandoning something the universe was preparing for you. Here's another truth the enemy hates. Patience isn't weakness, it's a weapon. Chosen one, the danger isn't in failing. The danger is in stopping right before the shift. Don't hand the enemy the victory he couldn't earn. Don't abort a connection that's still developing. Don't walk away because it's quiet. Quiet seasons are when the universe builds foundations. Endurance isn't suffering. Endurance is alignment, and giving up now would cost you more than holding on ever will. Number 7. Stop swinging emotionally. Start fighting with strategy. Enemies don't beat you with force. They beat you by convincing you to react instead of think. Chosen one, this season isn't passive. It's war, but not the kind you fight with arguments, overthinking, or emotional explosions. Those are the traps. The enemy knows if he can get you reacting, he can get you losing. Emotional warfare is his favorite playground because it makes you sabotage the very connection the universe is trying to protect. You're probably asking, if I'm not supposed to react, then what am I supposed to do? You fight differently now. You fight with alignment, intention, focus, clarity. You fight spiritually, not emotionally. Here's a truth that snaps everything into place. Emotional reactions destroy what spiritual discipline could have saved. Imagine two people trying to repair a cracked bridge while standing on it during a storm. Every sudden movement only breaks it faster. That's what emotional arguing does. It shakes what's already shaky. It burns what's already fragile. It pulls you and this person further apart when the universe is trying to pull you closer. Instead of reacting, you shift your approach. Instead of firing back, you breathe. Instead of spiraling, you stay grounded. Instead of assuming the worst, you hold the bigger picture in mind. Picture a chess master. They don't freak out when a piece gets taken. They don't slam the board. They don't panic at temporary losses. They know the strategy is bigger than the moment. That's how you need to move with this connection. No more emotional swings. No more impulsive decisions. No more panicked conclusions. Here's another gut punch quote. Silence isn't weakness. Silence is the space where real healing happens. The universe isn't ignoring you. It's rearranging things behind the scenes. Healing doesn't happen in noise. Alignment doesn't happen in chaos. Sometimes the universe has to mute the interaction so both of you can reset, calm down, and grow separately before reconnecting. And yes, that silence hurts. But the hurt doesn't mean it's over. Some connections need space so they don't break. You might wonder, but what if they think I don't care? If the bond is real, their spirit feels you even when their ears don't hear you. Chosen one, every time you choose restraint over reaction, focus over fear, patience over panic, the enemy loses ground. You're not fighting the person, you're fighting for the connection. And this is how you win. By staying aligned, staying disciplined, and refusing to let emotional chaos rewrite a story the universe still intends to finish. Number 8. This ending you're afraid of isn't an ending at all. Enemies celebrate too early because they mistake your pause for your finish. Chosen one, breathe for a second and look past the chaos. What feels like everything collapsing around you is not destruction, it's transition. The universe isn't pulling things apart to punish you. It's repositioning everything so the next chapter can land exactly where it needs to. But the enemy wants you to see this moment as failure. He wants you to think the silence is permanent, the distance is final, and the bond is dead. It isn't. Not even close. Here's the truth you're forgetting. What looks like loss is often the universe clearing space for the real alignment. Right now, your heart feels stretched thin. You're tired, you're frustrated, you're replaying the last conversation, the last moment, the last shift. But the heaviness you feel isn't grief. It's growing pains, the kind that show up right before something massive breaks through. Imagine a caterpillar in the cocoon stage. The world thinks it's gone, still, silent, finished. But inside the cocoon, everything is transforming, bones shifting, wings forming, purpose unfolding. From the outside, it looks like nothing is happening. From the inside, everything is happening. That's your connection right now. Hidden movement, quiet restructuring, transformation disguised as silence. You may wonder, but if this isn't the end, why does it hurt this much? Because evolution always feels like breaking before it feels like becoming. Here's another quote that slices right into the enemy's ego. Your tears aren't proof you're losing. They're proof you're still fighting for something real. Every moment you stayed instead of running, every time you held on instead of shutting down, every time you believed in the unseen, that wasn't weakness, that was alignment. People who carry destiny don't get to grow without pressure. They get sharpened, stretched, upgraded, and that's exactly what this bond is doing to you. Imagine a story paused mid-chapter, not ended, paused. The pages ahead already exist, but you haven't reached them yet. The universe hasn't closed the book on this connection. It's simply rewriting the next part. Chosen one, hold your ground. The promise hasn't died. The purpose hasn't faded. This bond is not finished. It's preparing. And your story? It's nowhere near the final page. Number 9. The universe never pulls you towards someone without reason. Enemies panic when a connection refuses to die because it means the universe is still working behind the scenes. Chosen one, let's stop pretending this pull is random. If the universe wanted this bond gone, it would have dissolved without effort. You wouldn't feel their energy at 2 a.m. Their name wouldn't pop into your mind out of nowhere. The memories wouldn't replay like a movie you didn't ask to watch. The pull would have faded like every meaningless person who passed through your life, but it didn't. And that alone should tell you everything. Your intuition didn't malfunction. It's warning you. It's nudging you. It's doing that annoying thing where it won't shut up until you acknowledge the truth. This person matters not because you're obsessed, not because you're weak, but because something about them ties into your future in ways your present self can't fully see yet. Imagine a compass spinning wildly until it locks onto true north. That's your spirit reacting to this person. You can try to distract yourself, bury your feelings, pretend you've moved on, but the compass doesn't lie. Alignment doesn't lie. Energy doesn't lie. Ask yourself this: if this was meaningless, why does the universe keep putting them back in my awareness? Why do signs show up? Why do you feel their shift before they even speak? Why do you sense them even in silence? Here's a truth that hits brutally. What your mind tries to dismiss, your spirit will keep dragging back into the light. The universe doesn't repeat messages unless they're important. And the message here is clear. Don't walk away just because the journey got uncomfortable. Don't mistake pressure for rejection. Don't mistake silence for ending. The pull is your proof that the story isn't done. Imagine trying to rip a thread out of a tapestry. You pull, it tightens. You pull harder, it curves the entire design. That's why letting go feels wrong. This connection is woven into a bigger picture. Chosen one, this pull isn't a glitch, it's guidance. If you ignore it, you're not escaping pain. You're sabotaging your own timeline. The universe never pulls you towards someone without reason, and it never lets you walk away before the purpose is complete. Number 10. The bond lives because its purpose isn't finished. Enemies lose sleep over one thing, a connection that refuses to die no matter how many times life tries to bury it. Chosen one, let's call this bond what it really is, unfinished business wrapped in destiny-level energy. If this connection were truly over, it would have vanished clean. No echoes, no memories resurfacing, no random waves of emotion hitting you out of nowhere, no signs showing up at the most inconvenient moments. Bonds that are done stay dead. But this one, it keeps breathing, it keeps returning, it keeps tapping your spirit like a reminder you can't mute. And there's a reason for that. Its purpose isn't complete. Something still needs to unfold. Something still needs to be learned, healed, revealed, or rebuilt. You and this person are carrying energy that hasn't reached its final form yet. And unfinished energy doesn't disappear. It waits. It circles. It returns until its mission is done. Imagine pausing a movie right before the twist. You walk away, but your mind won't, because the story wasn't finished. That's exactly what's happening inside you. Your spirit knows there's more. Your intuition can feel everything your logic is trying to downplay. Ask yourself, if this bond was meaningless, why does it revive every time I try to move on? Why do you feel their emotions without words? Why does silence feel temporary instead of final? Why does the connection bend but never actually break? Here's a gut punch truth. What the universe starts, it refuses to leave halfway. This bond didn't glitch into your life. It arrived with purpose, and purpose doesn't vanish because things got difficult. Hard seasons don't signal endings, they signal rewrites, they signal growth, they signal transformation. Imagine two magnets pulled apart. There's tension, yes, but the pull remains. The connection is still charged, still alive, still waiting for alignment. That's you and this person. The energy is unfinished, and unfinished energy always returns for completion. Chosen one, stop trying to bury what the universe keeps resurrecting. This bond still lives because its purpose is still unfolding, and deep down you can feel that truth humming in your spirit. Number 11. Your future self is begging you not to walk away. Enemies don't need to destroy your destiny. They just need you to abandon the very thing your future self is built on. Chosen one, if you could meet the version of you 10 years from now, the stronger, clearer, wiser you, they would grab your shoulders and tell you one thing with fire in their eyes. Don't walk away from this yet. Because they already know what you can't fully see. They've lived through the consequences. They've felt the ripple effects. They've seen what happens when this bond is honored, and what happens when it's abandoned too soon. Regret doesn't show up loud. It creeps in quietly. It waits until you're healed enough to realize what you lost. It whispers, "You quit," right before everything was about to make sense. And that is the weapon the enemy wants to use against you. Not destruction, but future regret. Imagine standing at a crossroads where one path leads to peace and alignment, and the other leads to years of wondering, what if I had just held on a little longer? Your future self already knows which path belongs to you. They've seen how this connection shapes your character, softens your spirit, sharpens your mind, and expands your capacity to love and be loved. They've seen the transformation that this bond triggers, not because it's perfect, but because it stretches you into who you're meant to become. Ask yourself, if walking away was truly the right move, why does the thought feel like grief instead of freedom? Why does your chest get tight? Why does your intuition hesitate? Why does your heart feel like it's betraying itself? Here's a quote that slices straight through the noise. Your future self remembers the moment you walked away and the life you never stepped into because of it. Imagine a book where the final chapters are written in gold ink, chapters filled with breakthrough, clarity, alignment, healing, but you close the book halfway because the plot got heavy. Your future self has read those golden pages. They know this connection plays a role in your evolution. They're not begging you to stay stuck. They're begging you not to sabotage your own timeline. Chosen one, don't trade decades of growth for a moment of fear. Don't let temporary pressure rewrite your entire destiny. Don't give the enemy the satisfaction of watching you abandon a bond that was meant to shape your becoming. Your future self is calling out to you from ahead, telling you to hold the line, trust the pull, and see this through. Because what's coming is worth every second of endurance. So, chosen one, you made it to the end because this message was meant for you. Nothing you feel is random. Nothing you're pulled toward is without purpose. The universe is shaping something powerful through you, and walking away now would only delay what's already aligned for your path. If this hit your spirit, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe. Stay aligned, stay aware, and stay ready. Your story is far from over. You didn't lose them. They lost the damn championship trying to play you like a warm-up game. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A team walks into the finals, all fake confidence and glittery jerseys, acting like they've already won. They bench their MVP, you, thinking they can coast to victory with some flashy rookie who looks good under stadium lights but can't handle the pressure when the clock's ticking. They thought style would beat substance, but guess what? When it came time to perform, their new star fumbled the entire game. And the one they pushed away? You were the whole playbook. The offense, the defense, the clutch moment. You weren't just part of the team. You were the damn reason it had a shot at greatness. Let's ground this in something deeper than petty feelings, facts. Psychologically, people with secure, authentic love are often overlooked in a world obsessed with performance. Researchers call it shiny object syndrome. It's when people keep chasing the next best thing until they realize too late that what they left was actually the rarest energy out there. Your energy wasn't just real, it was irreplaceable. And now? They're in emotional bankruptcy, trying to cash checks from a connection that never had the depth yours did. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thanks, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are the part of a force. You're not just surviving this story, you're rewriting the ending. So let's get into it. They played games and lost the championship. No do-overs, no rematch. Because while they were busy choosing smoke and mirrors, you became a storm with direction. They mistook your stillness for weakness. They thought they could trade up, like you were some outdated model. They didn't realize they were holding on to a rare edition that doesn't get recreated once lost. And that's what stings them now. Not just your absence, but the knowledge that they'll never find another you, no matter how many people they try to line up next. They fumbled the most valuable connection they ever had because they thought the game was about status, not soul. They ignored consistency for charisma, depth for distractions, commitment for convenience. You wanted growth. They wanted giggles and shallow validation. You were the marathon runner, training, bleeding, showing up. They wanted someone already at the finish line, only to find out that person cheated their way there and had nothing real to offer. And don't let their silence fool you. That regret, it's loud. Oh, they won't say it. Not out loud. That would mean admitting they were wrong, and people who play games don't like owning their losses. But it's there. In the way they lurk. In the way they bring you up casually like you're just some memory. In the way they try to mimic your energy through others, hoping to recreate what you gave them without ever admitting you were the blueprint. You see, chosen one, they weren't ready for real. That's the truth. Real requires accountability. Real requires showing up on the bad days, not just the good ones. They weren't ready to be seen fully, because when someone like you enters the picture, someone with depth, loyalty, intensity and vision, it exposes how shallow they've been swimming, and instead of rising to meet you, they ran. Cowards always run from the truth. But truth doesn't go away just because you avoid it. It waits. And now, it's knocking on their door, whispering, "You played yourself." Because here's the truth they're choking on. When you play a chosen one, you don't just lose the relationship. You lose access to something divine. You lose access to a once-in-a-lifetime frequency. And that frequency, it doesn't chase, it doesn't beg. It evolves, it upgrades. And when it rises, oh, the ones who slept on it start waking up. Too late. So now they sit on the sidelines, watching you glow, watching you win, watching the confetti fall on the side of the court they never thought you'd rise from. They told themselves it was a game. But games have rules. And the first rule of real love is, don't play with someone who was never pretending. You were the truth. They gambled on a lie. And now they're stuck replaying every moment in their head where they could have chosen better, but didn't. This isn't just karma. This is the consequence of not recognizing gold because it wasn't loud, flashy, or attention-seeking. You were quiet power, silent loyalty, and they traded it for noise. Now, all that noise turned into echoes, empty ones. So here we are, chosen one. This is the part where you stop mourning the loss and realize they didn't break your heart. They broke their legacy. They didn't reject you. They rejected their only shot at something real. And now, you walk into your next chapter not as someone who was abandoned, but as the one who was too much for the unworthy. They played games and lost the championship, but you became the entire league. And oh, don't go anywhere, chosen one. This wasn't even the first quarter. That was just warm-up. The real game, it's about to begin. So stick around, because we're about to break down exactly how they fumbled you, how they lost everything trying to chase the illusion, and why the scoreboard will never read in their favor again. If you've ever been thrown aside, underestimated or replaced like you were nothing, this is your full circle moment. Drop a comment with the number 777 if you're done letting clowns turn your worth into a circus. And if this message hits home and you feel like fueling this mission, bless the squad behind it with a super thanks. That energy keeps this truth train running, unfiltered and untouchable. Now let's really get into it, step by step. If you're the kind of chosen one who feels every word like a mirror being held to your past, you won't want to leave. Your soul's gonna demand you stay, because what's coming next isn't just explanation, it's revelation. Let's start the breakdown. The truth, the proof, and the ultimate regret they'll never shake. Let's go. Number 1. Oh, so you thought you could clone a storm. They thought they could replace the thunder, but all they summoned was static. Let's just get this straight right now. They didn't just lose you, chosen one. They lost the whole damn weather system. And now they're sitting in dead silence, wondering why the air don't crackle anymore, why the energy's flat, why everything feels off. Because you weren't just a spark, you were the entire storm front. And here's the sick truth they're choking on. Storms like you don't get recreated. You get remembered. You get regretted. They really thought they could copy you, like your loyalty, your patience, your intensity was something they could just download into someone else, like you were just a vibe. Nah, you were a force of nature. You were built from betrayal, molded by pain, and refined in isolation. You don't clone that. You survive it. You don't replicate it. You earn it. Now imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone throwing away a hand-sculpted diamond because it didn't sparkle enough in the dark, and then trying to replace it with a cheap, machine-made crystal they found on sale. Shiny, soulless, and mass-produced. That's what they did. And now, that crystal's already cracking under pressure while the diamond they threw away, oh, it's glowing now, not because it needed validation, but because real things shine on their own when the time is right. Let's throw in some reality. Did you know over 80% of people who jump from one relationship to another without healing often face deep regret within the first year? Not because the new person was bad, but because once the distraction fades, they realize they didn't replace the energy. They replace the person holding it. And the energy? It doesn't transfer. Your presence was built on authenticity, deep emotional intelligence, and spiritual stamina. That's not copy-paste. That's one of one. They're learning the hard way that charisma without character is useless. That cute face doesn't hold a candle to your silence. That fun personality can't outlast the depth of your soul. They thought they were trading difficulty for peace, but all they really did was swap growth for comfort, and comfort always decays. Chosen one, let me hit you with this. When you're the original, every attempt to recreate you looks like a knockoff. They might have tried to paint someone else in your colors, but the shade was wrong. The vibe was off. The energy was flat, because the brush was in the hands of someone who never understood the masterpiece they already had. Let's pull this into some perspective. Look at Steve Jobs, fired from his own company, replaced, dismissed, treated like a problem. But the blueprint he laid, no one could match it. So what happened? He returned, not begging, not apologizing, but elevated. Same with Oprah. Denied, pushed out, told she wasn't fit for television. Guess what? She became the television. People forget until they remember. And then they can't forget you fast enough. So now the enemy's sitting there, scrolling, searching, replaying your last conversation, stalking your page, comparing every new person to you, and losing every single time. Not because you're haunting them, but because truth echoes, and fake love can't drown it out. You ever wonder why they're so quiet now? Why they act like they don't care? That's guilt, baby. That's pride with a side of denial. They're ashamed because they know they chose easy over extraordinary. They know they had lightning in their hands and treated it like a flashlight, and now they're left fumbling in the dark. And you might ask yourself, why me? Why did they do that to me? Because you triggered them. Your presence called them out. Your energy held up a mirror to everything they refused to face. You didn't just love them, you exposed them. And when someone ain't ready to grow, they'll choose anything that lets them stay small. But don't get it twisted. Their inability to recognize your value doesn't lower it. Diamonds buried in mud are still diamonds. It just means they weren't equipped to handle the shine. And now, they're squinting from the sidelines as you glow harder than ever before, wondering how they ever thought they could replace you with some store-bought spark. They'll call it bad luck. They'll blame bad timing. They'll even gaslight themselves into believing you were too much. But deep down, they know. They know they tossed a storm and caught a drizzle. They know the vibe ain't vibing anymore. They know the glow they're chasing in someone else ain't theirs to have. Because it was never the person, it was always you. So let that fuel you, chosen one. You weren't too intense. You were too real for the fake room they were trying to party in. And now they're stuck in the aftermath of their own choices. Regret has no rewind button. And you've outgrown their level entirely. You're not meant to be recreated. You're meant to be remembered. You're not the draft. You're the final edition. Let them live in the illusion they chose. You've got storms to summon, worlds to build, and legacies to leave behind. This wasn't a loss. It was a reveal. And what it revealed is that you were never replaceable. You were rare, and they don't get a second shot at rare. Let the silence speak. Let the absence scream. Let the energy correct everything they tried to distort. Because one day, when they're sitting across from another version of fun that don't hit right, they'll remember the quiet power you carried, the way you held them without asking for attention, the way your loyalty was loud, even when your mouth wasn't, the way you showed up, even when they didn't. They'll remember. And by then, you'll be gone. Gone, but glowing. Gone, but elevated. Gone, but unforgettable. And that's a loss they'll never recover from. Number 2. Heart? Nah, they just had hollow chests. They said they had heart, but when it came time to show up, all you heard was the echo of nothing. Chosen. 1. Let's stop sugarcoating what happened. You showed up full of loyalty, depth, patience, emotional weight. You came with your whole chest, heart wide open, love dripping from every corner of your being like it actually meant something. Meanwhile, they pulled up with a cardboard cutout of care, rehearsed affection, and just enough sparkle to distract you from the fact that they were empty on the inside. No soul, no loyalty, no real love. Just a hollow chest echoing with the sound of fakeness. They were all performance, no presence. All appearance, no essence. They mimicked love like a parrot mimics words, loud, repetitive, but never understanding what the hell they're actually saying. They treated "I love you" like it was a password, not a promise. And you mistook their shallow for still waters. You dove in, thinking it was an ocean, only to hit the bottom in 2 feet. And now they're confused why they're drowning in regret while you're learning how to fly. Let me hit you with something cold and true. Not everyone who looks like love is love. Some people dress it up, wear it like a costume, flex it for attention. They love the feeling of being loved, but they never learned how to love back. And when someone like you enters their life, someone with depth, with stability, with emotional firepower, they panic because your energy doesn't just hold them, it exposes them. Now imagine this, chosen one. Someone builds a house out of paper and invites you inside. But you bring fire, not to destroy, but because that's just your nature. You burn bright, and they blame you when the whole place collapses. That's what happened. Your intensity revealed their hollowness. Your loyalty called out their flakiness. Your love was too heavy for someone who was only pretending to carry. There's a reason they couldn't hold you. You were a mirror, not a mask. You reflected their cracks. You revealed how emotionally lazy they really were. They wanted to coast. You wanted to build. They wanted to play house. You wanted to build a home. They wanted love that didn't require work. You were love that demanded truth. And that's where the fracture started. You may be wondering now, why would someone pretend to care? Why fake love in the first place? Simple, because being around someone real feels good until it starts requiring growth. And growth feels like work to people who've never looked in the mirror. So instead of rising to meet you, they retreat into their shallow safety net. They chase glitter. They cling to convenience. They reach for the easy connection, the one that doesn't challenge their immaturity. And what they find? Emptiness in a prettier package. There's a psychological concept called emotional mimicry. People use it to copy the body language, tone, and behaviors of those they want to connect with, but without actually feeling the emotion. Sound familiar? That's what they did. They studied you, copied you, borrowed your rhythm. But it was always a performance. When the spotlight faded, so did the act. And now that the stage is empty, so are they. Meanwhile, you're rising, because pain sharpens, because rejection from the fake is redirection toward the real. They lost access to something you were willing to give fully. You were all in. You were ready to ride through storms, hold them through breakdowns, pour into them even when your own cup was half full. And they still left. Why? Because they weren't equipped to receive what you carried. They weren't used to someone showing up with no hidden agenda. That terrified them. Your realness threatened their facade. And now, they're stuck with someone who matches their emotional shallowness, someone who can't challenge them, doesn't require depth, and definitely won't help them grow. Cute, but empty. Entertaining, but forgettable. Let's bring in a real-world reminder. Marilyn Monroe once said, "If you can't handle me at my worst, you sure as hell don't deserve me at my best." That's you, chosen one. They couldn't even handle your average. They didn't have the capacity for your honesty, your moods, your sacred messiness, but they were quick to enjoy the beauty, the devotion, the shine. That ain't love, that's consumption. And now, they're hungry again, starving. Because hollow-chested people always need someone to fill them. But you're no longer on the menu. You figured out the difference between being valued and being used. And once that switch flipped, game over. You didn't just leave the table. You burned the whole damn restaurant and built your own. You ever notice how they always come back around? Like clockwork, like a ghost sniffing around a place it once haunted. But what they're really coming back for isn't closure. It's access. Access to the version of you that still loved them through the lies. But that version, dead, buried, upgraded, and the new you, doesn't speak the language of hollow hearts anymore. And here's the sting. The replacement can't fill your shoes because they were never designed for the journey. You were built for endurance. They were built for Instagram captions. You were forged in the kind of pain that turns you into a healer. They were formed by attention and validation, and without it, they're just empty containers with a nice filter. So now they sit with their safe new connection, the one that doesn't question their habits, doesn't challenge their trauma, and definitely doesn't hold them accountable. But safety without depth is just a padded coffin. And while they rot in comfort, you evolve in silence. Chosen one, they didn't reject you. They exposed themselves. Your only job now, keep building, keep loving deeper, but only give that heart of yours to people who don't treat it like a souvenir. Because a hollow chest can only echo the love it's missing. It can't generate it. And when someone who has a real heart, a scarred, beating, alive one, walks away, that echo becomes unbearable. And trust me, they hear it every night. Number 3, they picked a mask over a mirror. They didn't want honesty. They wanted a pretty lie that wouldn't talk back. Let's make one thing real clear, chosen one. They didn't pick better. They picked easier. They didn't choose someone with depth, soul, or backbone. They chose someone who could play pretend without ever asking real questions. Because truth makes cowards uncomfortable, and you were a walking mirror. You reflected everything they were running from. Their insecurities, their lack of growth, their emotional immaturity. So what did they do? They traded that reflection for a mask, something glossy, empty, safe. They weren't ready for someone who saw them fully. You didn't just see the version they showed to the world. You saw their wounds. You saw the broken pieces behind the charm. You saw the scared kid behind the ego. And instead of letting that truth heal them, they ran from it. Because being exposed feels like a threat when you're living a lie. Now imagine this. They're standing next to someone who photographs well, who says all the right things in front of an audience, who posts love like it's a content strategy. But when the lights go off, there's no substance, no presence, no weight. It's like hugging a hologram. Looks real until you try to feel it. That's who they picked, and every time they smile next to that mask, deep down, they know they downgraded. You may be asking, why would they trade real love for fake comfort? Because real love doesn't let you hide. Real love holds you accountable. Real love demands growth, vulnerability, communication, and the kind of emotional transparency that burns through ego. You gave them that, and they mistook your rawness for too much. But what they couldn't handle was the purity. They thought they were being overwhelmed, but really, they were being seen. The universe knows your heart, chosen one. It saw what you gave, how you poured from a place of truth. That energy isn't lost, it's building momentum. While they cling to their mask, you're becoming the mirror they were too afraid to face. And soon, they'll be begging for reflection again, because surface love always runs out of air. Let them keep the costume. You were the character development. Number 4, accountability never met them. You didn't lose them. They ducked the mirror before it showed them who they really were. Let's not sugarcoat it, chosen one. They weren't built for real. Not then, not now, and probably not anytime soon. Every time things got real, they vanished like fog in sunlight. The moment love required effort, honesty, or healing, they folded. Because accountability isn't just about saying, "I'm sorry." It's about being sorry enough to change, and change terrifies cowards. Growth exposes the parts they've been hiding behind charm, jokes, or good looks. So they ran. Because disappearing is easier than evolving. They want love that looks good, not love that makes them good. You offered real connection, built on raw truth, emotional intimacy, and inner work. But that kind of love, it doesn't come with shortcuts. It's forged in fire, sculpted in hard conversations, and matured in humility. And they couldn't even spell accountability, let alone embody it. Let's break it down with a fact. Studies show that emotionally avoidant people often sabotage meaningful relationships because deep connections feel like exposure. They fear vulnerability because it makes them feel powerless. But here's the twist. You were never trying to overpower them. You were trying to build with them, but they mistook your depth for danger and your honesty for threat, because they've only ever known survival, not connection. Now imagine this. You hand them a map to growth, and instead of following it, they rip it up and call you too intense. You ask for clarity, and they call it drama. You try to open a door, and they bolt out the back window. That's not love. That's emotional cowardice dressed in cute excuses. But the universe doesn't reward avoidance, it rewards alignment. And you, chosen one, were aligned with something higher. Real love, truth, evolution. They weren't rejecting you, they were dodging the mirror. And in doing so, they confirmed what you already suspected. They don't know how to show up when it's no longer easy. So let them run, let them stay soft in their avoidance bubble, because while they're hiding from growth, you're becoming the person they could have evolved beside. The universe is with you, not them, and soon they'll realize they didn't just run from the relationship, they ran from their own rise. Number 5. They wanted the finish line, not the grind. They wanted the trophy, but skipped the training. Now they're winded just chasing your ghost. Chosen one, let's be real. They weren't in love with you, they were in love with your results. The glow, the confidence, the calm power that you earned through pain and patience. They wanted that energy without doing the work that created it. You were busy building a legacy while they were looking for a shortcut to validation. You had purpose. They had a playlist of excuses. You were running a marathon, pacing yourself with intention. They were sprinting in circles, flexing for the crowd, pretending they knew where the finish line even was. They didn't want to build with you. They wanted to arrive with you. And that's the difference between a partner and a passenger. You were chasing growth, peace, and alignment with the universe. They were chasing comfort, attention, and applause. So when the relationship required discipline, honesty, and consistency, they tapped out. Because people who want fast results never last in slow processes. They thought they could skip chapters and still star in the story. But life doesn't hand out trophies for tourists. Now imagine this. You're constructing a skyscraper brick by brick. Every late night, every heartbreak, every failure, all fuel. Meanwhile, they're outside spray painting a cardboard building, trying to make it look like success. And now that their illusion's collapsing, they're acting shocked, like gravity betrayed them. No, sweetheart. Gravity just exposed them, because foundations built on lies don't hold weight. You might be wondering, why would they trade something solid for something superficial? Simple. Shortcuts feel good until the bill shows up. They wanted peace without accountability, intimacy without effort, commitment without consistency. And you were never a quick fix. You were the test they couldn't cheat on. The universe saw your grind, chosen one. It watched you keep showing up, even after being underestimated, mocked, replaced. That kind of consistency creates miracles. And now, the same people who left you for something easier are realizing easy doesn't equal better. They chose the fast lane, but forgot slow roads build character. They wanted the finish line. You became the marathon. Let them stay lost with someone who can't read the map. You've got destinations written in the stars. Number 6. They invested in a facade, and it collapsed. They thought they found solid ground, but it was just wet cement waiting to swallow their fantasy whole. Oh, chosen one! They really thought they hit the jackpot, didn't they? Thought they made a power move. Upgrade, they told themselves, as if love was a product you swipe for, as if you were the outdated model, and this shiny new option was the luxury edition. So they poured their time, their attention, their fake loyalty into someone who looked stable, perfect, easier, but turns out that person was all surface and no structure. They weren't a rock, they were a mask glued to a mirage. And now, that facade they invested in, it's in ruins, collapsed, done. They're sitting in the wreckage like, what happened? What happened is, you chose appearance over authenticity, performance over presence, and now the show's over. The curtain fell, and behind it, nothing but insecurity, selfishness, and vibes so hollow they echo. Let me paint this clearer. Imagine investing all your savings into a house that looks beautiful from the outside, shiny windows, modern finishes, picture-perfect curb appeal. But once you step inside, the floorboards creak, the plumbing's leaking, and termites have eaten the foundation. That's who they chose. And now, they're stuck living in emotional mold, pretending it's a palace. You were the real deal, not perfect, but solid. Someone who would have helped them build, heal, evolve. But they didn't want the process. They wanted the illusion of security. And illusions, they don't last. They're built on sand, and the first wave of conflict, boredom, or emotional demand collapse. You might ask yourself, why would they risk everything for something so fake? Because people who don't value themselves seek validation through aesthetics. They choose what looks good on paper. They chase the partner that looks good for the crowd, instead of the one who feels good for the soul. You were depth, and they chose decoration. And the universe, it doesn't play favorites, it plays fair. You plant fake, you grow fake. They sowed lies, and now they're reaping regret. Meanwhile, you, the one they thought would stay down, are rising, stronger, louder, untouchable. Let them cry over the wreckage they built. You're already building higher, with bricks made of truth, pain, and purpose. Number 7. Morally bankrupt, emotionally declined. They overdrafted your energy, bounced their loyalty check, and now the universe just froze their emotional account. Let's call it what it is, chosen one. They're broke, not in the wallet, but in the soul, spiritually overdrawn, emotionally bankrupt, morally declined. They walked out of something sacred with you, thinking they made a boss move. But now they're realizing they didn't cash in. They cashed out. They gave up authenticity for aesthetics, substance for clout, real connection for temporary comfort. And now, their karma bill just dropped. And baby, it doesn't come with a payment plan. You were the deposit they didn't know how to manage. You gave loyalty when it wasn't trendy, patience when it wasn't deserved, truth when all they wanted was silence. And they treated you like a transaction. Give a little, take a lot, then vanish. But here's the cosmic twist. When you withdraw from someone who's spiritually wealthy, someone chosen, and you do it with lies, games, and fake flexes, you don't just lose them. You lose access to the entire abundance that followed them. See, people like that think they're players, but they're really addicts, addicted to attention, status, praise. And when the high runs out, they come crawling back, overdrafted with regret. But by then, the door is locked. Because the universe don't do re-entries once the energy is corrected. Now picture this. They jumped ship thinking the next boat was a yacht, but it was a plastic floaty with a slow leak. You were the whole vessel. You were built to weather storms, but they couldn't handle the waves, so they swam toward shallow waters, thinking peace lived there. Turns out that peace was just quiet before the collapse. And you might be wondering, do they feel it? Do they regret it? Oh, absolutely. Not just in silence, in symptoms, in the way everything they touch turns cold, in the way nothing feels right anymore. That's what happens when you betray a chosen one. It's not revenge, it's realignment. The universe pulls its blessings back and leaves them with what they truly are, empty. Let them sit in spiritual bankruptcy. Your account? It's rising daily, backed by truth, protected by the universe, and secured by everything they fumbled. Keep going, chosen one. You're the wealth they never deserved. Number 8. The illusion was shiny until the lights turned on. They sold you a magic show but forgot the crowd leaves when the lights reveal the wires. Oh, chosen one, you saw the glimmer, didn't you? The way they put on the act. Perfect smiles, calculated kindness, words that dripped like honey but felt hollow if you listened close. It was all sparkle, no spine. But now the performance is falling apart. The lights are on, the crowd's gone, and the mask is slipping faster than their excuses. They're sitting in silence, trying to act unbothered. But behind those dead stares, they're haunted. They tried to dazzle you with illusion, a version of themselves built for show, not substance. And maybe for a while they convinced you, or even worse, convinced themselves that they were enough. But here's the kicker. Truth has a way of creeping in, even through cracks they tried to seal with lies. And now that truth is sitting in their living room, feet up, sipping from a glass labeled consequences. You ever seen a magician sweat when the trick stops working? That's them. They ran out of sleight of hand. They burned through every lie, every distraction, every fake version of love they tried to sell. Because real connection doesn't need an audience. It thrives in the dark, where masks melt and souls meet. You were always real, and that terrified them. They didn't want a partner, they wanted a prop, someone to stand still and look good while they ran the show. But you weren't built to be background, you were born to be the spotlight. And when you started asking real questions, when your energy demanded honesty, the illusion cracked like glass under pressure. Now they're stuck in the aftermath, watching their better choice glitch under emotional weight, watching the show fall apart, because what they left you for can't hold a candle to your consistency. What they ran toward can't hold the fire of your presence, and what they're pretending doesn't bother them, eats them alive in silence. You might ask, do they miss me? Do they even care? Oh, they care. They care in the way they avoid your name, in the way they replay your words in the dark, in the way their new peace feels like punishment because they thought they were escaping. But all they did was trade magic for mirrors. And now, they can't look in one without seeing you. The universe doesn't reward deception, it exposes it. And you, chosen one, were the light switch. You didn't destroy their illusion, you just made it impossible for them to keep living in it. That's why they're haunted. Not by you, but by what they could have become if they just kept it real. But it's too late now. The curtain's closed, and your glow? It's too bright to fake. Keep rising. The spotlight is yours now. Number 9. You were the marathon. They wanted a sprint. They got tired halfway through your journey and called you too much. No, they were just too weak. Let's not twist this, chosen one. You were never too intense, too deep, or too complicated. You were just long-distance love in a world that only knows short-term thrills. You were the marathon, the kind of soul that stretches time, demands training, builds strength, and only gets better the longer it lasts. But they showed up with sprint shoes, a fake grin, and zero stamina. They wanted quick wins, not real work. They wanted convenience, not commitment. And the second your path required patience and endurance, they bowed out like it was your fault. They weren't built for longevity. They wanted the kind of love that feels like fireworks, not the kind that feels like a sunrise, slow, steady, inevitable, and real. They confused momentum with meaning, chemistry with character. And in doing so, they fumbled a soul designed to go the distance. Now picture this: you're running a marathon, lungs on fire, legs burning, but your eyes are on legacy, and right beside you is someone who's checking their watch, asking how much longer, whining about the pace, looking for exits. That's who they were. Not a partner, a placeholder. And when they left, they didn't quit on you. They quit on themselves. You might be wondering, why would someone choose temporary over timeless? Because temporary doesn't require transformation. Because sprinting is about speed, not soul. And they were terrified of the version of themselves they'd have to become to keep up with you. You required growth. You demanded presence. You asked for real effort. That's not hard. That's rare. But to someone lazy in the heart, that's a threat. So they ran toward what was easier, simpler, slower, and ended up with someone who only has enough depth to walk beside them in circles. And the universe, it watched all of it. It saw how far you were willing to go, how many chances you gave, how many times you chose them, even when they didn't choose you. That energy doesn't vanish. It multiplies. You planted love in a soil that couldn't handle it, but now that love is growing elsewhere, stronger and surrounded by people who get it, let them keep their sprint. You're built for marathons, and this finish line, it's only visible to those who never stopped running. Keep moving. The universe is pacing with you. Number 10. Regret tastes bitter when you served sweet. They thought your love would wait forever. Now it's gone cold, and they're choking on the silence they created. Let's talk about the pain they don't post about, chosen one. The kind that doesn't look dramatic, but eats them alive when no one's watching. They thought you'd always be there, arms open, heart soft, patience on standby. They thought you were infinite, but you weren't. You were available. There's a difference. You gave them something pure, something sweet, something that could have healed every wound they pretended didn't exist. And how did they respond? They ignored it. They played with it. They treated your sweetness like a safety net instead of a blessing. But now they're sitting in the aftermath. The sugar rush is gone. The distraction wore off, and what they're left with is silence, not just yours, but their own, because even they can't defend what they did. Their pride won't let them admit it, but the regret, it's loud. Louder than every lie they told themselves, louder than every fake laugh with the person they downgraded to, louder than the image they're still trying to maintain. You see, regret hits different when you were nothing but good to someone. That's the kind of pain they can't shake off. They can avoid you, ignore you, block you, but they can't unfeel what you gave them. That kindness haunts them. That patience makes their new peace feel hollow. That warmth you offered, it doesn't exist in their current situation, because what they chose was safe, not sacred. They know now. Oh, they know, but they'll never say it. Why? Because pride eats humility for breakfast. They'd rather suffer in silence than admit they broke something they can't rebuild. They'd rather pretend they're unbothered than admit they'd give anything to have one more chance to do it right. But that window's closed, that sweetness they took for granted, gone. And you might ask, will they ever apologize? Maybe. Maybe not, but that's not your concern anymore. The universe saw what you served, and the universe remembers who wasted it. Now they've got a mouthful of bitterness and nowhere to spit it. Let them taste every bite. You've moved on, full, clean, and sweeter than ever. Number 11. You can't fake divine energy. They tried, anyway. They copied the look, mimicked the tone, stole the words, but the universe don't bless counterfeits. Chosen one, let's make something painfully clear. They didn't just miss you, they tried to be you. After they walked away, they didn't move on. They went into replication mode, studied your vibe like it was a formula, tried to copy your grace, your language, your whole frequency. They watched how people lit up around you. They saw how effortlessly you moved, how magnetic your presence was, and they thought, maybe I can duplicate that. Cute, but dangerous. Because divine energy isn't something you borrow, it's something you embody. And you were handcrafted, one of one. Energy that can't be downloaded. They really thought the glow came from your clothes, your captions, your playlist. But your glow, that was soul deep. That was forged through silence, through heartbreak, through rejection. That was energy refined by pressure, like diamonds that took years to form. And they tried to slap a filter on it and call it the same? Nah. That's not how this game works. The universe doesn't co-sign imposters. Now imagine this. They walk into a room, wearing your energy like a costume, saying what you say, moving how you move, even posting the quotes you once lived by, but nobody's responding the same. Why? Because energy don't lie. People feel real before they understand it. They sense the void. They sense the mimicry. And deep down, so do they. That's why they stay restless, because they know they're performing a role that doesn't belong to them. And here's the part that hits hardest. The more they try to act like you, the more they realize what they lost. Because divine energy isn't loud. It doesn't chase. It doesn't beg to be understood. It just is. It fills rooms without explanation. It heals without touch. It moves people without trying. That's what you were, and that's what they walked away from. You might ask, why try to copy what they discarded? Because people don't realize what they had until they see it shining in someone else's eyes. They miss your aura, not just your actions. And now they're out here, trying to bottle lightning with plastic hands, wondering why it keeps slipping through. Let them keep trying. Let them run in circles, trying to become what the universe already anointed you to be. They can imitate your flow, but they'll drown trying to carry your current. Because this path, it was tailored for your soul, not theirs. So stand tall, chosen one. Your light was never meant to be duplicated, only respected. And the more they try to fake it, the more the universe reminds them, you can't forge the divine. You either are or you're not. And you are. Number 12. And now, they watch you win from the nosebleeds. They fumbled front row access. Now they're squinting from the cheap seats, watching the legend they could have grown with become untouchable. Let's bring this full circle, chosen one. They thought they had time, thought you'd always be there, thought they could play you, delay you, betray you, and you'd still be in their corner like a backup plan with feelings. But the truth is, they weren't ready for greatness. Not yours. Not even close. They thought your value was optional until it started shining in places they can't reach anymore. Now they're in the nosebleeds, clutching regret like a trophy they didn't earn, watching the very person they overlooked become the main event. They didn't just lose a relationship. They lost the front row view to a glow-up the universe personally sponsored. You didn't switch up. You leveled up. You didn't get revenge. You got in alignment. And now the same person who once rolled their eyes at your loyalty, your love, your vision, is watching strangers admire what they took for granted. That hits different. And the silence. It's not peace. It's punishment, because they're watching you thrive without them, succeed without spite, evolve without making a single announcement. You stopped explaining your worth. You became it. And from where they're sitting, high up in the back, with no access, no influence, no entry, that truth is deafening. Now imagine this. They're scrolling, seeing your wins, feeling that tightness in their chest. That's not jealousy, that's awareness. The realization that they fumbled someone rare, not just hard to find rare, once in a lifetime rare. You were the golden ticket, and they used it to chase clout in a rigged arcade. You might ask, do they regret it? Oh, chosen one, they don't just regret it, they ache, because they're witnessing what happens when divine energy moves on, when someone chosen stops shrinking, stops waiting, and starts owning their crown. You were never meant to stay small. That was their comfort zone, not yours. Let them keep watching. Let them sit in the back and clap from a distance. They had access to the real thing, and they dropped it like it was replaceable. Now, they've been permanently locked out of the arena. And you? You're on stage, center spotlight, living the win they thought you'd never reach without them. You are the main event, and they'll never get that seat back. And so, chosen one, the game is over, and you didn't just survive, you won. They played themselves trying to replace you, only to realize too late that you were the championship. Let them sit in silence while you rise in purpose. The universe always sides with the real. If this message hit deep, don't leave empty-handed. Drop 777 in the comments to confirm your comeback. Like, subscribe, and share this with someone who needs to remember who they are. Thank you for being part of this mission. Your energy keeps this truth alive. You are chosen. Never forget it.